Hello everyone. This year, LevelUp IAS has decided to put all our prelims economy videos of PMP program on YouTube to be available for everyone. The PDF notes for the same is also available in the Telegram channel given in the description. These videos takes care of all the basics requirement plus PYQ discussions. If the response for these videos are good, we also plan to come up with current affairs, economic survey of India and budget session in a very concise manner for preliminary examination in the coming days on YouTube only. I hope you enjoy this video and level up your chances of getting selected in this year's preliminary examination. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's quickly go through the last topics that we were doing here. I think types of goods wala tomato and onion conundrum we had done. RBI and inflation targeting, that this will do in the 5th booklet where we'll deal with banking sector and everything. But please note that the primary purpose of RBI today is what? Inflation targeting. हमारे monetary policy का goal क्या है अभी? It is targeting inflation. It targets CPI should remain between 4 plus minus 2%. Before 2016 or before when we did not have CPI combined or वो सारे mechanism, तो headline inflation used to be WPI. I told you that, right? But now it is CPI, and even RBI is targeting what? RBI is targeting CPI. So CPI should not go beyond 4 plus minus 2%. That is, some inflation should be there. Some inflation is good, but it should not be very high. It should not be beyond 6%. So between 2% and 6%, it's okay. Okay. So we'll study about this in more details in the coming lecture when we are dealing with RBI specifically. But यहाँ पे हमें थोड़ा सा पता होना चाहिए. Now, एक ना छोटा सा टॉपिक और है about types of goods and income elasticity of demand. तो सबसे पहले let's understand. We have understood types of goods from the perspective of whether it's an intermediate good or final good, because we wanted to understand कि GDP में what are the goods that will be considered in GDP. We consider final goods and services, right? वो अलग aspect हमने करा था. तो उसमें we also understood कि some of the final goods which are used by businesses are known as capital goods. Rest are intermediate goods, right? That aspect we had also seen. Now let's come to some other types of goods. So in economics, we can first divide goods into these two categories: free goods and economic goods. Free goods क्या है? Free goods are something whose availability is kind of unlimited. For example, air you breathe in. Air का availability is unlimited, right? So these goods which are not scarce and have zero opportunity cost. Now, what is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is when you get something, you're missing at something else. जैसे when you're spending, let's say this person was doing a job in IT sector and he's decided to quit a job, take a break of 1 year and start and prepare for civil services examination. So while he's preparing for 1 year of civil services examination, he's also losing 1 year of job experience, 1 year of salary, 1 year of growth there. So while preparing for civil services examination was a good step, but uska kuch opportunity cost hai. Opportunity cost may be different for different people, but there is opportunity cost. In the same way, when he buys a pen, when he's buying and spending 10 rupees on a pen, us 10 rupees se he could have bought something else also. So opportunity cost is the things that you miss. But in case of free goods, there is no opportunity cost. क्योंकि जब आप air breathe in कर रहे हो, there is no restriction on when something is free, when something is not scarce, when something is not limited. In that scenario, you are not missing on something else while acquiring that thing, while getting that thing for free. So this is an important characteristic of free goods. That is, it will not involve opportunity cost. Whereas, is this a free good? No. When I'm buying it, I'm spending resources on it. I'm not able to buy something else. Okay, this is an important characteristic of free goods. So these goods have unlimited supply and are not scarce. They include air, seawater, sunshine, etc. These are some free goods. But most of the goods that we'll study in economics, that we'll study in economy, will be economic goods. Economic goods are not free goods. Economic goods are produced using scarce resources and thus are known as economic goods. So when I make a pot, when I make a pen, all of them have come from resources which to some extent are scarce. These are economic goods. They are limited in supply. All types of goods discussed in economics except the free goods will be economic goods. And here there will be opportunity cost involved. When you will be consuming economic goods, when you will be buying economic goods, what would be there? Like you will be missing on something. And that will be the case with even Mukesh Ambani. Let's say Mukesh Ambani is buying some machines. He's investing there. He's spending his resources there. Now, when he's buying this thing, he's missing on to something else. He's starting one business. He could have started 10 other businesses. So when he's investing here, he's missing on those 10 other businesses, and thus there is an opportunity cost involved. Are we getting it? So broadly, free goods, economic goods. Free goods, unlimited hai. Wahan pe, while when you consume it, there is no opportunity cost involved. Whereas when we come to economic goods, they come from scarce resources. And when you buy them, when you consume them, there is opportunity cost involved. Sometimes preliminary examination में वो यही पूछ लेते हैं, opportunity cost refers to what? Right? They have asked questions related to the various types of goods also, but they've also asked questions related to what is opportunity cost and so on. Okay, now we will also define types of good, or we'll also categorize types of goods into अब जो economic goods are, we're not talking about free goods now. In economics, when we are studying economy, we will primarily deal with economic goods. Economic goods are those goods which come from scarce resources. अब देखो, scarce का definition you will say कि sir, I तो have unlimited supply of wheat, but it is still scarce. It is still scarce, and it's not like जितना air आपके पास available है. So something which you have in surplus is still a scarce resource. Okay, so economic goods ko we can further divide into normal goods, luxury goods, and inferior goods. Now, what are normal goods? Normal goods are things like those things which, when your income increases, their consumption also goes up. They say clothes. When you are in an economically strained situation, तो आप 2 pair of clothes से काम चला लेते हो, है ना? आप 2 pairs of clothes से काम चला लेते हो. But when you start earning, when you're like financially comfortable, so you'll have perhaps 10 pair of clothes. When you're like super rich, every day you'll have a new pair of clothes. So this clothing is a normal good. I hope we understand. So goods and services for which the demand increases when income of people increase are called normal goods. As socio-economic condition of individual improve, the demand for normal goods may increase. So in this case, income elasticity of demand. Now, what is income elasticity of demand? जैसे income बढ़ेगी, what would happen to demand? So it is positive. It is positive. When income increases, demand also increases. These goods are normal goods. I hope we understand this. I hope we get this. Right? Clothing is an example, furniture is an example. These are some basic things which are normal goods. But then there are luxury goods. Luxury goods ke case mein, what happens? You buy them only when you're poor. You're not interested in luxury goods at all. But when you're rich, you buy luxury goods. आप और ज़्यादा rich हो गए हो तो you will give up normal brands. You will go on to all luxury brands. But if your income becomes low, you will give up all the luxury brands and come to the normal brands. Are we getting it? So luxury goods may be with your income increase, demand for luxury goods will increase. But here you will see income, they are more expensive than normal goods, and when income of people rise, they prefer to spend more on luxury goods, but when their income decrease, they prefer to buy fewer luxury goods. Demand for luxury good is more volatile. More volatile kaise? If your income is increasing, its demand will increase steeply. But if your income decreases, its demand will also decrease steeply, more steeply than normal goods. आप देखो, when you are becoming rich, your demand for clothing will increase, definitely increase. But it will, with your income, the demand for clothing will increase, and thus we are saying ki YED, income elasticity of demand, is positive. But here it will be more than one. Here it will be pretty steep. Right? But then there are inferior goods. What are inferior goods? Inferior goods are you're consuming because you're poor, or because if given a chance, you will give up on those. If given a chance, you will give up on those goods. So as your income increases, what happens to inferior goods? Its demand reduces. In case of normal goods, as your income increased, the demand increased. In case of luxury goods, as your income increased, demand ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा. It is more volatile. Increase भी ज़्यादा होगा, decrease भी ज़्यादा होगा when your demand reduces. But in case of inferior goods, you're consuming it because there are different alternatives available. But you're consuming it why? You're consuming it because you perhaps do not want to go on those expensive alternatives right now. जैसे आपको कोई option दे कि vegetables, organic vegetables. You'll be like, I would prefer organic vegetables, but they're expensive right now. है ना? तो normal vegetables are inferior goods in that sense कि you will be able to go there. और अगर आप US में जाते हो, तो US में ना pre-packed frozen vegetables आते हैं. People consume them because they are cheaper. They would prefer green vegetables, but they are more expensive. So as their income increases, what do they move to? They move to green vegetables. Now, inferior good doesn't mean poor quality goods. Please understand. Inferior का मतलब क्या नहीं होता? Poor quality नहीं होता है. यहाँ पे जब हम inferior goods की बात कर रहे हैं, या note this thing. The term inferior refers to cost and perceived value of a product, not its quality. कई बार when you buy a t-shirt of 200 rupees, it's of very good quality, but it will still be considered an inferior good. कि मैं ये क्यों खरीदूं? I'll buy Gucci का t-shirt. Are we getting it? Now, the meaning of inferior may be different in different countries. जैसे in a developed country, fast food thing can be considered inferior good. But in a developing country, चलो पार्टी करनी है, मैकडी चलेंगे, किसी से ये होता है. तो यहाँ पे मैकडी में नॉट, यहाँ पे फास्ट फूड में नॉट बी inferior. In a developing country, underdeveloped country, this fast food may not be inferior good. As people's income increase, they go towards more McD, more pizza, more these things. But in a developed country, this may be considered inferior. जब आपको day to day, when your income is not that great, you have to consume something, you will go to McD and एक burger लोगे चले जाओगे. But when you are pretty rich, when there are people who can make food for you, when they can cook food for you, you will ensure that you are always having good quality food, good quality home cooked food. The meaning of inferior may be different in different country. Perspective related to inferior may be different in different country. Now, एक special kind of inferior goods है, that is called Giffen goods. This violates the law of demand. अब लॉ ऑफ डिमांड क्या होता है? किसी भी चीज का अगर प्राइस बढ़ेगा, उसका डिमांड कम होगा. When the price of something increases, its demand reduces. This is an inferior good. अब in case of inferior good also, what would happen? If price of inferior goods go up, will its demand increase? If price go up, no. मैं उसे खरीद रहा हूं, when I'm buying inferior good because I cannot afford a more expensive substitute, or I cannot afford a alternative. As my income increases, I would have bought the alternative. So if in case of inferior good, if price increases, demand reduces. Normal circumstance. If price decreases, demand may go up. And that is the case with everything. In case of normal good also, agar price increase hoga, demand will go down. Agar in case of luxury goods also, agar price increase hoga, demand will. This is generally the law of demand. But Giffen goods are a type of inferior goods jahan pe it does not follow this law of demand. That is when price increases. जब प्राइस इंक्रीज हो रहा है इसका डिमांड भी बढ़ रहा है. इट इज इंफीरियर बट इसका डिमांड भी बढ़ रहा है. अब प्राइमरी रीजन क्या है? प्राइमरी रीजन है, अब लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड अ सिनेरियो वेयर दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग में हैपन. इन रियलिटी ऐसा बहुत कम होता है. इफ देयर आर ओनली एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टांसेस व्हेन गिवन गुड्स काइंड ऑफ थिंग कम इनटू प्ले, बट देयर इन सम सिचुएशंस इट मे हैपन. लेट्स से we are living in a underdeveloped country or a developing country, and our primary food source is wheat and potato. And potato. अब demand for wheat and potato is going up. Demand for wheat and potato is going up. पहला scenario, and we don't have any alternative. And we don't have any alternative. So what I'll do is, because wheat and potato are very significant for my calorie needs, इसके बिना मैं अपना अपना food requirement fulfill नहीं कर पाता हूं. तो I will start giving up on perhaps oil consumption. I'll start giving up on other consumptions because price of these things are increasing. I have to spend more money on these. My consumption of other things would go down because these are essential for me, and there are no alternatives which are cheaply available for it. So because I'm spending more on them, my consumption of other things, my other expenses may go down. And in reality, what may happen, because these are essential for me, I'll buy them. Because I'm not consuming oil, because I'm not consuming other things from which I would have got calories, I'll be consuming these things more. So though they are inferior goods, but in the absence of alternative and because of increasing prices, their demand may go up. So given goods are a special kind of inferior goods where demand goes up as what happens as inflation or prices increase. Are we getting it? So normally क्या था? Normal goods demand goes up as income increases. Luxury goods demand goes up as income increases. Inferior good demand goes up as income increase. Demand decreases. Sorry, demand decreases as income increases. That was inferior good. In तीनों में क्या होता? If price of a good is increasing, demand would have reduced. But a type of inferior good is this one. As price of the goods increase, what happens to demand? Demand also increases. I hope we have clarity. Then there are some other terms that you should know. अच्छा, just add these two lines in your notes. मैं कल रात में रिवाइज कर रहा था, तो I thought कि if I'll add these two lines here, it will give you a better understanding. Giffen goods में दो points add कर लीजिए. Just write them down. They're not there. I added them at night yesterday. That's why I have highlighted it here. Done? Okay. वेबलिन गुड्स, ये ना शो ऑफ के लिए खरीदते हो, दोज गुड्स आर तो शो ऑफ पर्पस। तुम लेट आती हो, अच्छा मेरी गलती, आई एम सॉरी, आई एम रियली सॉरी। कौन सी? इनकम इफेक्ट ऑफ प्राइस कॉजेस पीपल टू बाय मोर ऑफ दीस चीप गुड्स। इनकम, अरे जैसे प्राइस बढ़ेगा तो उस पे क्या हो जाएगा ना, लोगों की इनकम का ज्यादा पार्ट इस पे खर्च हो रहा होगा, दैट वुड लीड टू people's income or people's money that people have, they'll be spending less money on other things, या बाकी चीजें वो नहीं खरीद पा रहे होंगे। अभी समझाते हैं, अभी YED पे आएंगे, उसमें समझ में आ जाएगा। अभी नीचे विल कम टू सर्टेन एस्पेक्ट। ओके, तो कम अब हो गया बेटा, कहाँ अलग दुनिया में खोई गया। Veblen goods. Veblen goods में we have clarity. What are these goods? Goods bought by people for show off purpose are called Veblen goods. For example, very expensive mobile phones, very expensive jewelry, antiques, paintings. Okay. Then complementary and substitute goods. These are important ones. Complementary goods, those goods which complete each other. For example, uh, tea and sugar. These are complementary. They complete each other. तो if the price for tea increases, क्या टी का डिमांड कम होगा? कम होगा? वो बोल रहा नहीं सर, मैं तो नशेड़ी हूँ, टी तो मैं लेता रहूंगा। बट इन जनरल इफ प्राइस फॉर टी इंक्रीजेस, टी का डिमांड कम हो सकता है। एंड व्हेन टी इज कंज्यूम्ड, तब शुगर इज कंज्यूम्ड, तो व्हाट दिस में लीड टू शुगर्स डिमांड आल्सो गोइंग डाउन, isn't it? Do you understand this? तो these are complementary goods: pen and ink, tea and sugar, toothbrush and toothpaste, car and petrol diesel. If car का price increases, petrol and diesel are complementary things, तो petrol and diesel का consumption would come down, demand would come down, because car का price increase, less people will be buying cars, petrol and demands need would also be lesser, its demand would also go down. हम अभी PYQs करेंगे, we'll see UPSC has emphasized on these kind of concepts. वो inferior goods, complementary goods, इन सब पे क्वेश्चंस पूछे हुए हैं। समझ में आई ये बात? तो ऑलवेज डिमांड सप्लाई के पर्सपेक्टिव, कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री, जस्ट ये ध्यान रखो, दे कंप्लीट ईच अदर। तो व्हेन इट्स डिमांड इज डिक्रीजिंग, इट्स डिमांड विल आल्सो डिक्रीज। तो अगर इसका प्राइस बढ़ा, इसका प्राइस नहीं, इट्स प्राइस डिड नॉट इंक्रीज, ओनली प्राइस ऑफ दिस इंक्रीज, विल इट्स डिमांड डिक्रीज? इफ इट्स प्राइस इंक्रीज, इट्स डिमांड विल डिक्रीज, तो इट विल आल्सो बी लाइक आई वाज देयर टू कंप्लीट यू, इफ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग यूज्ड, आई विल आल्सो नॉट बी गेटिंग यूज्ड, so my demand will, though my price has not increased, my demand will also come down. Or toothbrush, toothpaste, suppose for some reason toothbrush prices increase a lot, will all shift to datun? Do we understand what datun is? Some other term which is used for it? Huh? मिसवाक? अच्छा, उर्दू में it's called मिसवाक, तो नीम की डंडी को लेके क्रश करके then you, that is मिसवाक. Okay. Any other term that's used for that? So if prices of brush increases, toothbrush increase, what would happen? Toothpaste का demand कम हो जाएगा, because toothbrush, the complementary product is toothpaste. I hope we understand. So these are complementary products. Then there are substitute goods. What are substitute goods? Say tea and coffee. Tea can be replaced by coffee because both of those things will provide us caffeine. It is caffeine which relaxes us, which makes us feel good. So if prices of tea increases a lot, what would happen to coffee? Coffee is alternative, substitute. Prices of tea increase, people will not be buying tea, they will go to alternative, its demand will increase. कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री में क्या हो रहा था? If price of this goods was increasing, its demand was going down. But in substitute, in alternative, if price of this increases, demand for alternative will increase. Its demand will go down. Demand for substitute, demand for alternative will. So alternative goods provide you competition, and thus alternatives better services. Substitute goods provide you competition in the market. You're studying with me. There may be other teachers also. If the price of this product increases, its demand may come down slightly, and you look for other similar quality of products whose prices may be lesser. Their demand may substitute. I hope we are able to get this. We are able to understand this. So, tea and coffee, iPhone versus Android phones, online coaching versus offline coaching. Substitute goods give choice to customers and can help in generating competition in the market, which is good for the customers, but it may be bad for companies' profitability. If prices of a product will go up, the demand for substitute will tend to increase. Conversely, if the price of product decreases, demand for substitute may decrease. Right? Now, एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन पर ये हमने समझ तो लिया है, बट फॉर्मली एक बार समझ लेते हैं. इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड. Income elasticity of demand is, that is, with income increase, how much is demand increase? How elastic the demand is? Income elasticity of demand. In books, in sources, it is referred as YED. Y is economist na. Y is a term they use for income, and that is why income elasticity of demand को IED नहीं लिख रहे हैं. क्या लिख रहे हैं? YED. कई बार आप बुक्स में ये टर्म यूज देख लोगे तो डोंट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड. मोरओवर आप देखोगे y एक्सिस पे हम x एक्सिस y एक्सिस पे हम इनकम डाल रहे हैं. तो हाउ मच विद इंक्रीज इन इनकम डिमांड इज इंक्रीजिंग. तो फॉर डिफरेंट गुड्स इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड is different for different goods. For example, when you come to normal goods, with increase in income, demand is increasing. देखो, if income increase from 40 to 60, demand for normal goods also increase from 500 to 600. But demand may increase less, demand may increase slightly more. But income elasticity of demand is positive. As income is increasing, demand is increasing. So income elasticity of demand is positive. I hope we understand this. Then, if we'll go to luxury goods, यहाँ पे positive तो है, but positive maybe it's greater than 1. Demand increases more. As your income increases, you leave पुराने वाले goods and what do you move to? Luxury goods. So as your income increases, demand for luxury goods increases more, and thus इसका income elasticity of demand is more than 1. Previous case में it was positive. Normal goods के case में it was positive. Yes, as your income increase, your demand will also increase. But in luxury good, as your income increase, your demand will increase more than income. तो यहाँ पे देखो, in normal goods, when your income increase from 40 to 60, it increased by 50%. Your demand increased from 500 to 600. It increased by 20%. किसका? Normal goods का. So while it increased, it is positive. But come here. Here your income has increased by 25%, 40 to 50. But demand has increased from 400 to 600, 50%. Demand has increased more than income increase. Income elasticity of demand is more than 1. अभी बात समझ में आई? तो while income elasticity of demand was positive here, it was positive in case of, it is positive in case of luxury good also, but it is positive तो है, but it is more than 1 also. Whereas in case of inferior goods, as income increases, demand decreases. किसी भी, like think of any point on this line. यहाँ पे your income is high, demand is low. अगर आपका income low है, come here. If your income is low, your demand for this good is high. So here income elasticity of demand for inferior good is negative. As your income increases, demand decreases. Income elasticity of demand is negative. हाँ हाँ, लेस, ठीक है, लेस देन 1, लेस देन 0 भी यस। इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड इज नेगेटिव होगा बेसिकली। गॉट इट? ये तीन, ये आप, दे हैवंट आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस ऑन इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड येट, वाईईडी करके उन्होंने पूछा नहीं है, बट बिकॉज दे हैव आस्क्ड अबाउट गुड्स, इंफीरियर गुड्स एंड ऑल दो स्टफ, तो वी शुड ऑलवेज बी अ स्टेप अहेड कि पूछो, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा पूछो। नाउ बिकमिंग अ स्टेप अहेड बिकम्स डिफिकल्ट इन बैंकिंग सेक्टर। Banking sector will study in a lot of detail, means our biggest class or biggest booklet will also be money supply, banking वाला जो सेक्टर है वो होगा, बट उसमें ना गोइंग अ स्टेप अहेड इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज देयर आर बैंक्स में पता नहीं क्या क्या होता है, हम वो सब पढ़ने लगेंगे तो क्या हो जाएगा, ROI would be very bad because this year they've asked this, next year they'll ask something else. So when I analyze, like yesterday and day before yesterday, I sat with some of the students with their papers. एनालिसिस ये है कि जो बेसिक फंडामेंटल चीजें हैं ना, वो नहीं करने पे आपका सिलेक्शन रुकता है, नॉट बिकॉज सम कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बैंकिंग टर्म वाज आस्क्ड एंड यू डिड नॉट नो इट एंड यू आर नॉट, और सम क्वेश्चन व्हिच इन व्हिच अ लॉट ऑफ फैक्ट्स वर देयर, चार अलग अलग फैक्ट पूछे, हमें नहीं पता, दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू स्टॉप योर सिलेक्शन। व्हाट इज गोइंग टू स्टॉप योर सिलेक्शन? फंडामेंटल चीजें जो यार एनसीईआरटी में दी हुई हैं, सब में दिया हुआ है, और फिर आप नहीं कर पा रहे हो, तो इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड वाला कॉन्सेप्ट वहां दिया हुआ है, तब आप नहीं कर पा रहे हो, तो थोड़ा गड़बड़ है। बट कुछ कॉम्प्लेक्स पूछ लिया, सिंडिकेट बैंकिंग पूछ लिया, आज तक सिंडिकेट बैंकिंग टर्म यूज ही नहीं कर रहे थे, वो नहीं आया, कोई बात। दे आस्क गवर्नमेंट स्कीम हमने पढ़े हैं, बट वो 4-5 अलग अलग उनके अंदर की डिटेल जाके, लास्ट ईयर देयर वर 3-4 क्वेश्चंस ऑन गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स जहां पे वो निटी ग्रिटीज में चले गए थे, एंड देन देयर वर 1 पेयर, 2 पेयर, 3 पेयर, वो नहीं होगा तो दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू हैम्पर योर सिलेक्शन। व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैम्पर योर सिलेक्शन? जो बहुत ही बेसिक सी चीजें हैं। अब नॉर्थ सी के बारे में आप हर साल पढ़ते हो, which are the countries which are neighboring North Sea, which are the countries which are neighboring Caspian Sea, वो नहीं करके आओगे तो फिर क्या करोगे, right? So that is why your selection will not be determined by too complicated questions. So you may find कि जब हम सबसे ज्यादा क्या पढ़ेंगे, बैंकिंग सेक्टर ही पढ़ेंगे, but even after that you may find कि कुछ 2011 में कुछ घुस के फैक्ट पूछा हुआ था, फैक्चुअल एस्पेक्ट हम नहीं कवर कर रहे होंगे, बिकॉज ROI on that will not be that much. While we'll cover every aspect, बैंकिंग के सारे टाइप, सारी चीजें, and we'll spend a lot of time on it, still some things we may miss. Why? Because studying all that will negatively hamper us. कल एक बच्चा आया, वो बोल रहा है कि सर मैं एंशिएंट मिडिवल कल्चर करने के लिए उपिंदर सिंह पढ़ रहा हूँ। मैंने कहा यार पागल वागल हो, उपिंदर सिंह फॉर ऑप्शनल स्टूडेंट इज ऑल्सो अ रेफरेंस बुक। My optional was history. For me, it was a reference book. And for GS, you want to study, for prelims, you want to study Upinder Singh. बोला सर मैंने पिछले 3 महीने में पढ़ लिए 4 चैप्टर। मैं तो गधे हो ना, अब रुक जाओ। Study, there is a difference between reference book and text book. You have to always follow a textbook, not reference book. If you have to read something, you have to read a textbook जो आपके कोर्स का पार्ट होगा, जो आपने 11th-12th में पढ़ी होगी, not the reference. Reference book is supposed to be referred for something, for understanding something in detail. Okay, anyways, so we were talking about income elasticity of demand. Income elasticity of demand basically says जब income increase होगा तो demand को क्या होगा। तो when income elasticity of demand is positive, income increases, demand also increases. वो ज्यादा पॉजिटिव है, इट इज मोर देन 1, इट विल बी लाइक दिस, डिमांड विल इंक्रीज मोर, दिस इज इनकम, डिमांड विल इंक्रीज मोर, इन दिस केस वी से दैट it is more than 1, income elasticity of demand is more than 1, this is for luxury goods, this is for normal goods, but there are circumstances when with increase in income demand may come down, ऐसे वाला, where income elasticity of demand is negative, where income elasticity of demand is negative. In this case, what happens? This is inferior. Now you may say, sir, what about substitute goods? What about complementary goods? अरे सोचो ना, वो अगर वो नॉर्मल है तो देयर इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड विल बी पॉजिटिव, वो अगर लग्जरी है देयर इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड विल बी पॉजिटिव बट मोर देन 1. वो अगर इंफीरियर है, द इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड विल बी नेगेटिव। ब्रॉडली यही 3 टाइप्स है ना। आप बोलोगे सर शो ऑफ वाले गुड्स एज अ इनकम डिक्रीज, आप शो ऑफ करना थोड़ा कम कर देते हो, दोज आर लग्जरी गुड्स, राइट। These are certain things that we should keep in mind. For in general हमें बहुत ज्यादा इन चीजों में नहीं घुसना होता है, but UPSC in recent years have started asking questions on it, and I have, like when I prepared for economy, I did not cover all these things way back in 2015. मैंने ये सारी चीजें नहीं कवर करी थी because UPSC कभी पूछता नहीं था इन चीजों. When you analyze PYQs and all and tests, maybe this did not used to come, but now even in tests these things come, and overall UPSC have also started asking these things, तो हमें थोड़ा सा prepared है. Okay, तो this was broadly our chapter on inflation. Let us do the PYQs before we jump onto the next booklet. अच्छा, one more thing, देखो, I keep getting some messages about some doubts and everything. That is fine, पर कई बार ना थोड़ा सा common sense use करो. Last Wednesday what happened? Wednesday या Thursday एक बच्चे ने मुझे मैसेज किया रात में 10 बजे. I saw that message. फिर उसने ना मेरे चैट को वो समझ लिया, सारे डाउट स्टोर करने का तरीका. उसने 10 बजे के से 2 बजे के बीच में मुझे 15 मैसेज कर दिए, अलग अलग टाइम पे अलग अलग चीज. अच्छा सर ये तो समझ में आ गया, मुझे ये बता दो, और आई एम नॉट रिप्लाइंग टू एनी ऑफ दोज. तो आप पढ़ो, अपने डाउट सारे नोट करो, फिर एक साथ एक मैसेज भेजो. इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक आई एम नॉट आपके लिए 24/7 अवेलेबल हूँ चैट पे, हाय हेलो कैसे हो, बढ़िया, क्लास में सब समझ में. आई एम नॉट सपोज टू बी दैट पर्सन, नो, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. जैसे मुझे कल रात में किसी ने मैसेज भेजा, उसका मैंने ऑडियो पे उसी टाइम रिप्लाई कर दिया, दैट्स फाइन. एक मैसेज भेजो, अपने सारे डाउट्स दिन भर के कंपाइल करो, एंड मैं आपके बगल में बैठ के पढ़ नहीं रहा ना, और बता यार ये कैसे होगा. आई एम सपोज टू हेल्प यू, तो वन मैसेज वेयर यू हैव कंपाइल्ड ऑल द डाउट्स एंड देन यू आर सेंडिंग इट. 2 मैसेजेस, एक सुबह हो गया, एक शाम को हो गया, नॉट रात भर है तो रात भर मैसेज आ रहे हैं, रात भर पढ़ रहे हो. तो ओके, लेट्स कम बैक. Now, sir, there are some doubts. Sir, but for daily goods like salt, increase in income will have no effect on its demand. Then which kind of good? देखो बेटा, अब ना salt के केस में भी there are types of salts, है ना? तो there are salts which may be very expensive. There are salts which may be not. तो it may be normal good, it may be expensive good, और डॉक्टर सजेस्ट करने लगे तो दूसरा सिनेरियो हो जाएगा. तो where would you put it? मुकेश अंबानी कौन सा सॉल्ट कंज्यूम कर रहा है, क्या वो लग्जरी गुड्स में जाएगा, राइट? तो डिफरेंट सिनेरियो डिफरेंट हो सकता है. सर, daily items are can be said as necessity goods and inelastic demand. Yes, we may say that. What is the impact of price increase on Veblen goods? Veblen goods are type of luxury goods only. The price increase will lead to what? तो ऐसे छोड़ो, price increase in general leads to what? Demand reduces. Price increase leads to demand reducing. नहीं, देखो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, लग्जरी गुड होने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि एज प्राइस इंक्रीजेस द डिमांड विल इंक्रीज. उसका मतलब इट मींस व्हेन योर इनकम इंक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस. हमने क्या पढ़ाया है? एज इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर इंक्रीज डिमांड इंक्रीज. थिंक ऑफ अ लग्जरी कार which is costing 60 lakh rupees. Some of us may be able to afford it, है ना? The same car becomes 1 crore rupees. Many of us may not be able to afford it. So it may remain in demand for super rich people, but rich people will not be able to afford it, है ना? तो increase in demand becomes what? Sorry, increase in price leads to decrease in demand in general. Only exception that we have studied is Giffen goods. Giffen में क्या है? Increase in prices leads to increase in demand. Okay, now let's do these PYQs quickly. ये बीच में ऑडियो चला जा रहा है क्या? कुछ इशू हो रहा है? नहीं, क्लियर है? ओके, लेट्स कम टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. In India, which of the following is responsible for maintaining price stability by controlling inflation? आरबीआई नेट इन्फ्लेशन टारगेटिंग का प्राइमरी पर्पस मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी का क्या है? अब इन्फ्लेशन टारगेटिंग। ओके, तो इट इज आरबीआई। फाइन। क्वेश्चन नंबर 2। नाउ वी विल स्टडी अबाउट बॉन्ड्स इन मोर डिटेल, बट इन्फ्लेशन इंडेक्सिंग वाला कॉन्सेप्ट हमने थोड़ा सा पढ़ा है, डू यू रिमेंबर? है ना? We'll study about bonds, various types of bonds in greater details in the capital market, but still let us try to solve this question. आप अटेंड करिए and let me know. अभी कुछ टर्म्स समझ लेते हैं। देखो, कूपन रेट्स। कूपन रेट्स अभी के लिए ना, फॉर नाउ अज्यूम दीज आर द interest rates that government has to pay. For now assume we'll exactly understand the meaning of coupon rate in the third booklet, but it is interest rate. दूसरा, हाँ बाकी तो फाइन है। let's attempt. बताइए। Anyone? 1 and 2? A. A. Anyone else? Any other answer? A. The government can reduce coupon rates. The coupon rates on its borrowing by way of IIBs. Inflation indexing of bonds बोल रहा है कि as inflation will increase, if inflation will increase, I will increase the interest rate for you. है ना? तो think of a investor. I'll be like, government बोलेगा नहीं, interest is fixed at 6%. I'll be like, if interest is fixed at 6%, what if inflation is higher? I'll be at risk? No, fix the interest at 7% or fix the interest at 8%. For long-term investment, that is what I would want. But then government says, interest is whatever is the inflation plus 2%. So I'll be like, अच्छा ठीक है. In tomorrow, if inflation increases, my interest will also increase. If inflation is low, तब मेरा interest कम है. That is तो ठीक है. At that time, even at lower interest rate, I'll be ready to give money to government. Are we able to understand this? So one is correct. IIBs provide protection to investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. Investor कौन है? मैं हूं जिसने पैसे इन्वेस्ट किए. Is it protecting me from uncertainty? Yes. Inflation increases, कोई बात नहीं. If inflation otherwise would have increased, I would have been at loss. But here, I will not be at loss. Uncertainty reduced. This is also true. The interest received as well as capital gain on IIBs are non-taxable. ऐसा कुछ नहीं. Any bond which is issued, उस पे, if this was the scenario, if उस पे कोई capital gain नहीं लगता, उस पे कोई income tax नहीं लगता, a lot of people would have invested in inflation index bonds. Inflation index bonds are already providing customers with protection. Why would extra tax benefits be provided to them? तो ऐसा कोई like this is something when you will study bonds you will realize that nothing like this exists. अभी हमने पढ़ा नहीं है, तो it may be doubtful कि bonds पे, but otherwise bonds are any kinds of investment. आपको capital gain tax भी देना पड़ेगा, और वो capital gain also we'll study capital gain tax in a lot of detail in coming section. Third booklet का मैं I'll provide you. आपने देखा होगा third booklet में we don't have PYQs yet. So I'll give you a small booklet, fourth booklet, where some updates on third booklets are there. इस budget में capital gain taxes में some changes have happened, major changes have happened. Import taxes में some major changes have happened. I'm covering all those thing in the fourth booklet along with PYQs. तो वहां पे हम और देख लेंगे इन चीजों को. तो we will see that capital gain tax is not exempted here. In fact, it's not exempted at most of the places. So what is the answer? Answer is 1 and 2. Question number 2 का answer is 1 and 2. Let's go to question number 3. Yes. बी, ए बी, ए, कुछ लोग बी बोल रहे हैं, कुछ लोग ए बोल रहे हैं। एनी अदर आंसर्स? डी, सी भी बोल दो यार, मतलब आई हैव अ सेंस ऑफ कंप्लीशन। बहुत जल्दी आ गए बेटा, क्या हुआ? कहाँ रहते हो आप? वारन में रहती हो? वाह, फिर तो कमाल कर दिया। इतनी जल्दी क्यों आ गई? वारन में तो बच्चे 10 बजे तक उठते नहीं है, 3 बजे तक रोडों पे पार्टी कर रहे होते हैं, नहीं? हाँ, तो व्हाट इज नो वन सी? अब देखो, डिमांड पुल इन्फ्लेशन मींस डिमांड इंक्रीज होने की वजह से इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ा है। डिमांड पुल इन्फ्लेशन वुड बी इन्फ्लेशन अकर, देखो देयर आर टू वेज बाय व्हिच इन्फ्लेशन कैन अकर, डिमांड कैन इंक्रीज, सप्लाई कैन रिड्यूस। So when we talk about demand pull inflation, expansionary policies means money supply increase करना। Will more money in the hand of people lead to increase in demand? Fiscal stimulus, government spending more money. When government spends more money, can it lead to increase in demand? Yes. Inflation indexing of wages, आपकी salary inflation indexed है। अब when your salary is inflation indexed, when inflation increases, your salary also increases. This could have also led to it. So ideally this should have been there, but आते हैं। Higher purchasing power, if people have more purchasing power, will demand be higher? Rising interest rate, if interest rate increase होता है तो what happens? Money supply reduces, people prefer to keep their money in the bank rather than spending it. It should not be there. Now you will say कि sir answer should be 1 2 3 4, है ना, वो तो ऑप्शन ही नहीं है ना? तो देखो, rising interest rate is definitely wrong. Are we clear? If we had an option of 1 2 3 and 4, we would have gone for it. But if it's not there, what 5 is definitely wrong, what would we go for? A. 5 is definitely wrong, what would we go for? A. Are we clear? 5 आपने सही कैसे कर दिया था? जिसने all 1 2 3 4 बोला, 1 2 3 4 5 जिसने बोला, हाँ, किसी ने डी भी बोला था ना आंसर? इंटरेस्ट रेट इंक्रीज मींस टाइट मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी, टाइट मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी मींस लेस सप्लाई ऑफ मनी, लेस सप्लाई ऑफ मनी मींस लेस डिमांड। ओके, तो आंसर विल बी 1 2 and 4 here. वी कैन कीप डिबेटिंग, क्वेश्चन गलत है, ये है, हमें वो सब नहीं करना है। क्या करना है? अपना बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट्स लगाने हैं, वट एवर इज द बेस्ट आंसर वी हैव टू चूज दैट। एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में खड़े होके नहीं ये सवाल गलत है, नेता नहीं बनना है, नहीं तो ज्वाइन अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी। क्या करना है? सिविल सर्विसेज एग्जाम क्लियर करना है, जैसे यूपीएससी बोल रहा है वैसे करना है, ठीक है? वो बाद में जाके चेंज करवाना जो करवाना है, बट अभी एग्जाम क्लियर करना है। आई वुड हैव प्रेफर्ड आंसर टू बी 1 2 3 and 4 इफ टुडे आई एम गिवन एन ऑप्शन कि आप इन चारों में से क्या चूज करोगे, विथ 1 2 3 and 4 एज एन ऑप्शन, आई वुड हैव चोजन दैट, बट अभी आई विल गो फॉर द बेस्ट ऑप्शन 1 2 and 3. Other things remaining unchanged, market demand for a good might increase if, बाकी चीजें unchanged है। let's see online students, let's इस बार आप आंसर करिए एक बार। क्वेश्चन नंबर 4, online everyone is saying A. Is everyone comfortable? A है आंसर? Any doubts anyone? B. B for boy. अच्छा, A and B. Okay. Okay. Anything else, guys? Some people are saying A, some are B. B कौन लोग बोल रहे हैं? Why not C? Nice. Why not C? And anyone else? D नहीं है? Let's look at, अगर price of क्वेश्चन क्या है? To please understand, this is not your test. This is part of your learning only. Make mistakes. Get all your doubts resolved. Test है आपका next Sunday, you have your test. Economics ही आ रहा है, You have seen the syllabus of first test? अरे टेस्ट अब प्री समीक्षा टेस्ट सीरीज पोर्टल पे अवेलेबल है, वहां पे डिटेल्ड ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है. All the 22 tests that are supposed to happen for you people, it's already there. लेवल अप ही शॉर्टकट में नहीं है, कोई खोलता ही नहीं है. Okay. Prelims समीक्षा टेस्ट. You can download schedule here. You can download schedule here. तो फॉर बैच 1.0 हमने 2 एक्स्ट्रा टेस्ट रख दिए थे विदाउट बिफोर दिस. बैच 1.0 पहले शुरू हुआ है, बट अदरवाइज नाउ दिस इज योर टेस्ट शेड्यूल. टेस्ट 1 is on 12th of Jan. Economy, national income, inflation, public finance, government budgeting, taxation. Test 2 is modern history up till 1857. Test 3 is again economy, money and banking, external sector, capital market. Test 4, अच्छा, जब आपका टेस्ट 3 हो रहा है, you also have a CSAT test on quantitative aptitude. Then देखो, जब भी you have a test, one test, your test will be from 2 to 4. But when you have 2 tests, then your test will be like UPSC schedule, 9:30 to 11:30, 2:30 to 4:30. तो यहाँ पे आपके टेस्ट का टाइमिंग वो इसमें इस पीडीएफ में नीचे मेंशन्ड भी है. टाइमिंग विल बी इन जनरल आपके क्लास के बाद. अगर हम एक्स्ट्रा क्लास भी ले रहे हैं संडे को, तो क्लास विल बी टिल 2 PM, तो टेस्ट विल बी हैपनिंग आफ्टर 2 PM. बट व्हेन यू हैव 2 टेस्ट्स, then we don't have a scope of extra class. Okay, so the syllabus, the schedule, everything is available. Then on 9th of Feb you have science tech का full syllabus test. 16th Feb you'll have geography का full syllabus का test. 23rd Feb को the entire thing, economy, modern, science and geography revision, कि आपने जितना अभी तक पढ़ लिया उसका full syllabus test है. फिर 2nd मार्च को environment ecology का test है. फिर 9th मार्च को by that time economic survey of India, budget etc would have come, so we are taking a full syllabus test of economy. फिर आपका ancient medieval culture, CSAT, sorry, ancient plus polity, medieval plus polity. उसके बाद your entire syllabus is over, full syllabus tests start coming to play. From 6th of April you have 8 tests, 4 GS के, 4 CSAT के, like this. So this is your test का schedule, test का syllabus सारा. So this Sunday you have a test. ये download करके रख लो. This is how you will be going ahead. Are we clear about it? So this is the plan of it, and it is in sync with classes only. So basically classes को अच्छे से follow करो. I've told you class, PYQ, tests. उसके बाद कुछ और करना है. सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी ये है, क्योंकि here we have a system forcing you to revise whatever is being done in class. That is more important. पढ़ रहे हो, जो पढ़ लिया वहां तो गलतियां नहीं होनी चाहिए ना. Okay, so let's come back. अब देखिए, other things remaining unchanged. Market demand for a good might increase. Other things are unchanged. Price of a substitute increase. कॉफी, टी, अगर टी का प्राइस बढ़ेगा, क्या कॉफी का डिमांड बढ़ सकता है? अगर प्राइस ऑफ टी इंक्रीज तो पीपल विल बाय लेस टी. व्हाट विल दे बाय? कॉफी, बिकॉज कॉफी इज अ सब्स्टिट्यूट. अभी सबको समझ में आया जिसने भी वन गलत किया है? यही तो अभी तो बताया था क्लास में यही. इफ प्राइस ऑफ दिस इंक्रीजेस, डिमांड ऑफ दिस कम्स डाउन. टी का प्राइस बढ़ेगा तो टी लोग कम कंज्यूम करेंगे. दे विल शिफ्ट टू alternatives, they will shift to substitute. Basically they want caffeine. Caffeine can be got from here also, right? कई बार दालों के केस में होता है, तुर दाल का प्राइस बढ़ रहा है तो लोग दूसरी दाल कंज्यूम करने लगते हैं, तो डिमांड फॉर अदर थिंग्स गो अप. तो when its demand will go up, will its price go up? हाँ, जिसका डिमांड बढ़ता है उसका प्राइस बढ़ेगा ना, राइट? तो price of its substitute increases. When देखो, other things remaining unchanged, market demand for a good might increase. If market demand for a good, हाँ, अगर coffee, this is the substitute for coffee. If its price increase, will its demand increase? Yes. Its demand increase, will it also lead to its increase in price? वो पूछा नहीं है, पूछा सिर्फ demand का है. But one is correct. Whoever made this mistake, please make sure you're not doing it. Price of its complement increases. Complement की बात करते हैं. Coffee plus sugar is the complement. Now think of this. Other things remaining unchanged. Market demand for a good might increase. Agar price of, if price of complement increase, इसका demand कम होगा. Will people also consume less of this thing? तो will price of its complement increase? वो अगर ये less consume करे तो इसका price तो probably decrease होगा, because less people will be consuming it less. तो 2 is wrong. 2 is wrong. नहीं, सब एकदम confidently नहीं बोल पा रहे हो. The good is an inferior good and income of the consumer increase. No. If it's a what? Inferior good. If income of people increase, demand for inferior good decreases. Its price falls. ये तो price गिर रहा है किसी चीज का, क्या होगा? Demand will increase. Think of a luxury perfume which is costing you 15,000 rupees. Its price comes to 10,000 rupees. More people will be able to buy it, right? So, अगर price falls, demand increases. What will be the answer? A, है ना? कैसे, मतलब थोड़ा ध्यान से करेंगे, थोड़ा टाइम लेंगे, but don't make mistakes. Question number 5. It was asked in Prelims 2020. Now, Manvi is asking a question. Sir, will these tests be in sync with current affairs batch also? Beta, if you're doing PMP, you're not doing current affairs. आपका मतलब करंट अफेयर्स कब चालू होगा? आपका टारगेट प्रीलिम्स वाला सेक्शन, अपडेट वाला सेक्शन, आई विल स्टार्ट इन आफ्टर योर बैच इज ओवर. ओके, इफ यू आर डूइंग पीएमपी, यू आर डूइंग दीस टेस्ट, यू आर नॉट अटेंडिंग टारगेट प्री वाली क्लासेस अभी. इफ यू आर डूइंग पीएमपी, आपकी टारगेट प्री की क्लासेस कब है? आफ्टर मार्च. टिल दैट टाइम फिनिश योर एंटायर सिलेबस. हियर आई एम डूइंग करंट अफेयर्स. आप देखोगे कल भी मैं करंट अफेयर्स का बुकलेट लाके दे रहा हूं. आर वी गेटिंग इट? So if you are part of PMP, you are not doing current affairs classes. जो बच्चे टारगेट प्री में भी इन्वॉल्व है, उनको एनरोल्ड है, उनको अभी 11th of Jan से करंट अफेयर्स नहीं करना है. Got it? तो these tests are in sync with PMP. जो बच्चा सिर्फ टारगेट प्री में है, लाइक जैसे लास्ट ईयर के PMP वाले स्टूडेंट्स से, दे आर लाइक सर हमारे बेसिक सब्जेक्ट्स हो गए, हमें बस करंट अफेयर्स है. उनके लिए अलग टेस्ट का प्लान, उनके लिए उनकी क्लास से सिंक में टेस्ट का प्लान है. इट्स नॉट फॉर यू, तो डोंट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड. Even if you are in current affairs batch starting July, if you are doing PMP, you will be doing these tests, you will not be doing current affairs wale test. Okay, are we clear about it? You'll be working on these tests because this is in sync with what you are studying. And here I'm doing current affairs also, please understand. So वो questions भी हाँ आते रहेंगे. Don't worry about it. Let's come back. Consider the following statements. बताइए. A, sure. Weightage of food in consumer price index. Consumer price index में weightage of food is around more than 40%. What is there in wholesale price index? 35. होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स में फूड का, कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स में तो 40% प्लस है, हमने बता दिया. फूड का वेटेज 40% प्लस है कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स में, दैट वी नो. व्हाट अबाउट डब्ल्यूपीआई, कितना वेटेज है? 22 प्राइमरी प्रोडक्ट्स का है. प्राइमरी प्रोडक्ट्स में वी आल्सो हैव माइनिंग एंड एवरीथिंग. फूड का वेटेज अदरवाइज इज मच लोअर. डू वी गेट दिस? ओके. तो One is correct. Is each one of us comfortable? देखो, why did I give you that table? You'll now understand. The table is there because इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस भी आए हैं. Food का weightage more than 40% है. We had noticed it. In case of WPI, weightage of primary sector was how much? 22%. Weightage of fuel lubricants 15% के आसपास, 13% था to be exact, and remaining 64-65% was of manufacturing sector. अभी तक याद नहीं किया तो go back to that table and remember it and emphasized on that. क्योंकि यूपीएससी फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चंस भी पूछ रही है. We should be prepared for that. Are we clear? Okay. So one is correct. WPI does not capture changes in price of services. True or false? WPI is only considering goods. Okay. Reserve Bank of India has now adopted WPI as its key measure of inflation. Measure of CPI combined is something that it is using. 1 and 2. Easy? Simple? Okay. What time did the class start today? 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Beta. It was announced in the last class, plus I had messaged it. Yesterday when I messaged it on the group, right? The classes will be starting at 8 a.m. only. The classes will be doing classes at 8 a.m. और कुछ बच्चों को ना कोई टेस्ट लिखने हैं 7 to 8 में. ऐसे कितने लोग हैं जो 7 to 8 में टेस्ट लिख रहे हैं? There are a few people. 8:15 कर दूंगा चलेगा? उन बेचारे को कभी तो हाँ कर देंगे थोड़ा सा होता. तो 8:15 would be okay for all of you. आप जो लोग 7 to 8 कुछ टेस्ट लिख रहे हैं, you'll be able to come here by 8:15. नहीं, हाँ बोल लो, नहीं बोल लो. 8:15 will be okay. तो 8:15 is something. मैं अगर कल 8 बजे ही रखते हैं, but 8 to 8:15 I'll take all the doubts and I'll start teaching from 8:15 so that no one misses on anything. Class teaching will start from 8:15. 8 to 8:15 में ask all your doubts. Okay. Is there any specific group how to be added in that? बेटा आपको already आपके मैसेज गया होगा. आपने एक बार ऑफिस वाले नंबर पे कॉल करके get added. Okay, let's come back. Question number 6. With reference to inflation in India, which of the following statement is correct? सब लोग आराम से कर लीजिए एक बार. See, everyone is saying C. Yes. 1 is wrong because RBI also has a role. 2 is wrong because it has primary role. 3 is wrong. Decrease money. Sorry, 3 is correct. Decrease money supply decreases, inflation gets control. Money supply increases, demand increases. C. 7. Which of the following brings out consumer price index number for industrial worker? Labor Bureau. हमने we had clearly noticed industrial worker, agricultural laborer, rural laborer, इन सब के लिए कौन लेके आ रहा है? लेबर ब्यूरो. जहां पे फिजिकल लेबर वाला काम था उन सब के लिए CPI was being brought by Labor Bureau. When we are considering the entire group, it was being brought by CSO. CPI urban, CPI rural, CPI combined, and CPI urban non-manual employees. वो लेबर ब्यूरो नहीं है. अर्बन नॉन मैनुअल में लेबर कहां से आ जाएगा? हाँ सीएसओ है ना, वही तो. अर्बन नॉन मैनुअल एम्प्लॉइज के लिए भी कौन लेके आ रहा है? सीएसओ. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, जब आपसे काम करवाया जा रहा है, लेबर है ना. सीपीआई इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर, वो फैक्ट्री में जाके काम कर रहा है, फिजिकल लेबर कर रहा है. सीपीआई एग्रीकल्चर लेबर, सीपीआई रूरल लेबर. हु इज ब्रिंगिंग इट? लेबर ब्यूरो. गॉट इट? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर में लेबर ब्यूरो है. ओके. Which one of the following is likely to be the most inflationary in its effect? ये ना अभी आप जब आप गवर्नमेंट बजटिंग वाला सेक्शन पढ़ोगे ना, उसमें we have discussed it in a lot of detail, but D is the answer here. When you create new money, or this is called deficit monetization या monetization of deficit. This is the most inflationary in nature because you create new money altogether. Okay, we'll study abhi in the next booklet that we have. We'll study this in more detail. Let's come to question number 9. So here answer 8 mein answer is D. Let's come to question number 9. A rapid increase in rate of inflation is sometimes attributed to base effect. Base effect we understand. Previous year में प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो गया, डिक्रीज हो गया, तो रैपिड इंक्रीज इन रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन. इस साल इन्फ्लेशन बहुत ज्यादा है. It is because of base effect. So what would have happened last year? Prices would have been lower on the lower side. So it is the impact of price levels of previous year on the calculation of the inflation rate. Easy, simple, कोई issue नहीं है. Okay. Question number 10. India has experienced persistent and high food inflation in recent past. What could be the reasons? अभी 2011 का क्वेश्चन है, एक तो 2011 के पर्सपेक्टिव से देख लेते हैं, है ना. इनफैक्ट आंसर वुड बी सेम इवन इन 2025. तो if you're done, raise your hands. हाँ बताइए बेटा, आप बता रहे. बी. उसने बी बोला, आपने काउंटर कर दिया डी है. Some of you said B. Some of you are saying, who is saying D? D. A few people are saying D. Okay, B, D. Anything else? B और D के अलावा कुछ है? नहीं. A, C कोई नहीं है. अच्छा. So 2 and 3, everyone is comfortable with 2 and 3. 1, due to a gradual switch over to cultivation of commercial crops, the area under cultivation of food grains has steadily decreased in the last 5 years by about 30. 5 साल में 30% डिक्रीज कर दोगे. एक्सट्रीम है यार. In fact, in last 15 years also, 30% decrease would not have taken place. 30% decrease is a huge. In fact, don't you see every year wheat and rice cultivation production is going up. अभी हम agriculture sector पे आए नहीं है. We'll do it in the target prelims वाला section once economic survey of India comes. तब हमारे पास latest data होगा कितना production हो रहा है. But we'll see every year rice and wheat cultivation is going up. Maize cultivation is going up. Pulse is also kind of is increasing. Food grain का production तो बढ़ रहा है. If it had reduced by 30%, it would have, if the land under food grain cultivation would have reduced by 30%, it would have led to some reduction. है ना. तो forget 5 years. In 15 years also we have not seen this kind of reduction. So 1 is wrong. बाकी 2 and 3 are correct. 2 and 3 are correct. Increasing in people's income is being increasing. तो उससे क्या हो रहा है? Our demand for certain things like milk, meat, paneer, these things are increasing, leading to food inflation. Our demand for fruits and vegetable is going up when compared to past. जब हमारा इनकम कम होती है तो हम दाल रोटी में काम चला लेते हैं. As income increase, other kind of things increase. The food supply chain has structural constraint. We know that. हमने tomato and potato पढ़ते time भी storage, all those transportation, all those things lead to a lot of losses, creating problems. So 2 and 3 are for sure correct. 1 is extreme statement. You will be more sure about it once economic survey of India comes and हम उसका exact data wise देख लेंगे what is happening to cultivation. But even now it should have been answered. राहुल किससे चैट कर रहा है? ये मम्मी का नाम करके इमोशनल कर देते कि गर्लफ्रेंड से बात कर रहा होगा. इसके फोन में पता है नंबर कैसे सेव होगा? मम्मी 1, मम्मी 2, मम्मी 3, मम्मी 4. तो आप में से किसी के साथ ये नहीं मत दिखाओ, अरे नहीं देख रहा मुझे। आपको कभी ये कॉफी के लिए पूछे और वहां पे आप कॉफी के लिए इसके साथ गए और वहां पे मम्मी का कॉल आ गया, तो मम्मी नहीं है, मम्मी 1 मम्मी 2 मम्मी 3 मम्मी 4, मम्मी का है तो बस मम्मी, बाकी 1 2 3 4 जहां लिखा है। ओके, क्वेश्चन नंबर विथ रेफरेंस टू इंडिया कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग से, ये कर लिया क्या? नहीं, WPI, हाँ चलिए करते हैं 2010। अच्छा, जतिन हैज अ डाउट इन प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन। जतिन सेइंग कि सर सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज इन, कहाँ गया, हाँ, सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज इन कंजम्पशन पैटर्न। सर चेंज हुआ है बट इट मे नॉट बी सिग्निफिकेंट, तो सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज में भी टेकन एज 16। सो आप जिस लाइन पे सोच रहे हो सोच भी सकते थे अगर कोई ऑप्शन अवेलेबल होता। इफ देयर वाज एन ऑप्शन देन वी कुड हैव डिबेटेड इट। क्या आंसर इज ओनली 3, नहीं कौन सा, हाँ 3 ओनली। अगर होता तो हम सोचते भी, बट इन रियलिटी डू वी हैव 3 ओनली वाला ऑप्शन? व्हाई गेट इनटू इट? देखो, यूपीएससी के ऑप्शंस विल नॉट बी परफेक्ट, यूपीएससी जो आपको क्वेश्चन देगा, बट वी डू नॉट हैव टू get worry a lot about it. Yes, he is right. He said changes are not that significant. जो आदमी रोटी सब्जी खा रहा था पहले, अब वो घी लगा के खा ले रहा है, बट आर नॉट दैट significant. उसका 5 साल में this may not have. But the point is, if there was an option, we would have debated it. Otherwise, there's no point. Let's come back to this. With reference to India, consider following. The wholesale price index in India is available on a monthly basis as compared to consumer price index of the. Question number 11. D. B for boy. B. Any other answer? No? सब ऐसे confident. ठीक है. WPI is available on monthly basis too. WPI is available on yearly basis also. हम इस साल का WPI क्या था, इस साल का WPI क्या है, वैसे भी होता है. CPI इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर, CPI में कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स में फूड हैज द हाईएस्ट वेटेज, तो CPI इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर में फूड का वेटेज इज हायर, दैट इज ट्रू. तो 2 इज करेक्ट, 1 इज सॉरी, 1 इज करेक्ट ना? अच्छा ओनली, अच्छा राइट राइट ओनली, आई एम सॉरी, ओनली की वजह से रॉन्ग, ओके राइट. इट्स अवेलेबल ऑन मंथली बेसिस टू, इट्स अवेलेबल ऑन ईयरली बेसिस टू. इनफैक्ट फॉर सम आइटम्स in past it was available on weekly basis also. जैसे पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह के लिए ना WPI was available on weekly basis too in the past, but अभी yearly basis monthly basis वैसे available. Okay, 1 is wrong, 2 is correct. So answer is B, 2 only. Question number 12. Deflation, price fall, persistent fall in general price levels of goods and services. ठीक है, price falling was deflation. What was disinflation? Decreasing rate ना, 6% से इंक्रीज था, 4% से इंक्रीज है, बट अभी भी प्राइस इज इंक्रीजिंग. 2% increase, but price is increasing, but rate is falling. That was disinflation. Okay, so you see, even on basic terms, they have asked questions. Revising it carefully is crucial. 13. In India, inflation is measured by 1997 चले गए. Before CPI combined thing came up. What was headline inflation? Wholesale price inflation. Did I explain you the concept of headline inflation? So it was WPI. Before CBI combined was introduced, plus जब से RBI inflation targeting करने लगा, उससे पहले what was headline inflation? Wholesale price index. तो WPI. Got it? 13th में आंसर इज ए. ये एक्चुअली दिस क्वेश्चन शुड नॉट हैव बीन देयर. अच्छा, इसे मैंने थोड़ा मॉडिफाई किया है as per the current data. There is not a PYQ. There was a PYQ like this. I have modified it as per the this base year. जैसे पहले ये base year नहीं था ना, so now this is the base year. So slightly modified it to suit the current scenario attempted. There's a PYQ exactly like this. I've just modified it to suit the current scenario. D for dog. Everyone is dog. No, everyone's answer is dog. Sure? B. एक बॉय है. प्राइस ऑफ ऑल. अभी वेटेड एवरेज क्यों पढ़ाया था भाई? ऐसे समझते हैं. रुको. Suppose in our CPI there are only two things, wheat and coal. Wheat पे you're spending 80 rupees. Coal पे you're spending 20 rupees. है ना? और this is the 2012 का scenario where CPI is 100. In any particular year ahead, you're spending, let's say, create 500 पे पहुंचना है ना हमें. CPI we have to increase. हाँ, you're spending 480 rupees on wheat, 20 rupees on coal. आपका CPI 500 पहुंच जाएगा for that year. Has price of everything increased by 400%? Average weight increases 400%. Individually, not every item's price will increase by 400%. Got it? Individually, price increase may be different for different items, but average weighted increase will be 400%. अब 500 है, पहले 100 था, तो increase of 400% is taken. Got it? Sometimes be a dog. Okay. Answer is D. सब लोग comfortable है? In PYQ, you will see similar kind of question, but on a different base year and everything. Otherwise, the concept is same. Let's go to the next booklet. यहाँ पे है नहीं क्या? अजय, नेक्स्ट बुकलेट प्लीज डाल दो सिस्टम में. ये ऑनलाइन वाले बच्चे क्यों बोल रहे हैं 8:30 क्लास शिफ्ट कर दो? तुम्हें क्या करना है सुबह 8 बजे? जिम? जिम के लिए भी क्लास चेंज करो. जिम का टाइम चेंज कर लो यार. डन. थैंक यू. मतलब जिम है मेरा. देखो डिमांड्स देख रहे हो. तुम्हारे जिम का 1-2 सेशन छूट जाएगा, कोई बात नहीं. क्लास में एग्जाम में 1-2 टॉपिक छूट गए ना, तो आखिरी में गालियां कैसे पड़ेंगी? सर ने पढ़ाया नहीं, सर ने बोला था सब पढ़ा देंगे. देखो इस ईयरली कंपाइलेशन में ये है, इसमें ये है, सर ने नहीं कराया. ऐसा आज तक हुआ नहीं है, बिकॉज आई इंश्योर दैट मैं सब कुछ करा रहा हूँ. बट आई डू नॉट वांट दैट टू हैपन. व्हेन आई प्रॉमिस यू, आप मेरे से पढ़ रहे हो इकोनॉमी, आप मेरे से पढ़ रहे हो साइंस, आप मेरे से पढ़ रहे हो एनवायरमेंट, इट शुड बी माय रिस्पांसिबिलिटी टू कवर एवरी एस्पेक्ट. तो इज दिस चेंज फॉर एवरी क्लास लाइक मॉडर्न? अभी 3 दिन इकोनॉमी के लिए कर लेते हैं, फिर आप लोगों का रिएक्शन देखते हैं अकॉर्डिंगली. I would want to I would personally want this shift to happen for modern also. बट अपन मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे इकोनॉमी के लिए पढ़ते हैं, फिर आई विल कंफर्म. ओके, नाउ अब we have a big section where we'll discuss about public finance, fiscal policy, government budgeting, taxation. यहाँ पे we are also doing some polity sections, constitutional provision related to taxes, because when we'll do PYQs we'll realize कि वो पूछे गए हैं. अब उसे पूछने पे मैं polity में पूछूं, economy में पूछूं, identifying that is difficult in a paper. When you look at a question paper, you will not be able to say कि this question is asked, has been asked from politics perspective or economist perspective, but taxation के बारे में है, and that's why all the constitutional provisions related to taxation is also something that we'll be doing here before we jump on to doing PYQs. Okay, so सबसे पहले public finance, I'll not go into public. The purpose of public finance is mobilize resources for government and then manage expenditure in a way which leads to welfare, which leads to development, which leads to inclusive growth. ये सारी चीजें हैं, तो I don't need to explain this a lot. अब आते हैं in general constitutional provision में, as per article 112 of the constitution, what happens? Central government is required to lay down annual financial statement in the parliament. Similar provision is there is in article 202, where state government is supposed to lay down their annual financial statement कहाँ पे? In front of their state legislature. Article 112, article 202. इकोनॉमी के पर्सपेक्टिव से ये दो आर्टिकल्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हमें अभी पता हो. We'll talk about some other provisions too, but article 112 and article 202. कुत्ता है या ड्रिलिंग है? कुत्ता भी लग रहा है. चलिए, article 112, article 202. We are clear about this? So why I have included this here? So that when you are revising this booklet, 112, 202 ड्रिलिंग है. 112, 202, 112, 202, you should revise it multiple times so that basic वाली चीज आ गई यार कि बजट ले करने का प्रोविजन कहां पे मेंशन है. You will not be making a mistake there. Okay, now देखो, when the statement of account, financial statement which is published in front of parliament, उससे you don't only get कि how much money will be mobilized, how much money will be borrowed, how much money will be spent. You also understand government's vision, government's policies. Ab over the years, some things have changed. They say from 1921 to 2016-17, or from in this period, we used to have two different budgets. पहले एक railway budget publish होता था, and then after that we used to have a general budget. But railway budget का overall share had kept on reducing as our economy grew. Different sectors grew. At the time of independence, railway contributed to around 40% of India's GDP. तो उस टाइम क्या था? रेलवे बजट सेपरेट होना मेड सेंस. बट बाय 2016-17 रेलवेज का कंट्रीब्यूशन वाज 3-4%, एंड दस रेलवे बजट सेपरेटली प्रेजेंट करने का कोई मतलब नहीं था. तो वी विल टॉक मोर अबाउट इट. बट फ्रॉम 2017-18 व्हाट डू वी हैव? वी हैव अ सिंगल general budget which includes provision of railways as well. This was done on the recommendation of Vivek Devroy committee prelims के लिए. हमने ये स्टेप कब लिया, किसके रिकमेंडेशन पे लिया, what was the reason behind it? These kind of things they may ask. अभी भी, because this was a major shift, this was a big change, they can still ask. Even in 2025 they may ask it. Now whenever we talk about a budget, they say for the year 2025-26, for the year 2025-26, 1st of Feb 2025 को बजट प्रेजेंट होगा, है ना? In remaining 25 days we will see budget coming. It will have, देखो, it is budget for 2025-26, but when is it being presented? In 24-25? अभी तो 1st of Feb 2025 को the year financial year 24-25 is going on. तो it will have estimates for 25-26. It will have estimates for 25-26. In future, in next financial year, what are we doing? But it will also have budgeted and revised figure for 24-25. Now budgeted, when budget for 2024-25 was given, what was estimated? हम fiscal deficit कितना achieve करेंगे, debt कितना होगा? We had budgeted some figure way back in 24-25. If for 25-26, when we are presenting budget, we will give a revised estimate, revised figure for it also. तो बजट में दिया जाता है, जैसे this will be for this year on 1st of Feb 2024 on 1st of Feb 2025. What will be given? Budget estimate, budgeted estimate. कि budget में this is the plan for 25-26. Right? For 24-25 on 1st of Feb 2025, 10 months have already passed. So we can also revise our budgeted estimate. So we will have budgeted estimate का data, but we'll also have revised figure. Government may say कि in July 2024, when we presented budget for 2024-25, we targeted that fiscal deficit will be 4.9%. But after working for 10 months, we realized कि fiscal deficit 4.9 नहीं, हमारा 5 ही रहेगा. That will be what? Revised estimate. So you will see terms RE being used. RE is revised estimate which comes next year. Next year के budget में पिछले वाले का. But this year 2023-24 would have already been completed by 1st of Feb 2025. उसके सारे numbers भी आ गए होंगे. So for them we will have actual figures. For this year we will have actual figures. So in budget 3 different years के data are provided. Actual figure for previous year, like on 1st of Feb. What is the financial year going on? FY25, which is also FY24-25. ये year चल रहा है on 1st of Feb. तो actual figure for previous year. What will be previous year here? FY24. FY23-24 is FY24. It will give us actual figure for FY23-24. It will give us budgeted and revised figure for current year, which is FY25, and it will give estimates for upcoming year, which is FY26. Okay, so we will have FY24 के लिए actual numbers, because now we have all the numbers available. For current year, for FY24 के लिए we'll have actual number. For FY25 के लिए we'll have revised estimate, and for FY26 के लिए we'll have budgeted estimate. I hope we are getting clarity on what we're saying. Now, Constitution of India में there are 3 funds. Constitution of India provides for 3 different funds. जब हम central government की बात करते हैं, there are 3 different funds provided for. One is Consolidated Fund of India, which is mentioned under Article 266, Clause 1. What does Consolidated Fund of India में, which is the money that goes? So all the revenue which Government of India generates, all receipts नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, all revenue, all loan which Government of India will take, and all money received by the government in repayment of loan. That is, government may have given loan to someone else and that money is coming back. All this money will go where? All this money will go to Consolidated Fund of India. This is the money which government has available for its expenditure. For its general expenditure, government को salary देनी है, government को infrastructure create करना है. For its general expenditure, what is the money that government has? Consolidated Fund of India में जो पैसे हैं, where did it get its money from? It got this money from its revenue. It can be tax revenue, non-tax revenue. It may be coming in the form of loan, or it may be coming in the form of repayment of loan. That is money that has been paid, that is being paid by various institutions, various state governments, etc. All expenses incurred by government, including repayment of debts and loans given to state government, is spent from this fund. So general expenditure जो government का होगा, all the money will be coming to Consolidated Fund of India, and all the expenditure will also be going from Consolidated Fund of India. Please note, to withdraw any money from Consolidated Fund of India, what is needed? Prior approval of Parliament would be needed. Second, each state also has its own Consolidated Fund of State with similar provision. That is, to withdraw money from their Consolidated Fund of State, they will need permission from their state legislature, and CAG audits these funds and report the relevant legislature on their management. So, in case of Consolidated Fund of India, CAG will be reporting to the Parliament. In case of Consolidated Fund of State, CAG will be reporting to the state legislature. But Consolidated Fund of India and Consolidated Fund of each states are audited by CAG. तो इन पे ना प्रीलिम्स में क्वेश्चंस बन जाते हैं. पॉलिटी में बने, इकोनॉमी बने, हाउ डज इट मैटर? फॉर अस वी शुड बी लाइक वी आर प्रिपेयर्ड. Which is the money coming to consolidated fund of India? जितना रेवेन्यू आ रहा है गवर्नमेंट का, जो गवर्नमेंट लोन ले रही है, एंड रीपेमेंट ऑफ लोन के थ्रू जो पैसा आ रहा है, ऑल दैट इज गोइंग वेयर? कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया. क्लियर है हम कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया के बारे में? ऑल द एक्सपेंसेस दैट गवर्नमेंट मेक्स, either repayment of loan or salaries or infrastructure creation, is goes from where? Consolidated fund of India. Say to withdraw any money, you will have to take permission from Parliament. This fund is also going to be audited by Comptroller and Auditor General of India, CAG. Public accounts of India. Article 266 clause 2. 266 में ही क्या है? Consolidated fund of India is also there under clause 1. Under clause 2, what do we have? Public account of India. All public money received other than those included in consolidated fund of India. So central government may be receiving some money other than what it received in the form of revenue, in the form of loan, in the form of repayment of loan. Revenue, loan, repayment of loan went where? Consolidated fund of India. All other public money that it receives will go to public accounts of India. तो जैसे बहुत सारे स्कीम्स है, प्रोविडेंट फंड स्कीम है, स्मॉल सेविंग स्कीम है, उसमें पीपल डिपॉजिट देयर मनी, ऑल दैट goes where? It goes to public accounts of India. Now you may say कि सर वो तो प्रोविडेंट फंड रेगुलेटरी प्रोविडेंट फंड वाली कंपनीज एजेंसीज है ना, they manage it. मैनेजर को जैसे पोस्ट ऑफिस में सेविंग अकाउंट्स होते हैं वो सारे हैं, तो मैनेजर्स वो हैं, बट technically the money is coming where? Public accounts of India. The government is just custodian of these funds. It has to be repaid in future either on maturity or when people demand it. This kind of debt or obligation raised by government is called other liability. Please note public. तो अच्छा इसमें ना अभी let's not go into other liability वाला concept. I'll come back to other liability वाला thing again when I'm explaining you various kind of debts taken by government. अभी के लिए ignore this part. Please understand, यहाँ पे आ जाइए. Expenditures from public account of India are not to be approved by Indian Parliament because it is returning in nature. That is, देखो किसी ने अपने PF में पैसे डाले थे. After 30 years, that money is being given back to that person. So from this public accounts expenditure is being made. उसके लिए पार्लियामेंट से परमिशन नहीं लेना because you are returning someone's. So when any money has to be spent from consolidated fund of India, what happens? Permission has to be taken from Parliament. But when it has to be spent from public accounts of India, permission does not have to be taken from Parliament. Got it? Apurva is asking, sir, should we revise ancient medieval culture and polity directly in March as per the test or should we keep on revising them? बेटा आपका already ancient medieval culture और polity का test हो गया होगा ना for batch 1. We have already had polity test and ancient medieval culture test. है ना, तो उसमें आपने रिवाइज किया होगा. अभी प्रेफर टू, अगर आपके पास समय है तो कीप ऑन रिवाइजिंग, बट प्रायोरिटाइज व्हाट? प्रायोरिटाइज द टेस्ट. थ्रू दोस टेस्ट विल मेक श्योर कि आपका रिवीजन बार बार हो रहा है. यू वुड सी, पहले हमने इकोनॉमी के सेक्शनल टेस्ट लिए, फिर इकोनॉमी के फुल टेस्ट भी आए हैं, फिर साइंस इकोनॉमी का एक साथ टेस्ट आया. तो इन दैट वे वी आर इंश्योरिंग दैट आपका रिवीजन सिस्टमैटिक है. आप घर जाओ, जो आप 2-3 घंटे पढ़ने के लिए, जीएस पढ़ने के लिए रख रहे हो, अदर देन क्लासेस यू आल्सो हैव 2-3 आवर्स फॉर रिवीजन. रिवाइज व्हाट? रिवाइज थिंग्स दैट आर गोइंग टू गेट आस्क्ड इन द टेस्ट. It will help you ensure that आप टेस्ट में भी अच्छा कर रहे हो. Your preparation is very systematic. ये कौन आ गया मेरी क्लास में? आ जाओ, आ जाओ, आ जाओ. बहुत जल्दी क्यों आ गए? बेटा क्लास 8 बजे से था. अच्छा आप एनरोल्ड ही नहीं थे. ओके. हाँ, come back to this. So it doesn't have to be approved by Parliament. Do you understand the reason behind it? Because the payment is returning in nature. कि वही जिससे पहले पैसे लिए थे उसको ही वापस करने, with some more interest and everything. Then these funds have specific purpose and can't be used for government's general expense like salary, infrastructure, defense, etc. They have specific purpose. Purpose, small saving वाले लोगों के लिए पैसे वापस करने, वो, so it has that kind of purpose. So and that is why this money government cannot take for what purpose? Give me this money, I will pay salary to my employees using this. Those kind of things cannot happen. So general government expenditure cannot happen from public accounts of India. बात समझ में आ रही है? Okay. Then we have contingency fund. Contingency fund में some money is kept for emergency purposes. It is created to meet unforeseen expenditure. It is held at the disposal of President of India, and she can meet the expenditure and get the approval of the Parliament later. Approval Parliament का चाहिए होगा, but later. President at her own can decide कि ये पैसे emergency में spend कर दो. Each state can also have its contingency fund established. But which money will come to contingency? Consolidated. तो कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया से कुछ पैसा कहां डाला जाएगा? कंटिंजेंसी फंड में, सो दैट जब इमरजेंसी के टाइम पार्लियामेंट से अप्रूवल नहीं भी मिल पा रहा है, प्रेसिडेंट वुड बी एबल टू स्पेंड दैट एंड गेट द अप्रूवल ऑफ पार्लियामेंट लेटर. तो these three funds you may study this in polity, but I prefer कि जब भी मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं इसको briefly. It took me 5-10 minutes, but I'm confident कि if a question from these funds would come, you will be able to answer them. Okay. बेटा प्रेसिडेंट जो भी करता है, इट इज ऑन द एड एंड एडवाइस ऑफ काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर. दिस विल आल्सो बी ऑन एड एंड एडवाइस ऑफ काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर. ओके. प्रेसिडेंट डज नॉट हैव अथॉरिटी टू स्पेंड मनी एट हिज ओन. नहीं है. दे हैव टू वर्क, प्रेसिडेंट हैज टू वर्क ऑन द एड एंड एडवाइस ऑफ काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर. Now let's come back to this. अब ना हम आते हैं, we will understand various terms: fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, tax revenue, non-tax revenue, capital receipt, debt creating capital receipt, non-debt creating capital receipt. ये सारी चीजें हमें समझनी है, पढ़नी है, but we will do it with the help of this figure. While detailed explanation has been given at the bottom, हम सारी चीजें, but this is real numbers that we have from 2024-25 का बजट. This year 2024-25 का बजट ये है, and through this we will do our entire preparation. First thing, what is the size of the budget? 48 lakh. That is, government has said कि भाई we will mobilize 48 lakh crore rupees from revenue, from debt, etc., and we'll be spending 48 lakh rupees. As we all know, इंडिया में we go for वो वाला बजट जहां पे डेफिसिट रहता है, and thus we borrow money. We don't have surplus. Generally, developing countries don't have surplus budget. We'll understand surplus budget के अपने फायदे क्या हैं, revenue deficit budget के अपने क्या फायदे हैं. But first thing that we want to see is what is the size of our budget? Our size of our budget is 48 lakh crores. Now, why this figure is important? It's important sometimes. No, बहुत ही वाहियात से सवाल आ जाते हैं एग्जाम में, एंड वी मेक मिस्टेक्स. जैसे एक स्टेटमेंट आ जाए, इन FY 24-25 बजट एस्टिमेट में गवर्नमेंट बजट का साइज वाज 30 लाख करोड़, एंड पीपल वुड बी लाइक हाँ शायद इतना है. If they don't have exact figures, they may say think it, but 30 lakh crore is 33% less than the real budgeted figure. तो बजट में कितना पैसा मोबिलाइज हो रहा है, कितना पैसा स्पेंड हो रहा है, दैट इज 48 लाख crores. पहला चीज सब लोग क्लियर रहे. देखो, I've told you I'll be covering current affairs for you, but अभी पूरा नया बजट तो आया नहीं है. जुलाई का बजट का ये डेटा है, ये फिगर है. नाउ बजट में there are two things. One is receipt, other is expenditure. Let us first start with receipts. These are the receipts. Receipt कितना है टोटल बजट एस्टिमेट का? अरे रिसिप्ट 48 लाख करोड़ होगा ना यार. जितना रिसिप्ट है उतना ही तो एक्सपेंडिचर करोगे. 16 लाख करोड़ कैसे बोल रहे थे आप? How much is the receipt? 48 lakh crore. How much is the expenditure? 48 lakh. Now, receipt can be divided into capital receipt. ये वाला जो receipt है, this is capital receipt. And ये वाले जो receipt है, ये दो मिला के, these are revenue receipt. तो गवर्नमेंट को जितना पैसा मिल रहा है, रिसीव हो रहा है, it can be divided into capital receipt and revenue receipt. Now, what is capital? How capital receipt and revenue receipts are different? इसे समझो. देखो, first, are we clear about We have two types of receipt: revenue receipt, capital receipt. Which is higher, revenue or capital? Revenue receipt is higher. We'll see 25 lakh crores plus 5 lakh crores. 31 lakh crores is coming from revenue receipt. Capital receipt से कितना आ रहा है? Only around 17 lakh crores. 31 from revenue, 17 from capital. 48 lakh crores total. राइट सपोज अब आपके लिए क्वेश्चन बनाया जाए और वहां पे आपको दिया जाए इंडिया में रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट इज ऑलमोस्ट डबल साइज ऑफ कैपिटल रिसिप्ट, तो उसमें ना सम इफ वी हैवंट स्टडीड दिस, इफ वी डू नॉट नो द एग्जैक्ट डेटा, विल बी कंफ्यूज्ड. और अभी हमें एग्जैक्ट डेटा नहीं भी पता है, बट इफ यू हैव रिवाइज्ड इट अगेन एंड अगेन, व्हाट विल बी लाइक, हाँ रफली वो सिनेरियो तो अराउंड 31 लाख crores ऑफ रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट वी हैव एंड अराउंड 17 lakh crores of capital receipt. Now, what is the difference between revenue receipt and capital receipt? देखो, revenue receipts are one-way transactions. One-way transactions means जैसे revenue receipt में जो पैसा आ रहा है ना, वो गवर्नमेंट के पास आ रहा है, गवर्नमेंट doesn't have to return it, और गवर्नमेंट does not have to give some of its asset in return. For example, taxes. All that, this is tax receipt. 25 lakh crore rupees that government is allocating for the budget is coming from taxes. अब when I'm giving income tax to government, does government tell me this, मैं तुम्हें एक शर्ट दूंगा इसके बदले? No. When you people have paid GST, government is not giving you anything in return as such directly, quid pro quo. So this receipt is one-way receipt. Revenue receipts are one way in that sense. Government, इसको उठा दो, इसको जेब वेब में हाथ डाल के सीधे बैठो. क्या कर रहे थे तुम रात भर? हैं? कब सोए थे? 2 बजे? सही सो गए थे, मैं भी 2 बजे सोया. हाँ 2 बजे से लाइक 5, फिर तो 5 घंटे सो के आए हो, फिर क्यों नींद आ रही है तुम्हें? हैं? बुढ़ापा आ गया बेटा? नाम क्या है? जावेद. तुम ही मुझे रात में मैसेज किया, सोने से पहले तुम मैसेज डाल दिए मुझे. 11-12 बजे किए थे, रिप्लाई मैंने 1-2 बजे किया. मतलब सो क्यों रहे हो? मतलब रात में डाउट सॉल्व हो जाए तो यहाँ पे डाउट कर लो तुम सारे. कम बैक टू दिस. तो रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट में द मनी दैट इज कमिंग टू गवर्नमेंट, वो एक तरफ से आ रहा है. इट डजंट हैव टू रिटर्न बैक एंड गवर्नमेंट डज नॉट हैव टू रिड्यूस एनी एसेट फॉर इट. तो टैक्सेस से जो पैसा आता है, या फिर मनी दैट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम लेट्स से इंटरेस्ट रिसिप्ट, लाइक गवर्नमेंट में हैव गिवन मनी टू समवन एल्स लोन के फॉर्म में, और वो आपको इंटरेस्ट पे कर रहे होंगे. और मनी दैट इज कमिंग इन द फॉर्म ऑफ डिविडेंड, गवर्नमेंट ओन्स शेयर्स इन वेरियस पीएसयूज, उससे जो प्रॉफिट होता है द प्रॉफिट का डिविडेंड आएगा. Like, does government have to do in return of that something? No, dividend के बदले कुछ करना नहीं होता. Like, let's say you are invested in Reliance Industries. If you are invested in Reliance Industries और Reliance Industries आपको dividend दे रहा है, does Reliance Industry expect anything on behalf of that? No. So that is what kind of receipt? Revenue receipt. ऐसे ही there may be other receipts it may get. Like for example, you are walking on the road और रोड पे चलते चलते आपने सिगरेट पीना शुरू कर दिया, आपको आप पे फाइन लग सकता है. फाइन लगेगा तो कहां जा रहा है पैसा? गवर्नमेंट के पास जा रहा है. उसके बदले क्या गवर्नमेंट आपको कुछ अश्योर कर रहा है? ऑल दैट रिसिप्ट इज रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट. अभी आते हैं, विल कम टू द डिटेल्स, बट पहले फील ले लो. दिस मनी इज कमिंग एंड जस्ट कमिंग. दिस मनी इज कमिंग एंड जस्ट कमिंग. इसके बदले में कुछ करना नहीं है. दिस काइंड ऑफ रिसिप्ट्स आर रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट्स. देन देयर इज कैपिटल रिसिप्ट. अब कैपिटल रिसिप्ट में वी हैव डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट एंड नॉन डेट कैपिटल. डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट में debt is created, you are borrowing money. When you borrow money, do you have to return it in future? The capital receipt, two-way transaction. You are borrowing money, you have to return it back. Or non-debt capital receipt. Non-debt capital receipt में what would happen? आपको debt नहीं, यहाँ पे debt was created for you, you have to return the money back in future. This was debt receipt or debt capital receipt. This is non-debt capital receipt. Now non-debt capital receipt कैसे होगा? यहाँ पे suppose you have a land, government has a land, government sells that land. Government will get money, but क्या to get this money, government gave up some of its asset. Yes, land दे दिया ना, no, land asset था ना, वो बेच दिया ना, तो it's a two-way transaction. This is capital receipt. तो नॉन डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट में क्या आ सकता है? एक तो डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट आ जाएगा. डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट व्हेन गवर्नमेंट सेल्स सम ऑफ इट्स एसेट्स. गवर्नमेंट ओन्स शेयर्स इन बैंक, उनमें से कुछ शेयर गवर्नमेंट बेच दे. द मनी दैट इट मोबिलाइजेस, एसेट्स बेच के गवर्नमेंट मनी मोबिलाइज कर रहा है, दैट इज नॉन डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट. इट इज नॉट क्रिएटिंग डेट. So this is disinvestment. Non-debt capital receipt में you will also have returning of loans. In the past, you may have given loan to some state government. That state government is returning the loan. Is it a two-way transaction? Yes. पहले आपने पैसे दिए थे, अब पैसे वापस आ रहे हैं. But when this loan is being returned, is it leading to creation of any debt? No. So it will not go in debt receipt. It will go where? Non-debt receipt. कौन सा? Returning of loans. So, do we have broad understanding? Pehla, we have revenue receipt, one-way transaction. We have capital receipt, two-way transaction. Revenue receipt में we have taxes से जो पैसे आ रहे हैं, net tax revenue, and then non-tax receipt. Non-tax receipt में dividend, fees, other collection that government makes. अब ना tax receipt में भी you will see first center collects 38 lakh crore rupees of tax. Of that, only 25 lakh crore rupees is available for center. तो ये जो आपने बुकलेट में लास्ट पॉइंट है ना, वहां पर लास्ट टॉपिक्स है, वहां पे हम देखेंगे सेंटर हैज और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हैज राइट टू लेवी एंड कलेक्ट सर्टेन टैक्सेस. जैसे इनकम टैक्स. इनकम टैक्स इज लेवीड बाय सेंटर, कलेक्टेड बाय सेंटर. लेवी सेंटर कर रहा है, कलेक्ट सेंटर कर रहा है, बट इट्स this tax is distributed between both center and state as per finance commission's recommendation. ऐसे ही customs, excise duty, all these things are levied by center and collected by center. तो collect करके आया कितना हमारे पास? 38 lakh crore rupees. But entire 38 lakh crore rupees is not of center. Center will be giving a part of it. Center will be giving a part of it. You will see here. 12.47 lakh crore rupees went to states. Finance Commission recommend करता है 41% of the tax receipt should go to states. 12.47 lakh crore goes to states, and then 0.09 lakh crore rupees is going to National Disaster Relief Fund. So while the money tax was levied by center, collected by center, but a part of that tax went where? A part of that tax went to states and went to NDRF. Remaining money is net tax receipt. It is available for center's budget. समझ में आई ये बात? So the gross tax revenue that center gets, a part of it goes for states as per Finance Commission's recommendation. So net tax receipt plus non-tax revenue, these two things form part of government's revenue receipts. Then debt and debts and non-debt capital receipt. These two things form part of government's capital receipt. Non-debt capital receipt में क्या क्या है? जो capital receipt debt नहीं create करा है, तो two way. Two way कैसे है? I am selling some of my asset and then getting money. Two way in that sense. Or in the past I may have given you loan, now I am getting it back. So the transaction is two way, but it is not creating debt. It is not creating burden on me for future payment. So this is non-debt creating capital receipt, but most of the capital receipt that we have is debt creating. Capital receipt ज़्यादातर क्या है? 16 lakh crore rupees is of debt creating. Less than 1 lakh crore rupees is of non-debt creating. It may vary year to year, but roughly this is the scenario right now. अभी we'll go into the details of it, but पहले समझ लो ये जो पिक्चर है ना, whenever you come to this picture you should be able to look at it and get the entire feel. Are we clear? अब देखो, सपोज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम्स पे पैसे खर्च करने हैं, गवर्नमेंट को, स्टेट को, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को स्टेट को पैसे देने हैं, इज दैट दिस मनी स्टेट शेयर ऑफ टैक्सेस? नो, ये तो फाइनेंस कमीशन के रिकमेंडेशन से उनके पास पैसे चले गए। अब सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम, सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, उस पे तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अपने पैसे खर्च करेगा ना। दिस मनी वाज दैट ऑफ स्टेट्स ओनली, दैट विल बी एक्सपेंडिचर हियर, सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम, सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, एक्सपेंस में आके देखेंगे, बट इट इज नॉट दैट मनी। State share of taxes is not that money. This is as per Finance Commission's recommendation. 41% पैसा किसे दो? States को दो। Do we get this? सबको क्लैरिटी है? अब देखो, 41% पैसा should have come to states, but of 38 lakh crore rupees, this is less than 41%. Note it. 38 lakh crore rupees is the gross tax collection. This is less than 41%. This is only 12 lakh crore rupees. 30 lakh का 40% would have been 12 lakh. 38 का 40% थोड़ी 12 lakh होता। तो why is this so? सेंटर का ग्रॉस टैक्स रेवेन्यू इज हाउ मच? 38 लाख करोड़ रुपीस। उसका 41% should have gone to states, but 40, ये तो 41% से बहुत कम है। Why is it so? Yes, there are lots of tax receipts which are not to be included in 41% share that has to go to states. For example, cess surcharge, क्या वो states को जाता है? नहीं जाता, right? Therefore, this number is like this. Therefore, there's a variation. I'm telling you all this because जब आप ये देखोगे तो आप कंफ्यूज होगे उस टाइम, अरे सर ने तो बोला था 41%। For those of you whose mathematics is good, you'll be like, this should be around 15-16 lakh crore rupees. 41%. Why is it only 12 lakh crore rupees? तो हाँ परेशान होगे, because this is gross tax revenue, not all the taxes that central collects. उसका 41% doesn't have to go to states, only some taxes. उनका 41% स्टेट्स को जाना होता है, तो उसमें we have income tax, corporate tax, GST, everything. We'll talk about all those things. But ये picture on this side, is the picture clear? And note one more thing. Tax, this part, देखो, taxes on UTs. Now, why is this thing specifically mentioned here? Taxes on UT specifically यहाँ क्यों mentioned? देखो, when we will see the powers to levy and collect taxes, we will see that custom duty can be levied by center, it can be collected by center. यहाँ पे GST में CGST can is levied by center and is collected by center. Union excise duty में union excise duty is levied by center, collected by center. Income tax levied by center, collected by center. Corporation tax levied by center, collected by center. But then there are state taxes also. State taxes भी तो होते हैं, तो state government levy कर रहा है और collect कर रहा है, right? In union territories, all those things are done by center only. तो पैसा कहाँ आएगा? Center के पास. That's why that thing is specifically mentioned here. So tax receipt, non-tax receipt forming what? Revenue receipt. Debt capital receipt, non-debt capital receipt. Oh, sorry. Debt capital receipt and non-debt capital receipt. Debt capital receipt and non-debt capital receipt forming what? Capital receipt. A debt maybe you will see there is market loans and there is some other liabilities which is coming from small saving state provident fund and others. Now अभी आते हैं, समझाते हैं। आप बोलोगे सर आपने तो बोला था गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट यूज दिस मनी फॉर इट्स जनरल एक्सपेंडिचर, जो हाँ जनरल आ रहे हैं। तो yes, that's true, but government can issue securities and borrow that money. गवर्नमेंट में borrow that money, उस वाली बात को समझ सकते हैं, आएंगे उस पे भी. But is this thing clear? जब आप this part of the image को देख रहे हो, क्या आपको सारे कंपोनेंट समझ में आ रहे हैं? पक्का? एक बार देख लो, सब समझ लो. Ask all the questions that you may have. I'm going to cover it in a very fast manner. अभी नीचे आके I'm going to cover it in a very fast manner. In explanation also all these things are provided there. But I want you to get a clear picture here only. Done? Sorted है सब? चलिए. Understanding various components. So revenue receipts are one-way transactions and they don't need to be paid back. समझ में आ रहा है ये? Revenue receipt one-way transaction. अब देखो उसी पिक्चर पे आप बार-बार जाते जा सकते हो. Revenue receipt one-way transaction. Here we have tax revenue. Tax revenue में first we have gross tax revenue. Gross tax में revenue से क्या हटा दोगे तो state का share and NDRF को जो पैसा जा रहा है. If you remove them, you will get net tax revenue. What do we have in gross tax revenue? Union excise duty. Now, excise duty क्या होता है? वैसे we'll study this in more detail. Taxes, जब हम types of taxes ये सब पढ़ रहे हैं, we'll study this in more detail. But excise duty is the tax levied on manufacturing of something. Tax levied on manufacturing of something. Now, all that has been replaced by GST. अब excise duty नहीं लगता. इस पेन को मैन्युफैक्चर किया, इस लैपटॉप को मैन्युफैक्चर किया, इस मोबाइल को मैन्युफैक्चर किया, इस शर्ट को मैन्युफैक्चर किया, एक्साइज ड्यूटी नहीं लगता है. बट सम आइटम्स आर स्टिल आउट ऑफ जीएसटी रिजीम. उस पे अभी भी क्या लगता है? एक्साइज ड्यूटी. फॉर एग्जांपल पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स, पेट्रोलियम क्रूड, हाई स्पीड डीजल, मोटर स्पिरिट, नेचुरल गैस, एविएशन टर्बाइन फ्यूल, इन सब पे क्या लगता है? अभी भी यूनियन एक्साइज ड्यूटी लगता है. हु विल गेट दैट टैक्स? सेंटर. What kind of receipt will it be? Revenue receipt or capital receipt? Revenue. Revenue में भी टैक्स वाला या नॉन टैक्स वाला? टैक्स वाला. Common sense. No, tobacco products are under GST, but this is the only exception where a product has been included under GST, but उस पे अभी भी excise duty लगता है. Petroleum products are not under GST. पेट्रोल पे इसीलिए you will see in different states there are different taxes. जीएसटी होता तो पूरे स्टेट, सारे स्टेट्स में सेम होता. तो पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स आर नॉट अंडर जीएसटी एंड दस उस पे यूनियन एक्साइज ड्यूटी लग रहा है. बट टोबैको प्रोडक्ट्स आर अंडर जीएसटी. टोबैको पे जीएसटी लगता है. टोबैको पे जीएसटी लगता है, बट गवर्नमेंट सेड वी विल स्टिल कीप एक्स्ट्रा पावर्स टू इंपोज एक्साइज ड्यूटी. ओके, ऐसे ही जीएसटी तो वी आर गोइंग टू स्टडी इन अ लॉट ऑफ डिटेल. जीएसटी को ये भी सब लोग सो रहे हैं. ब्रेक क्यों? ब्रेक 10:30 से पहले क्यों? इफ यू हैव टू स्टडी फॉर 5 hours, 2 hours 30 minutes, क्या हो गया तुम्हें? सब लोग ना थोड़ा सा देखो, दिस इज द टाइम व्हेन यू विल बी राइटिंग एग्जाम. 9:30 to 11:30 विल बी फेज. तो अपने लाइफस्टाइल को ऐसा करो कि 9:30 to 11:30 and 2:30 to 4:30 is a very active time for. And for that, if you need to sleep properly, sleep properly. I promise you this कि ना आपका प्रिपरेशन ज्यादा अच्छा होगा आप अगर अच्छे से सो रहे हो. वो जो आदत है ना 2 घंटे 3 घंटे सो के काम चला लेना, इट इज नेगेटिवली हार्मिंग योर प्रिपरेशन. आपको लगता है कि आप 2 घंटे 3 घंटे सो के अपनी प्रिपरेशन अच्छे कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे हो. आप टाइम पे नहीं सो के, टाइम पे नहीं जग के अपनी प्रिपरेशन अच्छी कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे हो. यू विल बी हार्म. आई हैव सीन सम वेरी वेरी गुड स्टूडेंट्स सफरिंग बिकॉज वो एग्जाम से पहले रात भर सो ही नहीं पाए और एग्जाम वाले दिन सब कुछ आते हुए भी. तो इंश्योर कि आपका जो ये वाला फेज है ना 9:30 to 11:30 वाला फेज, आप एकदम फ्रेश रहो, चाहे कुछ भी हो. अच्छा फील करो, एनर्जेटिक फील करो, पॉजिटिव फील करो. शाम तक जाते जाते थक जाओ, कोई बात नहीं. एग्जाम से आके थक जाओगे, क्या होगा? बट एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में इट शुड बी लाइक आग लगा देंगे. राइट? आपका क्या नाम है? सारांश. एक सारांश सो रहा है, एक जावेद सो रहा है. अब कुछ बच्चे तो पीछे जाते हैं कि हम पीछे बैठ जाते हैं, सो लेंगे तो सो लेंगे, किसी को पता भी नहीं चलेगा। जावेद, तो नींद नहीं आ रही? कंफर्टेबल है? कंफर्ट में तो नींद आ जाती है। अब तुम सोए तो तुम्हें खड़े होके पढ़ाऊंगा वहां पे। खड़े खड़े भी सो सकते हो क्या? नहीं नहीं, वो घोड़े घोड़े खड़े खड़े सो जाते हैं ना, और गधे भी। नहीं, गधे बैठ के सो, ये बैठ के सो रहा था ना। चलिए लेट्स कम बैक। तो यूनियन एक्साइज ड्यूटी, जीएसटी, कस्टम ड्यूटी इंपोर्ट्स पे लगती है। कॉर्पोरेट टैक्सेस, इनकम टैक्स ऑन बिजनेसेस, income tax, personal income tax, taxes of union territories, other taxes and duties like wealth tax, security transaction tax. Many of these tax may not be. जैसे wealth tax अब नहीं लगता, but अगर लगता तो all this thing is part of center's tax receipt. But this is gross tax receipt. इसमें से when you remove state share of taxes and transfer to NDRF, what do you get? Net tax receipt. Our gross tax receipt was around 35 lakh crore rupees. Net 38. Gross tax receipt was around 38 lakh crore rupees, but net tax receipt of central government is only 25 lakh crore. So I hope we understand the difference. अब देखो ये सारे टर्म्स बजट में, दिस इमेज आई हैव नॉट क्रिएटेड इट, मैं इतना आर्टिस्टिक नहीं हूं, ये गवर्नमेंट के डॉक्यूमेंट से लिया है मैंने। वो गवर्नमेंट अदर देन पब्लिशिंग द बजट स्पीच ऑल्सो पब्लिशेस वेरियस अदर डॉक्यूमेंट्स, तो ये वहां से लिया हुआ है। तो ये सारे टर्म्स गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिशियल बजट में यूज हो रहे हैं। You should understand the difference between gross tax receipt and net tax receipt. ग्रॉस टैक्स, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के ग्रॉस टैक्स रेवेन्यू से क्या हटाने के बाद नेट टैक्स रेवेन्यू आया, नेट टैक्स रिसिप्ट आया, स्टेट का शेयर प्लस एनडीआरएफ, नेशनल डिजास्टर रिलीफ फंड। अब देखिए एक और चीज समझ, which is the money that go to NDRF? So government currently imposes a national calamity contingence duty. This national calamity contingence duty is used to fund NDRF, and it is this money, it is this duty जो जिससे जो कलेक्शन होता है, it goes to national disaster relief fund. Okay, then there is non-tax revenue. Non-tax revenue receipt में we had two component. One was tax revenue receipt, other was non-tax. Most of the money was what? Tax revenue. There was some non-tax revenue receipt. Non-tax revenue receipt was pretty small. If I again take you here, non-tax revenue receipt is only 5 lakh crores, whereas tax revenue receipt is, net tax revenue receipt is 25 lakh crores. Right? थोड़े फैक्चुअल नंबर्स भी देख रहे हैं, कॉन्सेप्ट भी समझ रहे हैं, लेटेस्ट नंबर देख रहे हैं। जनरली हम कोई बुक पढ़ रहे होते हैं तो उसमें लेटेस्ट नंबर नहीं होते, दिस इज द लेटेस्ट फिगर। तो आर बजट साइज इज 48 लाख करोड़, उसमें 31 लाख करोड़ इज रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट, 17 lakh crore is capital receipt. Of 31 lakh crore, 25 plus is tax receipt, 5 plus is non-tax receipt. इतना बड़ा चैलेंज नहीं है अभी, बिफोर टेस्ट यू विल रिवाइज इट, है ना। अच्छा, टुडे आई हैव आल्सो केप्ट अ सेशन, वो ओपन सेशन है, आप लोगों को अगर कोई भी डाउट हो प्रिपरेशन से रिलेटेड, कम। आई टुक सैटरडे संडे को मैंने कुछ सेशंस लिए और मैंने रियलाइज किया बच्चे ना बहुत कंफ्यूज्ड है, जीवन में ही बहुत कंफ्यूज्ड है क्या क्या करना है, प्रिपरेशन में भी कंफ्यूज्ड है क्या क्या करना है। और देन आई रियलाइज आई नीड टू सिट विथ यू एवरी वीक, हर वीक जो भी जैसे भी देखो, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज एक डायरेक्शन लेके अच्छे से उस पर काम कर, रादर देन जैसे किसी बच्चे ने मुझे बताया ना, उपिंदर सिंह पढ़ रहा है, वो क्या कर रहा है ये, और 3 महीने से वो पढ़ रहा है, 3 महीने में तेरी हिस्ट्री 2 बार कंप्लीट हो गई होती, राइट? व्हाट इज द पॉइंट ऑफ डूइंग दैट? तो I'll keep this kind of session every week. मैं ऐसे रखता नहीं था, but now I have decided I'll have a mentoring session जो ग्रुप वाला हो every. I'll take individual sessions also, but most of the doubts which students asked me yesterday, it could have been answered at public forum also, public like जब आप लोग सब हो तब भी आंसर किया जा सकता है। तो I'll keep it at 5 PM. Now some of you may say कि सर हमारा 2:30 to 4:30 CSAT है, घर पहुंचने में टाइम लग जाएगा, तो आप लोग ऑफलाइन ही कर लीजिएगा। जो लोग CSAT वाले हैं still they want to sit in that session, you do it offline only, and rest of you you'll be reaching home by 2. आपका अगर कोई भी प्रिपरेशन से रिलेटेड कंसर्न, कोई भी प्रिपरेशन से रिलेटेड कंसर्न है कि सर मेरे प्री में मुझे ये दिक्कतें हो रही है, बताओ कैसे करूं, कहां से करूं, क्यों करूं, कैसे भी करूं, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए, आई विल टेक इट एट 5 PM टुडे। आपको ग्रुप में ऑलरेडी पोस्ट हो गया था 2 दिन पहले। आप देखो आपका ग्रुप ना क्लोज डिस्प्ले रखा गया है सो दैट बहुत सारी यूजलेस चीजें वहां ना आती रहे। तो ना कीप ऑन लुकिंग एट दोस थिंग्स, क्योंकि वहां पे सारी क्या चीजें आती हैं जो ऑफिशियल। मैंने कल अभी 1-2 दिन पहले ये जो मार्केटिंग टीम है इनको भी डाटा है, मैंने कहा किसी ग्रुप पे रैंडम चीजें पोस्ट नहीं होनी चाहिए। आप प्रोग्राम का मार्केटिंग कर रहे हो, इट शुड नॉट गो ऑन ग्रुप, और एटलीस्ट एक ग्रुप पे एक दिन में एक से ज्यादा पोस्टिंग वैसी नहीं होनी चाहिए, सारी काम की चीजें जानी चाहिए ताकि बच्चे को दिखे कि क्लास 8 बजे है। अदरवाइज उस पे ना बहुत सारा और कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा होता, क्या होता, बच्चा वो लास्ट मैसेज देख नहीं पाता है कि क्लास 8 बजे, राइट? तो ये कुछ इश्यूज होते हैं। तो कमिंग बैक टू, आई विल कीप दिस सेशन एवरी वीक। जब भी डाइवर्ट हो रहे हो, जब भी भटकने का मन कर रहा है, स्पीक टू मी वंस, ओके? यू कीप ऑन प्रिपेयरिंग सिस्टमैटिकली, कीप ऑन डूइंग पीवाईक्यूज। पीवाईक्यूज तो हम क्लास में ही करा रहे हैं। कीप ऑन डूइंग टेस्ट्स, आखिरी में आरटीएफक्यू करो। इतना बच्चा जो सिंसियरली कर लेता है ना, वो प्रिपरेशन के लायक, सिलेक्शन के लायक हो जाता है। बट क्या करते हैं बच्चे, बहुत डाइवर्ट हो जाते हैं। सर मैंने हिस्ट्री निखिल सर से तो पढ़ ली, बट मेरा एक दोस्त है वो इस ये वाली वीडियो देख रहा है, मैं वो भी देख लूं क्या? पागल वागल हो? पहले हमारे निखिल सर पागल है, वही ऑलरेडी इतना सारा पढ़ा दिए हैं, है ना? नहीं, ही इज पागल मतलब ही इज इन लव विद हिज सब्जेक्ट्स एंड द वे ही हैज टॉट इट, नो वन कैन डू दैट। फिर आपको कुछ और क्यों करना है? कुछ लोगों के लिए वो बहुत वैसा हो सकता है कि सर इतनी सारी चीजें अब्सॉर्ब नहीं हो रही, दूसरी बार देखो यार, दूसरी बार नोट्स रिवाइड करो। व्हाई डू यू वांट टू गो टू एनी अदर सोर्स? तो ऐसे ना बहुत सारी चीजें आप मिस्टेक्स करते रहते हो, वो नहीं, उसको अवॉइड करने के लिए आई विल बी टेकिंग अ जूम सेशन, अदर देन टेकिंग वन ऑन वन सेशन, आई विल आल्सो बी टेकिंग। ये चीजें आपके प्रोग्राम का पार्ट नहीं था, बट when I've started teaching, I've realized कि बच्चे ये गलतियां कर रहे हैं, and that is why this session is there. So I'll be taking one Zoom session every week. तो आज वो मंडे को है, आज शाम को है, वो नेक्स्ट वीक हम डिसाइड कर लेंगे कब लेना है, एंड वी विल कीप ऑन टेकिंग योर डाउट्स, टेकिंग योर कंसर्न, और आपको सही डायरेक्शन में रखने की पूरी कोशिश रहेगी। लेट्स कम बैक। तो we have tax revenue, non-tax revenue. Tax revenue is 25 lakh crore plus net tax. Net tax receipt is 25 lakh crore plus non-tax receipt is 5 lakh crore plus total 31 lakh crores. Okay. अब नॉन टैक्स में व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट वी हैव? वी हैव इंटरेस्ट रिसिप्ट, गवर्नमेंट ने जो लोन दिए होंगे उस पे गवर्नमेंट मस्ट बी अर्निंग इंटरेस्ट। वी हैव डिविडेंड एंड प्रॉफिट, व्हेन गवर्नमेंट ओन्स सर्टेन शेयर्स इन द कंपनी, व्हाट हैपेंस, उससे डिविडेंड प्रॉफिट मिलता है। देन नॉन टैक्स, अदर नॉन टैक्स रिसिप्ट्स, उसमें वी कैन हैव फिस्कल सर्विसेज, जैसे गवर्नमेंट कॉइन्स प्रिंट करती है, कॉइन्स मिंट करती है। नाउ प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, वैसे करेंसी प्रिंट करने का काम किसका है? आरबीआई का है, बट some currency and some coins are printed and minted by government, और वहां पे गवर्नमेंट में मेक प्रॉफिट। तो पहले समझते हैं प्रॉफिट कैसे आएगा। देखो, when it comes to a coin, let's say कॉइन है ही नहीं, 500 का नोट तो आरबीआई वाला काम आएगा ना। हाँ, आई हैव अ कॉइन। तुम सुबह सुबह मंदिर के बाहर थे ना? मंदिर जाते ही नहीं? कि तुम्हारा दोस्त सही नहीं है। 5 रुपी कॉइन, नाउ इसका फेस वैल्यू इज 5 रुपी। तो गवर्नमेंट इन अ वे जब इसे मिंट कर रहा है, इशू कर रहा है, इशू आरबीआई करेगा, मिंट गवर्नमेंट करके आरबीआई को देता है, आरबीआई इशू करेगा, गवर्नमेंट को 5 रुपए मिल रहे हैं, बट इसका इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू इज मच लेस। इसको प्रिंट करने में इसका जो मेटल का कॉस्ट है वो सब मे बी ओनली 1 रुपी 2 रुपी, एंड दिस गवर्नमेंट हैज अर्न सम मनी हियर। गवर्नमेंट को वैल्यू कितना मिल रहा है? 5 रुपीज, बट इसको मिंट करने में कितने पैसे लगे? लेट्स से 2 रुपीज। तो 3 फेस वैल्यू और इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यूज आर डिफरेंट, through that also government may earn money. So the difference between the intrinsic value and face value is the profit for the government. Intrinsic value is the cost of production of the coin, it is metal and other cost. Face value is value mentioned in the ओके कुछ और बेसिक चीजें ना यहीं पे देख लो, वैसे वी विल स्टडी दिस इन बैंकिंग सेक्टर आल्सो, बट Government of India is the sole authority of minting of coins under the Coinage Act 2011. Coins are minted at four of the Government of India mint. एक मुंबई में है, एक कोलकाता में है, अलीपुर, then सैफाबाद, हैदराबाद, केरलापल्ली, हैदराबाद, and Noida. Currently, coins in India are being issued in the denomination of rupees 1 and above. They are called rupee coins, and coins are minted. Coins can be minted and issued up to a denomination of 1,000. As per the Coinage Act 2011 has allowed government to issue coins of denomination of up to 1,000. आपने देखा होगा 20 rupees coin आ गए. If tomorrow government wants to come up with 50 rupees coin, 100 rupees coin, it can do it at its own. It doesn't have to worry about getting the law amended. Law has allowed it to issue coins worth 1,000 rupees. The coins are circulated through RBI. Note it carefully. Coins are minted by government, but circulation कौन करेगा? RBI ही करेगा. एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो इशूज कमेमोरेटिव कॉइन्स. कमेमोरेटिव कॉइन्स क्या होते हैं? जैसे किसी चीज को 100 ईयर्स पूरे हो रहे हैं, 200 ईयर्स पूरे हो रहे हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट में इशू 100 rupee coin for that or 50 rupee coin for that. Those are commemorative coins. Those coins can also be there. Okay, now गवर्नमेंट में डू अदर फिस्कल सर्विसेज जैसे रिसिप्ट. तो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसिप्ट्स, हाउ गवर्नमेंट इज गेटिंग मनी. तो गवर्नमेंट गॉट मनी थ्रू टैक्सेस. Government is getting money through revenue receipt. Government is getting money through capital receipt. Revenue receipt में it is getting money through taxes. Taxes में भी we talk about net tax receipt. फिर we are talking about non-tax receipt. Non-tax receipt में interest, profit, dividend, and then other sources जिससे पैसे आ रहे हैं, जिसमें एक हमने fiscal services बोला, coinage, minting, etc. Then government may also contribute to IMF. अब IMF से कोई पैसे बोरो करता है तो what happens? They pay interest. Government is supposed to get that interest. That may also be a source of revenue, source of receipt for government. It is being discussed here. So these receipts are mainly related to contribution by RBI towards extended fund facility, charges payable to IMF. Then there are other services, profits from Central Police Service, Public Service Commission, economic services receipt from various departments like agriculture, transport, communication, social services, डिपार्टमेंट्स लाइक एजुकेशन, हेल्थ एक्सेट्रा, इनसे जो पैसे आ रहे होंगे, रिसिप्ट आ रहा होगा. देन ग्रांट्स इन एड टू फॉरेन गवर्नमेंट एंड मल्टीलेटरल बॉडीज. ग्रांट्स इन एड फ्रॉम फॉरेन गवर्नमेंट्स और मल्टीलेटरल बॉडीज. अगर कोई फॉरेन गवर्नमेंट इंडिया को ग्रांट देती है कि ये लो 100 crore रुपीस वी आर गिविंग यू इन द फॉर्म ऑफ गिफ्ट, इज इट अ वन वे ट्रांजेक्शन और टू वे ट्रांजेक्शन? वन वे ट्रांजेक्शन. वन वे ट्रांजेक्शन तो कहां जाएगा? रेवेन्यू. इफ इट वाज लोन इट वुड हैव गॉन टू कैपिटल रिसिप्ट. कैपिटल में भी कहां पे? डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट. If it was a loan, it would have gone to capital receipt. Capital may be debt capital receipt. But when it is a grant, where does it go? Revenue receipt. Because one way grant है, दे दिया, आपको वापस नहीं करना है. One way transaction. Got it? So grants in aid from foreign government, multilateral bodies, non-tax receipts from union territories without legislature. यूनियन टेरिटरीज विद लेजिस्लेचर, उसमें तो यूनियन टेरिटरीज के जो टैक्सेस है कौन लेता है? वहां की गवर्नमेंट ले लेगी. जैसे पुदुचेरी में, दिल्ली में, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट इज देयर, देयर इज अ सेपरेट दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट, इट विल कलेक्ट टैक्सेस. तो स्टेट टैक्सेस कौन ले लेता है यूनियन टेरिटरीज विद लेजिस्लेचर वाले में? यूनियन टेरिटरी गवर्नमेंट. बट इन केस ऑफ यूनियन टेरिटरी विदाउट लेजिस्लेचर, द टैक्सेस गो वेयर? टैक्सेस गो टू सेंटर. It is part of center's revenue receipt, and when center will create budget, it will allocate that state certain revenue. Got it? Clear है? So are we comfortable about revenue receipts? एक बार go back to that image, budget profile वाला. Understand every component of revenue receipt and all the details provided here. Understand these components. It should be crystal clear. That's a second note. Please note it down. This note it down. अब क्या है ना, आपको 2-3 दिन पहले नोट्स मिलते हैं तो ऐसे ही होता है. मैं रात में पढ़ने बैठता हूँ और मेरे को रियलाइज होता है कि इसको और अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, तो आई ऐड समथिंग.
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1000 rupees till 20th March. So you can buy science module in 1000 rupees, environment module in 1000 rupees, modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share, do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our GS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
मुकुल, NDCR is non-debt capital receipt. वो वाला कैपिटल रिसिप्ट जो नॉन डेट होता है, ठीक है सर। आप भी 8 घंटे सोते हैं? 6 घंटे तो सोता हूँ, कोशिश करता हूँ। आई स्लीप फॉर 6 आवर्स, 5 आवर्स तो मिनिमम होता है। आई स्लीप फॉर 5 आवर्स कम से कम। नहीं तो फिर नेक्स्ट डे क्या होता है ना, मैं यहाँ पे अपने रूम को बंद करके चेयर पे स्नोर करता हुआ सोता रहता हूँ। इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू स्लीप प्रॉपरली, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और ना उसको प्रायोरिटाइज करो। मैंने सारी गलतियां करी है कॉलेज में, प्रिपरेशन के टाइम। एंड आप जब भी 2 घंटे 3 घंटे सो के आके टेस्ट दे देते हो ना, उसके बाद क्या होता है ना, वो नेक्स्ट डे आपका पूरा बर्बाद होता है। रात में अच्छे से नींद नहीं आती है, टेस्ट में भी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा, आपको लगता है आपने पूरा पढ़ लिया, नहीं होता है। तो स्लीप फॉर 5-6 आवर्स एंड उस उतने इससे कम नहीं सोना है। प्रेफरेबली 7 आवर्स, बट 5-6 आवर्स से कम नहीं सोना है, चाहे कुछ भी हो। Sir, we have mentorship session at 5 p.m. today. हाँ, but it's a group session. It will be on Zoom where everyone would be there. है ना? I'll also take personal mentorship session जो मैंने अभी Saturday Sunday को रखा था. Next week I'll be doing that also. Sir, what is the difference between returning of loan under NDCR? बेटा, NDCR में जो लोन के पैसे वापस आ रहे हैं ना, आपने पहले स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को लोन दिया था. And when the state government is returning that loan, so it's a two-way transaction. So it is a non-debt creating capital receipt. Whereas इंटरेस्ट रिसिप्ट, आपने जो लोन दिया था उस पे जो इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है वो तो वन वे ही है ना, दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट. लोन का पैसा वापस आना इज कैपिटल रिसिप्ट, बट उस लोन पे जो इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है दैट इज रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट. सर, वेयर वी गेट जूम लिंक? बेटा, जूम लिंक आपको ग्रुप पे मिल जाएगा ना. आप टेलीग्राम ग्रुप पे सारे लोग प्लीज रहिए, वहां पे मिल जाएगा. सर, इज द टेस्ट शेड्यूल शेयर्ड विद अस? बेटा, आज मैंने क्लास में समझाया, वेबसाइट पे इट्स ऑलरेडी देयर. टेस्ट सीरीज में जाइए, प्री समीक्षा में download the PDF. It is your test schedule. It's already there. Okay, come back to this. So, are you able to go through that image receipt wala and able to understand everything? At least revenue receipt के सारे component. Yes, beta. Yes. Yes, yes. बोलते रहिए, सुन रहा हूं मैं. हाँ, tax receipt and non tax receipt. हाँ, बोल लो. हाँ हाँ, इट्स सेम थिंग। यस यस यस, यहाँ पे नॉन टैक्स रिसिप्ट भी बोल देते, इसमें कोई इशू नहीं। नॉन टैक्स रिसिप्ट, टैक्स रिसिप्ट और नेट टैक्स रिसिप्ट, दैट्स नॉट एन इशू। देखो, रिसिप्ट और रेवेन्यू में ये डिफरेंस होता है। रेवेन्यू इज समथिंग दैट यू अर्न, है ना? तो यहाँ पे देखो, आप टैक्स भी अर्न कर रहे हो, ये भी अर्न कर रहे हो, राइट? बट रिसिप्ट कैन बी वो, जैसे आपको जो पब्लिक अकाउंट में पैसा आ रहा है वो भी रिसिप्ट हो सकता है ना? रिसिप्ट इज एनीथिंग दैट यू रिसीव, यू मे नॉट बी अर्निंग इट। तो कैपिटल रिसिप्ट इज, बोरो कर रहे हो, दैट्स नॉट योर रेवेन्यू। व्हेन यू आर बोरोइंग मनी, दैट्स नॉट योर, बट दैट इज स्टिल अ रिसिप्ट। बट यहाँ पे दोनों कैन बी योर रेवेन्यू, दोनों कैन बी कॉल्ड रेवेन्यू ऑल्सो, दोनों कैन बी कॉल्ड रिसिप्ट। दिस इज नॉट रेवेन्यू, दिस इज नॉट रेवेन्यू, दिस विल कॉल रिसिप्ट ओनली, है ना? यहाँ पे यू विल नॉट सी, विल नॉट कॉल इट डेट क्रिएटिंग रेवेन्यू, विल कॉल इट रिसिप्ट ओनली। ओके, एनी अदर डाउट्स? यस। हाँ, देखो, तो जब हम आईएमएफ पढ़ेंगे तो विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट आईएमएफ हैज डिफरेंट मैकेनिज्म्स बाय व्हिच इट हेल्प्स गवर्नमेंट्स। तो वन ऑफ द मैकेनिज्म इज एक्सटेंडेड फंड फैसिलिटी, सो व्हिच जो डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज हैं, अंडर डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं, उनको अगर बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट क्राइसिस उस तरह की सिचुएशन आएगी तो आईएमएफ विल हेल्प देम। बट where does money go in extended fund facility? Where does money come from? It comes from various governments. So India also contributes there. So when interest would be paid by member countries जिन्होंने पैसे borrow किए हैं to extended fund facility, that interest will be going to government which contributed. yes, तो रिसिप्ट आ रहा है। ओके, तो जो इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ आर रिसिप्ट, दिस इज नॉन टैक्स रिसिप्ट एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव इंक्लूडेड इट इन द नॉन टैक्स रिसिप्ट। ओके, क्या अभी क्लैरिटी है? सब एक कंपोनेंट अच्छे से समझ लो। प्रॉब्लम इज, पता है, हम ना बुक से पढ़ते हैं, हम व्हेन वी डू नॉट हैव दिस पिक्चर इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस, कुछ ना कुछ मिस हो जाता है। ग्रॉस टैक्स रेवेन्यू, नेट टैक्स रेवेन्यू, सारे इंप्लीकेशन, सब कुछ क्लियर होना चाहिए। इज एवरीवन कंफर्टेबल रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट में? लेट्स गो टू कैपिटल रिसिप्ट। कैपिटल रिसिप्ट वैसे मैं समझा चुका हूं, व्हेन यू बोरो मनी, डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट। When the money is not being borrowed but money is return of previous loan or disinvestment, it is non-debt capital receipt. And now debt capital receipt, maybe we can have market loans and we can have other liabilities. So let's understand these nitty-gritties too. Yes, break एकदम। तो 10:30 हुआ नहीं, तुम्हें ब्रेक दिख गया ना? मतलब ऐसे कि पढ़ते पढ़ते एक सेक्शन खत्म हुआ, फिर हमने टाइम देखा, तुम वेट कर रहे हो 10:30 का, थोड़ा और पढ़ लेते। Let's complete capital receipt वाला component and then we'll go for a break. पढ़ने में बिल्कुल मजा नहीं आ रहा ना? आ रहा है? पक्का? Let's come back. So they result in either reduction in government asset or increase in government liability. Capital receipt या तो गवर्नमेंट के एसेट्स को रिड्यूस करेगा या गवर्नमेंट की लाइबिलिटी को बढ़ाएगा। लाइबिलिटी कैसे बढ़ाएगा? गवर्नमेंट इज बोरोइंग, तो व्हेन आई बोरो, डू आई हैव टू गिव दिस मनी बैक इन फ्यूचर? लाइबिलिटी बढ़ा रहा है। दूसरा, एसेट रिडक्शन, तो मनी इज कमिंग टू गवर्नमेंट बाय सेल ऑफ लैंड। लैंड तो चला गया ना, लैंड वाज एन एसेट, और गवर्नमेंट ने कोई लोन दे रखा था पहले, तो लोन वाज एन, देखो बैंक के लिए एसेट क्या होता है? बैंक जब आपको लोन देता है, दैट इज एन एसेट फॉर बैंक। समटाइम्स इट बिकमिंग नॉन परफॉर्मिंग, बट दैट्स एन एसेट फॉर बैंक। इसी तरह से जब गवर्नमेंट ने किसी को लोन दे रखा है, दैट्स एन एसेट फॉर गवर्नमेंट। व्हेन दिस लोन इज रिटर्न, एसेट रिड्यूस हो गया। तो व्हाट वुड हैपन in capital receipt? Either your liability will increase or your asset will reduce. Your liability will increase or your asset will reduce. Got it? Yes. So guys, we have telegram groups for both PMP 1.0 and PMP 2.0. We have separate telegram group. जो नहीं हो उस ग्रुप में अपने ऑफिस में फोन पे कॉल करके अपनी डिटेल्स दे दो, यू विल बी एडेड। दे ट्राई टू ऐड एवरीवन, बट क्या होता है ना, आपके रेस्ट्रिक्शंस होते हैं। आप अपने आप को अपने टेलीग्राम, या तो यू सम ऑफ यू आर नॉट ऑन टेलीग्राम और सम ऑफ यू आर हैव पुट प्राइवेसी रेस्ट्रिक्शन कि नो वन कैन ऐड यू इन द इन, और वो सही भी है। तो आपको एक मैसेज भी जाता है कि प्लीज इस ग्रुप को ज्वाइन कर लीजिए या अपना वो सेटिंग चेंज कर लीजिए सो दैट वी कैन ऐड यू। तो एक बार ऐड हो जाओ, फिर वापस से वो सेटिंग कर देना कि कोई आपको बिना परमिशन के ऐड ना कर पाए। तो गेट इट डन। ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन वी गिव थ्रू द टेलीग्राम बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इजी। कई बार सुबह सुबह क्लास कैंसिल हो रही है, कुछ हो रहा है, तो ऑलवेज बी अपडेटेड थ्रू द टेलीग्राम ग्रुप। वैसे तो आज तक कोई क्लास कैंसिल नहीं हुई है? हुई है? अच्छा 1.0, हाँ, अब सेकंड में नहीं हुई है। मैं कोशिश करूंगा वो ना हो, बिकॉज थोड़ा टाइम 1.0 वालों के पास तो टाइम था, तो कुछ भी कर सकते थे। 2.0 वालों के पास, 3.0 वाले तो बेचारे। ओके, लेट्स कम बैक। आइदर लायबिलिटी विल इंक्रीज और एसेट विल रिड्यूस। ध्यान रखना, जब कोई आपका लोन वापस कर रहा है तो लोन वाज एन एसेट, इन दैट वे इट हैज कम डाउन। ओके, नाउ तो इट कैन बी क्लासिफाइड इनटू डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट, लायबिलिटी बढ़ाने वाला, नॉन डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट, एसेट रिड्यूस करने वाला। Debt capital receipt include fresh borrowing by government along with other liabilities. Fresh borrowing can be from within the country, internal, and can be from outside the country, external. The government, if you again look at the image, I should have that image एक separate उसमें भी यहाँ पे if you look at this, we have market loans. Market loans can be from inside the country, from outside the country, and we have other liabilities. तो दो तरीके के डेट हो सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट पे। So fresh borrowing by government along with other liabilities. Fresh borrowing can be from within the country, internal, or can be from outside the country. अब we will talk about loans, जैसे गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स, ट्रेजरी बिल्स, वेज एंड मीन्स एडवांसेस, कैश मैनेजमेंट बिल, ये अलग अलग तरीके से जैसे गवर्नमेंट लोन लेती है, इन सारी चीजों को पढ़ेंगे। बट लेट्स टेक अ ब्रेक, और ब्रेक के बाद ये शुरू करेंगे। व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट वेज इन विच गवर्नमेंट बोरोज मनी, वो सारी चीजें हम समझते हैं ब्रेक के बाद। ओके, डेट कैपिटल रिसिप्ट इज इक्वल टू फिजिकल डेफिसिट। यस बेटा, अभी आएंगे, अभी हम फिजिकल डेफिसिट समझेंगे तो विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट इज सर। Sir, if not enrolled in PMP CSAT, how can we access CSAT? बेटा CSAT टेस्ट आप सबको एक्सेसिबल है, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड। जो मैंने आपको भी टेस्ट सीरीज दिखाया है ना, पीएम आपने सीसैट में एनरोल किया है नहीं किया है फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ऑल ऑफ यू हैव व्हाट, सीसैट टेस्ट। आपको क्लासेस की जरूरत नहीं है, पर टेस्ट तो करना ही है ना, तो दैट इज एनीवेज इंक्लूडेड इन दैट। ओके, तो हाँ, क्या ब्रेक कितना, 20 मिनट्स का ले? 20 minutes आर गुड इनफ। ओके, तो इट्स 10:30 राइट नाउ, 10:32, 10:40 नहीं, 45 तो 15 मिनट होगा, 10:55 पे मिल लेते हैं, ठीक है? 10:55। शुरू करें? हाँ, वेलकम बैक एवरीवन। अभी एक दो लोग सो रहे थे, मैं उन्हें डांट रहा था, मैं जाके अपनी चेयर पे सो गया। कोई नहीं। तो व्हाट वर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट? कैपिटल रिसिप्ट। तो कैपिटल रिसिप्ट में देयर आर market borrowing that RBI makes, and then there are some liabilities that comes from small saving and all those stuff. उनको थोड़ा सा समझते हैं। Let's start with market borrowing. In market borrowing, we'll have two kinds of borrowing. One will be internal loans. Internal loans में we'll have market loans, treasury bills, ways and means advances. इन सबको थोड़ा सा समझ लेते हैं। Then we'll go to external loans, loans from outside the country. देखो, तो first Now we are talking about debt receipt. Please note the money that government is borrowing. सबसे ज्यादा पैसा जो बोरो करती है गवर्नमेंट, इट डज थ्रू मार्केट लोन्स एंड बाय इशूइंग dated government securities. Now, what is dated government security? Dated government security are financial tools by which government borrows money for more than 1 year. Dated इसलिए बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि ये borrowing कैसी है, of more than 1 year. Generally, dated government securities का जो period होता है, that is 5 years to 40 years. So what would happen is government will issue bonds, government bonds या government securities. Government बोलेगी each bond is of 1 crore rupees. You go and buy that bond. When you buy that bond, you give 1 crore rupees to government. And if this bond of, let's say, 10 years. So for next 10 years, government will pay you interest, and 10 years later, government will return the money to you. Are we getting it? So let's say ये SBI है. SBI ने ये bond खरीदा, which has a period of 10 years. What does that mean? It means that for 10 years, on 1 crore rupees, government will pay interest to it, and after 10 years, what would happen? The money will be returned. So in a way, SBI से government ने पैसे borrow किए. When it is happening through bonds whose maturity is more than 1 year period wala, then it is known as dated government securities. Okay. Now, पैसा गवर्नमेंट बोरो कर रही है फ्रॉम एसबीआई, बट गवर्नमेंट के लिए बैंकर कौन है? आरबीआई. तो दीज सिक्योरिटीज आर इशूड ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बाय आरबीआई. मैनेजमेंट इज डन बाय आरबीआई. तो आरबीआई में देयर इज आरबीआई's पब्लिक डेट ऑफिस व्हिच लुक्स आफ्टर ऑल दीज थिंग्स. मोस्ट ऑफ दीज सिक्योरिटीज आर फिक्स्ड कूपन सिक्योरिटीज. फिक्स्ड कूपन सिक्योरिटी, कूपन मैंने बोला था ना कि अभी मानो इंटरेस्ट होता है. तो दीज मोस्ट ऑफ दीज सिक्योरिटीज आर फिक्स्ड कूपन सिक्योरिटीज. दैट इज government has huge borrowing, or government does is this year also government will be borrowing around how much money? 15 lakh crore rupees. अभी हमने numbers में देखा था ना, around 15 lakh crore plus is government is borrowing. Most of the borrowing will happen on fixed coupon security, that is fixed interest. It is not inflation indexed. Interest rate will not change. So government comes and says, I need to borrow 1000 crore rupees for 40 years. So someone will give government 1000 crore rupees for a period of 40 years. 40 years the government may keep paying interest 7.5%, 7.5%, 7.5%, but it will remain 7.5% even if the inflation goes to 10%. Inflation ज़्यादा भी हो रहा है, doesn't matter, the interest rate is fixed. Then some of these bonds may be floating rate bonds also. Floating rate bonds कौन से होंगे? Those securities जहाँ पे interest rate will float. It may be inflation index, it may be indexed to some other aspects. Now, the interest that is paid, it's semi-annually both on fixed security or fixed rate bond as well as dated or floating rate bonds. That is when government has borrowed, let's say 1000 crore rupees, चाहे वो fixed interest rate पे हो floating पे हो, every 6 months government will be paying interest again in. तो देखो, interest could have been paid monthly, interest could have been paid 3 monthly, interest could have been paid daily, interest could have been paid 6 monthly, interest could have been paid yearly. तो यहाँ पे government क्या कर रही है? Government will be paying interest half yearly. 6 months. तो जैसे if the interest rate is let's say 8%. So if I have given government 1 crore rupees, government will give me 8 lakh rupees. It will give me 4 lakh rupees in 6 months, 4 lakh rupees in another 6 months, like that. Okay. When borrowing is done for a period less than 1 year, it is done through treasury bills. Dated securities were when borrowing was done for more than 1 year period. Otherwise, when borrowing is done for less than 1 year period, it is done through treasury bills. अच्छा, अभी ना just before the break, the student ने doubt पूछा था, मैंने आखिरी में बताया था, some of you had gone. The concern was, sir, CSAT test भी सबको accessible है क्या? तो yes, CSAT test is accessible to everyone. जो मैंने आपको क्लास के शुरू में वो दिखाया schedule where we GS test plus CSAT test. There are 7 CSAT tests which is accessible to everyone. जितने भी बच्चे PMP में, whether you are part of CSAT course or you are not part of CSAT course, doesn't matter. जो बच्चे सीसैट कोर्स का पार्ट है उन्हें सीसैट के कुछ और क्वेश्चंस क्लास में कराए जा रहे हैं, बट टेस्ट सीरीज जो है, टेस्ट सीरीज में सीसैट के टेस्ट इज अवेलेबल फॉर एवरीवन. द आइडिया इज यू विल नॉट नीड टू डू क्लासेस फॉर सीसैट, बट प्रैक्टिस तो सबको करना है ना. नो वन शुड गो विदाउट practice, no matter how good you are. No one should leave any portion of CSAT. Even yesterday a student came to me in the mentoring session and said कि सर मेरा मैथ्स ऑप्शनल था बट इन 2023 मेरा 66-67 पे अटक गया CSAT का स्कोर, because at that year maths was very difficult. So don't rely only on one section कि maths is very good for me, maths मेरा maths ऑप्शनल है, मैंने 12th में मैथ्स पढ़ी, BSc मैथ्स, MSc मैथ्स, उसके बाद तो मैं फोड़ू हूँ, या मैं IIT IIM से पढ़ा हुआ हूँ, मैथ्स तो मैं ऐसे ही कर दूंगा. ये सारी चीजें डोंट रिलाई ऑन. इजी क्वेश्चन करते हैं, अब इजी क्वेश्चन कॉम्प्रिहेंशन वाले आ जाएंगे तो वो कर लेंगे, मैथ्स वाले आ जाएंगे तो वो कर लेंगे. डोंट लीव एनीथिंग, अभी बहुत टाइम है. इफ इट वाज मे तो हमने बोला होता जो अब स्ट्रॉन्ग पार्ट है आपका वो स्ट्रॉन्ग कर लो, बट इट्स अभी जनवरी है, अभी वी हैव 5 months. डोंट लीव एनीथिंग एंड अटेम्प्ट ऑल द सीसैट टेस्ट. सिर्फ जीएस का नहीं, सीसैट के टेस्ट भी सबको करने. आई वांट ऑन संडेज 9:30, जब जब दो टेस्ट है 9:30 to 11:30, 2:30 to 4:30, आई वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू बी हियर. आई वांट कि इतने ही बच्चे टेस्ट दे रहे हैं. ओके, लेट्स कम बैक. तो ट्रेजरी बिल्स, तो जब हम व्हेन वी वर बोरोइंग मनी फॉर मोर देन 1 year, दैट इज थ्रू डेटेड गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी. व्हेन इट इज फॉर लेस देन 1 year, इट इज through treasury bills. So these are securities issued by government treasury. They are short term in nature. They are non interest bearing. Non interest bearing, that is, इस पे इंटरेस्ट नहीं दिया. तो what happens in treasury bill is, let's say government has to borrow 100 crore rupees. तो और let's say government has to borrow 90 crore, 95 crore rupees. Government has to borrow 95 crore rupees. Government will issue treasury bill of 100 crores. तो जो creditor है, someone who is giving money to government, that person will only give 95 crore to government, and 6 months later, 7 months, whatever is the period of treasury bill, they will get the entire 100 crore rupees. तो as such कोई इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं मिलता. वहां पे फिक्स्ड कूपन था या वेरिएबल कूपन रेट था, वहां पे इंटरेस्ट रेट था. कहां पे? डेटेड गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी में. ट्रेजरी बिल में यू वोंट गेट एनी इंटरेस्ट, बट द मनी दैट यू विल गिव टू गवर्नमेंट इन द बिगिनिंग विल बी लेसर देन द फेस वैल्यू ऑफ द ट्रेजरी बिल. एंड 6 months later, 1 year later, 1 year से ज्यादा नहीं, 1 year से कम ही, treasury bill will have maturity of less than 1 year. The money that you will get from government will be equal to face value of the bill. So they are short term in nature, and in this regard they are different from market loans. They are non-interest bearing, or the interest rate here is 0, but it is issued at discount rate. If the treasury bill is of 1 crore rupees, it will be issued at lower rate, 92 lakh, 95 lakh. So you will only give government 95 lakh rupees, but at the end of the year, you will get pura value of the bill there. Now, it can be of different maturity, but maturity should not be of more than 1 year. तो इनिशियली व्हेन इट वाज लॉन्च्ड मैच्योरिटी पीरियड वाज 92 डेज का. बाद में ट्रेजरी बिल वर ओनली ऑफ 91 डे मैच्योरिटी, 91 92. लेटर ट्रेजरी बिल्स ऑफ डबल द मैच्योरिटी पीरियड 182 डेज वाला लॉन्च कर दिया गया. अगेन 182 डे ट्रेजरी बिल वर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, एंड लेटर 14 डे ट्रेजरी बिल वर आल्सो इंट्रोड्यूस्ड. तो it is of less than 1 year, but different period के treasury bills have been issued by government depending on which government is needing what kind of money, whether it is needing it for 14 days, it is needing it for 91 days, 182 days, 364 days भी हो सकता है. But they will not issue it for more than 365 days वाला, because फिर वो dated government security हो जाएगा, treasury bill नहीं होगा. Okay, then there are some other internal debts, some other ways in which government borrows money. एक तो हमें समझ में आ गया dated government security more than 1 year वाला, treasury bill less than 1 year wala. Then there is something known as funded security. Now what is funded security? Let's say government has borrowed money from him. What's your name? Harsh. So government has borrowed money from Harsh in the form of treasury bill, and treasury bill is of 91 days or 182 days or 364 days, less than 1 year ka. Ab 364 days later government has to pay money back to him. At that time government doesn't pay the money back to him, rather convert this treasury bill into dated government security. Dated government security का maturity can be more than 1 year. Those are known as funded securities. गवर्नमेंट के पास पैसे नहीं है तो वो ट्रेजरी बिल को किस में कन्वर्ट कर सकता है? डेटेड गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी में कन्वर्ट कर सकता है, दैट इज नोन एज फंडेड सिक्योरिटी. डिड वी गेट इट? तो sometimes short term treasury bills are converted as market loans to defer the repayment. These are called funded securities. These were non marketable, and sometimes portion of the security was marketable too. Now what is marketable, what is non marketable? देखो, when dated government security है तो देखो, you can go to RBI ने एक पोर्टल क्रिएट किया and you can invest in government bond. आप गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड खरीद सकते, राइट? Then you can also sell the government. देखो, if you have bought a government bond जिसका maturity is 40 years, तो will government take that bond back from you in less than 40 years? No. Government wanted money for 40 years, but you may need money, no? So you can sell it to someone else. Bond yield and a lot of things we will study in future कि कैसे interest rate decide होगा, बाकी सारी चीजें पढ़ेंगे. But you can sell it to someone else. So when this bond is saleable to someone else, this is known as marketable. But sometimes what happens when funded securities are created, that is treasury bills are converted into dated government security. तो वो क्या हुआ? Funded security हुआ. When treasury bills, short term loans are converted into long term loans, that is treasury bill. So at that time when that is funded security. At that time that funded security may be made marketable or may be made marketable, may be non marketable, but generally उसे non marketable रखते हैं. Idea क्या है? देखो, when I was taking short term loan from you, it means I was like, मैं तुम्हें थोड़े दिनों में पैसे दे दूंगा. But when I make it long term, short term loans I generally take from someone जो ना थोड़ा reliable is like who will not create a lot of problems for me. But long term, sometimes what happens if I convert this short term loan into long term thing, and this long term loan it is marketable also. In that case, suppose he sells this loan to someone who can create problems for me. ये एक्सटर्नल लोन्स के सेक्टर में आता है. मैंने किसी कंट्री से लोन लिया और उसने वो लोन चाइना को बेच दिया. चाइना कैन क्रिएट प्रॉब्लम्स फॉर मी. तो जनरली इन दैट सिनेरियो मेक द थिंग्स नॉन मार्केटेबल कि भाई जिससे लोन ले रहे हैं उसी से. Those are non-marketable things. So sometimes these things are also made non-marketable. Okay, then there are other special securities. Other special securities like in the budget, government has said that they will be borrowing money worth 15 lakh crore rupees. Just one second. In the budget, government has said that they will be borrowing money worth 15 lakh crore rupees. 15 lakh crore rupees का borrowing budget में estimate किया है government ने. Sometimes हमने budget में plan नहीं किया होता है, but for some reason money is needed because oil prices went up a lot. Now oil prices went up a lot. You do not want to put pressure on people. So you will tell oil companies, I'll give you subsidy. You sell oil at lower prices. Now I will give you subsidy, but this subsidy का पैसा तो was not planned in my budget. So I'll have to issue some oil bonds. जैसे मनमोहन सिंह गवर्नमेंट में ये हुआ था, when oil prices had increased a lot, they had issued some oil bonds. Through this they borrowed money and they gave subsidies to whom? To oil companies, so that finally people will be able to get oil at lower price. तो oil bonds, fertilizer bonds, इस तरह के bonds भी और issue करे जा सकते हैं, which are generally of long term nature. These are known as special securities issued by RBI. You were asking something, beta? नहीं, वो मार्केटेबल में नहीं आएगा. देखो, बॉन्ड का जो मैच्योरिटी पीरियड होता है ना, तो आपने बॉन्ड खरीदा, गवर्नमेंट से बॉन्ड खरीदा थ्रू आरबीआई खरीदा, पर वो बॉन्ड तो गवर्नमेंट ने इशू किया था. अब वो दैट वाज फॉर मैच्योरिटी पीरियड 40 इयर्स. तो 40 इयर्स से पहले आप गवर्नमेंट के पास जाके ये नहीं बोलोगी ये ले अपने बॉन्ड वापस मुझे पैसे दे. गवर्नमेंट विल से that was I have taken money for 40 years, I've used it somewhere, I don't have money to pay you. तो marketable means what? Marketable means you can sell it to him. You can tell him, देख, I have 1000 crore rupees का bond, 7% interest दे रही है गवर्नमेंट इस पे. Are you interested? He'll be like, हाँ ले लूंगा मैं. If bond में allowed है, then it is marketable. If it is not allowed, then you cannot sell it to anyone else. You'll have to keep that bond with you only. That is non-marketable. Got it? Okay. तो other special securities हमें समझ में आए. Oil bonds, fertilizer bonds. Sometimes fertilizer prices may go up a lot, and government may need to borrow more money for giving subsidy so that farmers do not have to pay a lot of fertilizer prices. Those would be special bonds. Then there is cash management bill. Cash management bill ना ऐसा है कि यार government is expected to get money. but right now there's a shortage of money with government. है ना? For a limited period, government has shortage of money. So in this period, government may issue a short-term bill कि यार 3 महीने के लिए पैसे चाहिए, 3 महीने बाद तो मैं वापस दे दूं. These are cash management bills. So these are short-term bills which enable government to meet short-term needs. The bills are issued by RBI on behalf of the government. Thus, CMBs are short-term money market instruments that help government to meet its temporary cash flow mismatch. So, इसका maturity is less than 91 days. This is the key difference between Treasury bill and CMP. वैसे Treasury bill भी छोटे issue किए गए, but generally now Treasury bills are of more than 91 days. 91 days, 182 days, 364 days, and so on. उससे भी कम पीरियड के लिए आपको पैसा चाहिए. Where do you go? You government issues cash management bills. Now, it has generic characteristic of cash management treasury bills. Cash management bills are like treasury bills. जैसे treasury bills are issued on discount and उस पे interest rate नहीं होता कुछ, यहाँ पे भी it is issued at discount rate and redeemed at face value at maturity, like treasury bill. They are eligible for SLR securities. So when we'll come to banking sector, we'll study that around 80% of the loans that banks give should be in the form of SLR. Should be in the form of SLR. तो यहाँ पे क्या होता है? Banks buy government securities. So our treasury bills and cash management bills, can treasury bill and cash management bills be used there? So yes, that SLR borrowings, SLR loans may be, treasury bills, cash management bills can be used there. And this was, cash management bills were introduced for the first time in 2010. Then there is ways and means advance. No, ways and means advance is something altogether different. देखो, अभी तक whatever we did, government was borrowing money from market. Government went to other banks through RBI. RBI will issue that bond because RBI मेरा banker है. RBI is the banker for government. But RBI was not giving money to government. Either in dated government security or in treasury bills or in cash management bills, RBI ने खुद अपना पैसा government को नहीं दिया है. But RBI is bank of government. तो ऐसा situation भी होना चाहिए. Like when my banker is SBI. So when I have some shortage of money, I go to SBI and say, SBI, give me some money. SBI gives me loan. So RBI should also be able to give short-term money to government. That is ways and means advances. State government के लिए banker कौन है? Who is the banker for state government? RBI. Central government के लिए banker कौन है? RBI. तो वहां पे ways and means advances के provision है. As a banker to the government, RBI gives temporary loan facility to central and state governments. This is ways and means advances. It was introduced in 1997 to meet mismatches in the receipt and payment of the government. Now you may say, sir, so cash management bill भी तो है. हाँ है. There are different tools available by which government can borrow money. Government can get immediate cash from RBI if required, but it has to be returned in 90 days interest rate. So in 90 days. So ways and means advances में loan has to be returned in 90 days and interest rate is lower. Interest rate is equal to repo rate here. So at low interest rate, government can borrow money for up to 90 days. If ways and means advances exceed 90 days, that is, if government is, कई बार होता है आप अपने बैंक को पैसा, you are not able to return back money to your bank in a timely manner. If this is more than 90 days, then interest rate is 2% higher. If within 90 days, government is able to return the money to RBI, the interest rate is repo rate. If it is not able to do that, then interest rate is 2% more than repo rate. Now, what is the WMA limit? How much money can government borrow? How much money can state government borrow? Now, for different government, the numbers are different based on this. If I go to SBI and say, SBI, give me 10 crore rupees, SBI will ask me to get lost. तुझे 10 crore क्या दूं मैं? तेरे पास तो कुछ पैसा ही नहीं है कुछ. If Mukesh Ambani goes and says, give me 1,000 crore, SBI will be like, yes, please take it. Because Mukesh Ambani, Reliance Industries has a turnover, revenue, expenditure that is of that scale. I do not have turnover, revenue, expenditure that is of this scale. And that is why for different government, अब different government have different revenue, different expenditure. कुछ गवर्नमेंट से जिनका रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर बहुत कम है, उनके लिए वेज एंड मींस एडवांस में लिमिट अवेलेबल फॉर लोन विल बी डिफरेंट. कुछ गवर्नमेंट से जिनका रेवेन्यू जीडीपी सब ज्यादा है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, वी हैव स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ऑफ डिफरेंट साइजेस, उनके लिए वेज एंड मींस एडवांस लिमिट विल बी डिफरेंट. तो The limit of WMO and WMA is decided by government and RBI mutually and revised periodically. और यहाँ पे the number of loans under WMA is based on 3-year average of actual revenue and capital expenditure of the state. For different state, उनका revenue expenditure, capital expenditure roughly कितना रहा है, उसका as a percentage कुछ amount fix किया जाता है. Then there are two types of ways and means advances which can be there are two types of ways and means advances which can be given by RBI. One is special WMA or special drawing facility. Other is normal WMA. In special WMA, you have to give government security as collateral. So this is state government. Let's say Maharashtra government. Maharashtra government wants to borrow money in the form of ways and means advances from RBI. Temporary time के लिए चाहिए. Now, state government of Maharashtra may have some government securities with it. That is, उसने government security खरीदी होंगी, उनके पास government security. So, if state government of Maharashtra has some government security and it mortgages that government security, it mortgages that government security to RBI. तो आपने लोन लेते टाइम कुछ गिरवी रखा है, तो interest rate is lower. After the state has exhausted the limit of SDF, it gets normal WMA. So SDF में you have collateral of government security, their interest rate is lower, but in normal WMA interest rate is 1 percentage point less than the interest rate for SDF is 1 percentage point less than repo rate. Otherwise, interest rate is repo rate. SDF में interest rate is 1 percentage point less than repo rate. Otherwise, interest rate is repo rate. And if you are not returning money within 90 days, then repo rate plus 2%. Right? So I'll summarize the entire thing. Again, WMA wala, the RBI is my banker. So government, state government, central governments, they can go to RBI and say, RBI, I want to borrow money for temporary period for 90 days. RBI will say, okay, I'll give you money at repo rate. How much money? It will be decided by how much capital expenditure, revenue expenditure on an average has been done in last 3 days. And both, so in case of Central and RBI, they sit together and they decide कि WMA का limit इतना हो सकता है. But if state government is mortgaging government security here, ये government security को गिरवी रख रहा है, तो interest rate will be repo rate से 1% कम. This is special drawing facility. ये special rates. If कुछ गिरवी नहीं रख रहा है, तो repo rate will be, so the interest rate will be repo rate. And if what? If it is not able to return the money in 90 days, interest rate will be repo rate plus. Do we get this? Do we understand this? Okay. हाँ, ये सब तो हमने पढ़ लिया. Now you may say, sir, what is the difference between ways and means advances and cash management bill? Cash management bill maybe government was borrowing money for 90 days or less. Ways and means advances maybe government is borrowing money for 90 days or less. देखो, cash management bill में you are issuing your security and you're asking people, please buy my security and give me loan. In ways and means advances, you are going to RBI and borrowing money from RBI. Cash management bill में the security is not being bought by RBI. Other banks, other people will be buying those securities. So CMPs are subscribed by others through auction like Treasury bill. WMA is a loan given by RBI. अभी तक RBI से डायरेक्ट पैसा लेने का मैकेनिज्म जो हमने पढ़ा था, that was WMA, that is WMA only. Otherwise, in everything else, RBI is involved. When government decides that I want to issue security of 2 lakh crore rupees and borrow 2 lakh crore rupees. Government is borrowing 15 lakh crore rupees this year. As per their budget estimate, it is borrowing 50 lakh crore rupees. So government decides कि मुझे 2 lakh crore rupees borrow करने हैं. So government will go to RBI and will say कि यार security issue कर दो on our behalf. RBI will be working, but RBI will not be giving loan to government. Loan will be given by market. Other banks, other institutions, individuals also can buy government bonds. Loan will be given by them. Same is the case with treasury bills. Same is the case with cash management bills. But this is not the case with WMA. WMA में RBI मेरा बैंक है, RBI पैसे दे. RBI, you give me money. That is ways and means advances. Are we clear? Comfortable? Okay. Then another way in which government borrows money is through market stabilization scheme. Now, market stabilization scheme is what? देखो, it is अभी तक जो हमने टूल्स की बात करी, dated government security, treasury bills, cash management bills, ways and means advances, these were all fiscal measures. Government के पास पैसों की कमी है, government is borrowing money, right? But market stabilization scheme is a fiscal cum monetary instrument. Fiscal cum, देखो, fiscal instrument का purpose क्या है? Government के पास पैसे कम है तो it is able to borrow. Fiscal instrument will do that. Monetary instruments will lead to increase or decrease in money supply in the economy. जैसे RBI uses liquidity adjustment facility, marginal standing facility. हम पढ़ेंगे. We will study all those things when we go to RBI's monetary policy. But उनसे क्या होता है? उनसे we increase or decrease money supply. Now, this is a tool. Market stabilization scheme is a tool which is working as both fiscal measure, that is government के पास पैसों की कमी है, government is able to borrow it, plus it is also working as a monetary measure. That is, it is also contributing to reduction in money supply. कैसे? What happens in what scenario? Is government going for market stabilization scheme? Suppose India में a lot of FDI is happening, a lot of foreign investment is happening. A lot of foreign investment is happening. Investors from US decide Indian stock market में बहुत पैसा लगाना है, Indian stock market is going to do very well. They come and invest in Indian stock market. But they came with dollars. RBI will eventually convert this dollar into rupee. तो RBI के पास डॉलर बढ़ा, but did rupee in the market increase? रुपी का फ्लो इंक्रीज हुआ मार्केट में, रुपी का सप्लाई बढ़ा, रुपी का सप्लाई बढ़ना, मनी सप्लाई बढ़ गया, इंक्रीज मनी सप्लाई में लीड टू इन्फ्लेशन, राइट? तो इन दिस सिनेरियो गवर्नमेंट गोज टू RBI. RBI, I have to borrow money, and anyways market has a lot of money supply. Let me borrow it. Money supply will also reduce. Monetary measure, and I need to borrow money. Fiscal measure. This is market stabilization scheme. This is market stabilization scheme. Do we get it? It's not a pure fiscal budgetary exercise, but a fiscal cum monetary instrument. It is a facility to control liquidity due to excess foreign exchange flow in the country. When a lot of foreign exchange flow into the country, there will be a matching rupee circulation in the economy. This could lead to inflation. Under the scheme, government issues securities through RBI and mops up the excess liquidity. Money supply. The money collected is used by government for its need. The amount of issue and the date of issue is decided by RBI in consultation with the government. But ये क्या है? हमें ये term हमें clear रहना चाहिए. Then special floating and other loans. There may be some other special kinds of loans. जैसे floating loans, like their interest is floating. Their interest will be revised. Those kind of loans where government borrows money and interest rate is floating. Interest rate is revised regularly. Securities against small saving. Now this is an important part. Small saving में पैसा किस में आया था? Public accounts of India में आया है. Small saving में पैसा कहाँ आया है? Public accounts में आया है. Like I have created a small saving account. I have deposited my money. That is not the money for government to be used. है ना? Government, क्योंकि government has to return that money to me. Government cannot use it for its general purpose. In 1999-2000, Government of India created a fund called National Small Saving Fund in the public account of India. State Provident Fund, Insurance and Pension Fund, Trust and Endowment and some small saving fund, इनको छोड़ के जितने भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, it will go to what? National Small Saving Fund. Net collection of the money which goes to National Small Saving Fund is invested in central and state government securities. तो देखो, please understand, when I am part of some small saving scheme, तो उसमें मुझे बोला जाता है ना, you will be given 7% interest rate, 6% interest rate, 5% interest rate. So when I have invested in the small saving scheme, if that money was just kept in the account, It would not have served any, it would not have increased. I want my money to increase. So that money is invested in government securities. तो इन अ वे गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, तो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी प्रॉमिस करता है आपको 6% 7% इंटरेस्ट रेट मिलेगा. तो these funds are able to earn interest, but government has also been able to borrow money. Has government been able to borrow money? And now because they have borrowed money, they can use it for, now government in government account they have borrowed this money, so they can use it for their general expenditure because government has borrowed this money through securities, right? So net collection is invested in central and government security and are invested in various public agencies like Food Corporation of India, National Highway Authority of India, etc. These are called securities against small saving. There are different ways in which government is borrowing money. One is securities against small saving. The interest amount generated from these investments are used to pay interest for the subscriber of small saving scheme. Only the amount invested in central government securities are accounted under this head. Securities against small saving में सिर्फ वो वाला पैसा जो कि central government security में लगाया गया, which central government has borrowed, is included here. Their respective states and public sector enterprises, the respective states and public sector enterprise accounted for their borrowing. Only the money which goes to central government, money which is borrowed by central government, is going into this head. Okay, then there are compensation bonds and other bonds issued. अब what is this compensation bond? इसे भी थोड़ा समझ लेते हैं. Let's say this person was a traditional zamindar who had a lot of land, or this person was a traditional king जिसके पास पूरी रियासत थी. Government said, आई जमींदारी सिस्टम खत्म और ये राजा महाराजाओं का टाइम भी खत्म, है ना? But he's like, नहीं नहीं, मैं ही राजा हूं. Government would be like, let us take all the land, we'll compensate you. But government doesn't have that kind of money to compensate him. So government issues what? Bonds. Government बोलती है कि आपको हर साल suppose your assets are worth 100 crore rupees. So I'm not in a position to give you 100 crore rupees right now. Government ने जब ये सब system खत्म किया, तो it may not have had all the money to give to all those kings or all those zamindars then and there. So government said, थोड़ा पैसा भी ले लो, बाकी will give you a bond of 30 years. Every year will pay you interest, and 30 years later will also pay you the mool amount, the principal. So those are compensation bonds to compensate for acquiring of their assets. So bonds issued by government to affected person by its policy decision. For example, government abolished zamindari system, and to compensate for the loss of zamindars, the government issued bonds. These bonds were made to be encashed in future and are of long-term nature. Got it? Now, देखो हम पढ़ क्या रहे हैं? हम पढ़ रहे हैं internal loans, loans which government takes from within the country. But some loans which are taken from outside the country may also be considered internal, may also be included in internal loan ka category. One such that loan is non-negotiable, non-interest bearing security issued to international financial institution. ना देखो international financial institution को issue कर रहे हैं, तब तो money that we are borrowing is from outside the country. Then why are we studying it under the internal loan category? Why is it included in the internal loan category? Because look at its feature. It is non-negotiable. It is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable is similar to non-marketable. आपने जिस international body से loan लिया है, that international body cannot give it to someone else. It cannot sell the bond to someone else. That international body only will be the person holding the will be the entity holding the bond, and only that international entity will ask me कि भाई मेरे पैसे दे 10 साल बाद. You will not be able to sell it to China. Non-negotiable and non-interest bearing. Because it's non-interest bearing, so it may not create a lot of pressure on. If these kind of bonds are taken from these kind of loans are taken from international agencies, even then they are considered internal loans or internal the bonds issued to internal entity. ऐसा माना जाता है. तो they are included in the internal loan category. We're able to understand this? Then these were various ways by which government borrows money internally. Then there are external loans also, money borrowed from outside the country. Now, these external loans can be multilateral, can be bilateral. Bilateral when you are taking it from a other country or other country's agency. जैसे जापान में some agencies are there which is funding India's metro rail project. वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को लोन दे रही है. तो that is external loan but bilateral. But when we go and take loan from World Bank is an international entity. The loan that is coming is external. But World Bank is not of any country. It's a multilateral body. Those loans are known as multilateral. So multilateral loans from IMF, World Bank, या फिर Asian Development Bank. These are the loans that we get from there is multilateral loans and loans raised from foreign government and foreign government bodies or foreign government agencies. जैसे जापान की ही कोई एजेंसी हो, आप उससे लोन ले रहे हो, उसमें सिर्फ जापानीज गवर्नमेंट का इन्फ्लुएंस है. Those loans will be external but bilateral. So external, multilateral, external, bilateral. I hope we have clarity here. Then there is other liabilities. We have internal loans, we have external loans. दोनों चीजें क्लियर है. अब देखो इंटरनल लोन्स में देयर वाज सिक्योरिटीज इशूड अगेंस्ट स्मॉल सेविंग. वो तो गवर्नमेंट ने बोरो कर लिया ना स्पेसिफिकली. गवर्नमेंट हैज बोरोड इट स्पेसिफिकली, तो वो हमारे इंटरनल लोन में वहां चला गया. बट अदर देन दिस ऑल्सो which are not directly borrowed but are available for government expenditure. Other liabilities में क्या है? Money that is not. अब अगर गवर्नमेंट ने सिक्योरिटी इशू करके बोरो कर लिया, तो that is security against small saving that we already included in the internal loans, है ना? But अगर पब्लिक अकाउंट्स में पैसा है that government has not specifically borrowed but is still available for government spending. If government spends, government will have to give that money back. Other are those money which are not directly borrowed but are available for government expenditure. It includes money deposited by people in custody of government, such as Provident Fund, NSSF, small saving account. Further, under this government may also use reserve funds of railways, post, telegraph, etc. These things are other liabilities. These things are other liabilities which government has used and government may have to return back. So, but this is also capital receipt. Capital receipt वाले component में ही जा रहा है. So, capital receipt में we have loans and we have other loans. May we have internal, external. Internal may we have dated treasury bills, cash management bill, ways and means advances, बहुत सारी चीजें थी. External may we have bilateral, multilateral. Those were loans. And then there are other liabilities or money which is available for government expenditure. If government uses that, that is other liability that it has to pay. These were capital receipts. Debt creating, non-debt creating wale component में, non-debt creating we understand these capital receipts don't create any liability and thus non-debt creating hai, but they may lead to loss of some asset. Disinvestment and return of the previous loan are non-debt creating capital receipt. Got it? Someone was raising hand here. Yes, beta. Okay. What is your name? Aditya. Aditya is asking a question. Sir, non-negotiable, non-interest bearing securities issued to international bodies. How does it come in internal? External ही है ना वो? External है. But देखो, what is the difference between an internal loan and external? Internal loan is loan जो हमने अपने लोगों से लिया है ना? It will not create a lot of exchange rate की वजह से जो fluctuations होंगे उस तरह की problems नहीं create करेगा. Plus, it has this thing, it's not going to impact our sovereignty. Now, when we are taking loan from international agencies, which is non-negotiable, suppose हमने World Bank से loan लिया, which is non-negotiable, that is, World Bank cannot sell it to our enemy country. तो are those loans also safe for us? उसपे interest भी नहीं है, non-interest bearing है. It means interest rate fluctuation will also not create problems for us. So they are safe for us. So those kind of loans we are like, वो लोन मिल रहा है उसे इतना ही मानो कि वो इंटरनल है, लेते रहो. If it's non-negotiable and non-interest bearing. I hope you are getting the feel, the core idea behind it. If it is negotiable, then it is external loan. If it is, not all safe loans will be, but some are included there. Some are included there. I hope we understand this. Now, Kanhaiya Kaushik is asking, Sir, I did not understand SLR relation. देखो बेटा, when we will study banking sector, so we will see that banking sector के regulation में there is a rule which says that all the loans which bank give, अगर बैंक 100 crore rupees का लोन दे रहा है, then उसमें से 18 crore rupees of loan should be in liquid assets. 18% loan should be in liquid assets like government bonds, gold और cash. तो when यहां पे हमने बोला कि ट्रेजरी बिल विल बी eligible for being consideration under SLR loan. That is, if a bank has given loan to government in the form of treasury bill, तो जो बैंक का वो रिक्वायरमेंट है ना कि 18%, 18.5% ऑफ इट्स लोन शुड बी इन हाईली लिक्विड एसेट, उसमें ट्रेजरी बिल वाला लोन इज ऑल्सो कंसिडर्ड देयर. ओके, और I'll cover this thing in more detail in the banking sector. Still, रूल हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, बैंक के ऊपर एज पर बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट, नॉट आरबीआई एक्ट के अंदर सीआरआर होता है, बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट बोलता है एसएलआर होगा. This says that around 18.5% of bank's loan should be in highly liquid assets. Highly liquid asset means government security में होना चाहिए. Cash is तो liquid only. 18.5% of the loan which bank gives should be in highly liquid assets. So when this bank has bought treasury bill, when this bank has bought treasury bill, let's say this bank is giving loan of 100 crore rupees to 18.5 crore rupees ka loan it has to keep here. So when this bank has invested, let's say 5 crore rupees in treasury bill, will this 5 crore rupees ka bill be counted here under government security? So yes. So it is eligible for SLR counting. That is the idea. Okay. Kanhaiya, did you understand it now, beta? Got it? Okay. We'll study this. We'll study this in more detail. Generally, when I teach these things for foundation batches, I take a lot of time explaining each and every term in a lot of details. But this is a crash course. Here in the foundation batch, I had 100 hours to teach economy. Here I have 40 to 45 hours. Right? तो यहाँ पे हर चीज को हम डिटेल में समझा नहीं सकते because there is an expectation कि you would know certain basic things. सर इनका समरी दे देना प्लीज लास्ट में जल्दी से. ठीक है, कर देंगे. सर कैन यू प्लीज एक्सप्लेन सिक्योरिटीज अगेंस्ट स्मॉल सेविंग एंड व्हाई आर मल्टीलेटरल बोरोइंग नॉट टेकन अगेंस्ट सिक्योरिटीज. सिक्योरिटीज अगेंस्ट स्मॉल सेविंग कुछ नहीं है यार. पब्लिक अकाउंट्स में पैसा आया है, राइट, दैट मनी इज देयर. नाउ दिस मनी हैज टू बी इन्वेस्टेड फॉर दिस मनी टू ग्रो. आप अपना पैसा किसी स्कीम में लगा रहे हो तो गवर्नमेंट प्रॉमिस करता है ना कि आई विल इंक्रीज दिस मनी एंड गिव इट बैक टू यू, आई विल गिव यू सम इंटरेस्ट. तो वन वे ऑफ डूइंग इट इज इन्वेस्टिंग दिस मनी इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. That is a way in which government can borrow money. Okay. बेटा इनकम किसी पे भी कमाओगे टैक्सेबल है. टैक्सेबल का मतलब क्या है? I will be giving money to government. I'll be giving money to government and I'll be earning interest income on it. When I earn interest income, is that taxable? Yes, it is taxable. है ना? कैपिटल गेन टैक्स, इन सब चीजों को समझेंगे. अभी तो हम टैक्स में आए भी ना, आएंगे और समझेंगे. तभी तो अभी when we did a PYQ on the inflation, one of the statement was inflation index bonds are non taxable. सब taxable. नॉन टैक्सेबल होता तो बहुत सारे लोग जाके इन्फ्लेशन इंडेक्स बॉन्ड में पैसा लगा देते, टैक्स ही नहीं भरना है. राइट? ओके, लेट्स गो टू. हाँ, तो रिसिप्ट साइड इज ऑल अंडरस्टूड. आई होप रिसिप्ट साइड में हमें क्लैरिटी है. यस बेटा. स्प्रेड इन फ्लोटिंग रेट. देखो, व्हाट इज फ्लोटिंग रेट बॉन्ड? interest rate will keep on floating. Let's say government says interest rate will be repo rate जो रहेगा प्लस 3%. तो रेपो रेट फ्लक्चुएट होता रहेगा, बट उसके बियॉन्ड स्प्रेड क्या है 3%. और गवर्नमेंट सेज इंटरेस्ट रेट इज सीपीआई इन्फ्लेशन, उस साल जितना भी सीपीआई इन्फ्लेशन है प्लस 3%. तो फ्लोटिंग कंपोनेंट इज दिस, इट मे बी 4%, 5%, 6%, एंड दिस इज द स्प्रेड. अबव इन्फ्लेशन कितना और आपको मिलेगा, दिस इज द स्प्रेड. गॉट इट? एनीथिंग एल्स बिफोर आई गो इनटू एक्सपेंडिचर? नो, एवरीवन इज कंफर्टेबल. ये अभी तक अब क्लास में ज्यादा बच्चे हो गए. सुबह 8 बजे मतलब आधी इससे भी कम क्लास थी. कैसे हो गया ये? सुबह 8 बजे आओ, उठो, है ना? कल तो बोलेगी सर मुझे तो मेरे घर में आके पढ़ा दो. हाँ हाँ, तो वही ना. तो थोड़ा अपने कंफर्ट जोन से निकलो. हाँ? कहाँ रहते हो आप? बॉर्डर पे रहते हो? यूपी और दिल्ली के बॉर्डर पे रहते हो? नोएडा वहीं पे कहीं? मेट्रो चल जाती है सुबह 6 बजे, आ जाओ. वो रिस्की है क्या वहां से आना? एक तो 2-2 घंटे ट्रैवल क्यों कर रहे हो? ऑनलाइन भगवान ने एक्सेस दे दिया ना. नहीं, हाँ. तो इतनी सारी क्लासेस एक साथ क्यों कर रही हो? साल भर पढ़ाई नहीं करी? नहीं, हम बॉर्डर वाले लोग पढ़ते नहीं है. हम इधर क्राइम करके इधर चले जाते हैं, इधर क्राइम करके इधर चले जाते हैं. अभी और क्या क्या क्लास चल रही है? बेटा मैंने जब सेशन लिया था सबसे पहले बोला था जिसका फाउंडेशन चल रहा है इन सब कोर्सेज के चक्कर में नहीं पढ़ना है. क्यों पढ़ी हो? या तो उसे छोड़ दो अब. मैं प्रॉमिस कर रहा हूं आपके फाउंडेशन में जितनी पढ़ाई करोगे ना प्रीलिम्स के लिए, उससे ज्यादा यहां पढ़ाओ. या जो बच्चे फाउंडेशन में पढ़ के आए हैं ये चीजें, दे विल बी एबल टू वाउच फॉर इट. जो भी फाउंडेशन में जहां जहां पढ़ के आया है दे विल बी एबल टू वाउच फॉर इट. छोड़ दो वो, क्यों समय बर्बाद कर रही हो? आई एम एक्सप्लेनिंग इट इन सम अदर वे. अदर टीचर में बी वेरी गुड वेरी बैड, मैं वो नहीं जानता. आप कहां पढ़ रहे हो मैं ये भी नहीं जानता. बट उनका समझाने का तरीका कुछ और होगा. आप जब पहली बार चीजें सुनते समझते हो ना, तो फर्स्ट इज अब्सॉर्बिंग इट इन वन पर्टिकुलर वे. तो डोंट डू अदर क्लास, या फिर डोंट डू दिस. दोनों नहीं करो, पागल हो क्या? you're you're मतलब नुकसान करवा रही हो अपना. बिल्कुल. देखो, इफ यू हैव जॉइंड पीएमपी, आप प्रीलिम्स के लिए कुछ और नहीं करो. बहुत क्लियरली बोल रहा हूं. अगर आपका फाउंडेशन अभी चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको अच्छा लग रहा है, सब कुछ सही है, तो वहां पे बैठ के पढ़ो. इसमें आप रिफंड कराओ अपना फीस. हाँ, देयर इज अ प्रोविजन फॉर रिफंड. हमारे यहाँ ऐसा नहीं होता. हमारे यहाँ कोई बच्चा आ गया और बस उसने फीस भर दी, इसका मतलब नहीं है कि वो फंस गया यहाँ. इफ यू हाँ, वी डोंट डू दैट. बहुत सिंपल सा फंड है हमारे यहाँ. रिफंड के अपने प्रोसीजर्स है, मैकेनिज्म है, आप वो करके करा. आपको जो भी सूटेबल लग रहा है वो करो, बट डोंट डू. फाउंडेशन में भी आपकी इकोनॉमी की क्लास चल रही है, यहाँ पे भी इकोनॉमी कर रहे हो, तो गलत है. मतलब आपके लिए नुकसान होगा बच्चा. हाँ. हाँ. कुछ भी मत करो, सब कराऊंगा ना यहाँ. पॉइंट इज, देखो, आई विल कवर ईच एंड एवरीथिंग दैट इज नीडेड. आई विल कवर ईच एंड एवरीथिंग. आपको लग नहीं रहा मैं इसे क्रैश कोर्स की तरह चला रहा हूँ क्या? हर एक चीज नहीं कवर कर रहा हूँ. मैं आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस कि यार 10 घंटे में पूरी इकोनॉमी करा दूंगा और फिर आके ऊपर ऊपर की चीज बता के चला जाऊं. आई एम इंश्योरिंग कि यू आर प्रिपेयर्ड. यूपीएससी से भी एक स्टेप थोड़ा सा आगे जितना अभी तक पूछा गया है. तो मत करो, मतलब सच में. डू नॉट रिवाइज करो, टेस्ट दो संडे का आके, सिस्टमेटाइज करो अपने प्रिपरेशन को, है ना? थोड़ा जल्दी सो जाओ, जल्दी उठो, सुबह 8 बजे क्लास में पहुंच जाओ. इवेंचुअली कंक्लूजन ये है. चलिए, लेट्स कम टू एक्सपेंडिचर. ओके. देखो, a few days before the batch 2.0 was launched, I had taken a ऑनलाइन सेशन ऑन प्रीलिम्स प्रिपरेशन। एंड एक चीज मैंने बहुत क्लियरली बोला था, जिन बच्चों का भी फाउंडेशन कोर्स चल रहा है, अभी तक क्लासेस चल रही है और आपको चीजें समझ में भी आ रही है, डोंट रन बिहाइंड दीज कोर्सेस, चाहे वो लेवल अप आईएएस में हो या कहीं भी और। आप अपना फाउंडेशन कंप्लीट, अगर आपका फाउंडेशन पढ़ने के बाद आपको लग रहा है कि यार नहीं आया ज्यादा समझ, आई वॉन्ट टू डू कोर्स सिस्टमैटिकली, तब करिए। दिस कोर्स इज फॉर स्टूडेंट्स जो कि ना अपने फाउंडेशन में चीजें अच्छे से समझ नहीं पाए हैं। अगर फाउंडेशन हो गया है, सब हो गया है, आपको फिर भी कनेक्टेड रहना है, अपडेट करते रहना है। कम टू करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम, जो वीक में 2-3 दिन क्लास होती है, रोज 5-5 घंटे नहीं करना है। देखो, आई एम सेइंग अबाउट माय ओन कोर्स। मेरे को अगर सिर्फ बिजनेस रन करना होता, मेरे पास जाए कुछ भी कर रहे हो, ये कोर्स तो करना ही पड़ेगा, इसके बिना सिलेक्शन नहीं होगा, बकवास है ये बात जो करता है वो सब बकवास है, इसके बिना भी सिलेक्शन होगा, बस फाउंडेशन में पढ़ के भी सिलेक्शन होता है। ठीक है, तो मेरा मतलब अब सच में आप क्लास के बाद एक बार बात करो, इधर ये करना बंद करो या फिर दूसरी चीज करना बंद करो, दोनों नहीं करोगे। प्रीलिम्स के लिए इसके अलावा अभी आप कुछ नहीं करोगे, कुछ और कर रहे हो तो ये नहीं करोगे। मेंस की प्रिपरेशन चल सकती है आपके साथ, मेंस के लिए आप कुछ और करते रह सकते हो, बट प्रीलिम्स के लिए यू विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग अदर देन, इफ यू आर पार्ट ऑफ दिस कोर्स, ट्रस्ट अस, वी आर नॉट लाइक अदर प्लेसेस। आप कोर्स खत्म होने के बाद बोलोगे जो कमिट किया है उससे ज्यादा कराया है, आप नहीं बोलोगे कम कराया है। योर कंप्लेन वुड बी ज्यादा पढ़ाया है, और कंप्लेन, नन ऑफ यू इज गोइंग टू कंप्लेन दैट कम पढ़ाया है, दैट्स अ प्रॉमिस दैट आई मेक। नन ऑफ यू विल से कि कम पढ़ा के भेज रहे हैं। यू विल बी लाइक, सर रिवाइज कैसे करूं मैं बोलूंगा बेटा हर रोज घर पे रिवाइज कर, वीकेंड पे टेस्ट देके रिवाइज कर, फुल सिलेबस टेस्ट आएंगे उसमें रिवाइज कर, अप्रैल में दोबारा रिवाइज कर, मई में दोबारा रिवाइज कर, है ना, वो करना पड़ेगा। बट यू विल नॉट कंप्लेन कि कम पढ़ने को है। चिंता मत करो, एग्जाम से 20 दिन पहले भी कुछ अपडेट भेजूंगा मैं क्या करूंगा खाली बैठ के? आपको पढ़ा दिया, अप्रैल में सारे अपडेट दे दिए, मैं मई में करूंगा क्या? मई में मैं फिर पूरे पीवाईक्यूज देखूंगा, क्या कोई डायमेंशन रह गया है? मई में मैं फिर बैठ के सारे न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल्स देखूंगा पुराने वाले, मई में फिर बैठ के मैं बाकी सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के मटेरियल देख, मेरी जिम्मेदारी है वो सब करना। आप तो इफ यू आर अ स्टूडेंट हेयर, दिस इज दैट्स माय रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। ठीक है, तो रुक जाओ, समझे? कम भाई। हाँ, एक्सपेंडिचर, अब देखो एक्सपेंडिचर को ना, वन वे ऑफ डिवाइडिंग एक्सपेंडिचर इज द वे इट हैज बीन डिवाइडेड इन आवर बजट प्रोफाइल, where we have divided expenditure into scheme expenditure and non-scheme expenditure. You will see here, जो गवर्नमेंट के एक्सपेंडिचर है, we have divided into स्कीम पे जो पैसे खर्च हो रहे हैं और नॉन स्कीम पे जो पैसे खर्च, स्कीम एक्सपेंडिचर एंड नॉन स्कीम एक्सपेंडिचर। तो स्कीम एक्सपेंडिचर में वी हैव सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम एंड वी हैव सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम। अच्छा, अभी आई वाज टेकिंग द सेम थिंग फॉर अभी आई वाज टेकिंग द सेम थिंग फॉर इंटरव्यू बैच। लास्ट वीक मैं इंटरव्यू बैच के लिए इकोनॉमी करंट अफेयर्स अपडेट कर रहा था, एंड व्हेन आई आस्क्ड देम द डिफरेंस बिटवीन सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम एंड सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, मेनी ऑफ देम वर कंफ्यूज्ड। मैंने पूछा डिफरेंस क्या होता है सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम में, तो सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स हु आर गिविंग इंटरव्यू दिस ईयर दे सेड कि सर सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम में सम मनी कम्स फ्रॉम सेंटर, सम मनी कम फ्रॉम स्टेट, एंड सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम में ऑल मनी कम फ्रॉम स्टेट सेंटर, ऑल मनी सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम में ऑल मनी कम फ्रॉम सेंटर, एंड सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम में सम मनी कम फ्रॉम सेंटर, सम मनी कम फ्रॉम स्टेट्स। दिस इज नॉट द डिफरेंस। प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना कुछ साल पहले तक, अभी भी सेंट्रल सेक्टर सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम है, पहले भी सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम था, बट इट वाज 100% फंडेड बाय सेंटर। दिस इज नॉट द डिफरेंस एट ऑल। डिफरेंस इज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, वहां सेंटर स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है, बट वो स्कीम किस लिस्ट में है, स्टेट लिस्ट या कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में? वो स्कीम इंप्लीमेंट करने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी स्टेट की है, वो सब्जेक्ट मैटर स्टेट का है, दैट इज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम। उसमें पैसा कहां से कितना आ रहा है कैन बी डिसाइडेड इन द स्कीम। इट कैन बी 100% फंडेड बाय सेंटर, इट कैन बी partially funded by center. Central sector schemes are schemes which are the domain of union list. अब यूनियन लिस्ट का है तो सारा पैसा सेंटर से ही आएगा, बट क्या यूनियन लिस्ट वाली स्कीम को स्टेट कैन एलोकेट सम मनी? स्टेट को कौन बनाए? फंड इज नहीं, फंड इज मेजर्ड देयर, बट ना अगर आप आर्टिकल 282 में जाओगे, आर्टिकल 282 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, लेट मी ओपन आर्टिकल 282 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फॉर, वहां पे आपको थोड़ा क्लैरिटी। आर्टिकल 282 ऑफ, look at this article. The union or a state may make any grant for any public purpose, notwithstanding that the purpose is not one with respect to which parliament or legislature of the state, as the case may be, may make laws. मतलब वो आपके सब्जेक्ट डोमेन में नहीं भी है, तब भी आप क्या कर सकते हो? पैसे एलोकेट कर सकते हो. हाउ कैन सेंटर give money for centrally sponsored scheme which is in the state list or concurrent list? Because article 282 empowers center is something which is not in your subject domain. Even for that you can allocate money, but it's not only giving this power to union, it's also saying state. Union or a state may make any grant for any public purpose, notwithstanding the purpose, notwithstanding that purpose is not one with respect to which parliament or legislature of the state, as the case may be, may make laws. बात समझ में आई? तो देखो, फाइनेंस कमीशन के रिकमेंडेशंस में सम मनी इज गोइंग टू स्टेट, दैट इज अंडर आर्टिकल 280. आर्टिकल 280 में फाइनेंस कमीशन और उसके बारे में बात करी हुई है. तो व्हेन वी स्पोक अबाउट this transfer, oh sorry, this transfer, this is under article 280. But when we are talking about this transfer, यहाँ पे centrally sponsored scheme के लिए center will be giving some money. Centrally sponsored scheme के लिए center will give some money. This is under article 282. Article 282. बात समझ में आ रही है सबको? बेटा स्टेट लिस्ट कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट की चीजें को इंप्लीमेंट करने की जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? स्टेट की है. इंप्लीमेंट स्टेट को करना है, बट सेंटर बोल रही है कि नहीं ये स्कीम हम लाएंगे, द स्कीम इज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड, तो स्टेट बोलेगा फिर पैसे भी दो. सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम में मनी कम्स फ्रॉम सेंटर ऑल्सो. आइदर 100% ऑफ मनी में कम फ्रॉम सेंटर, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना में अर्लियर 100% ऑफ द मनी यूज्ड टू कम फ्रॉम सेंटर. इट वाज अ सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, दो इट वाज अ सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, बट फिर भी 100% ऑफ द मनी वाज कमिंग फ्रॉम सेंटर. अब सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम में स्टेट पैसा नहीं कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट करता है. स्टेट्स आर ऑलरेडी हैविंग शॉर्टेज ऑफ मनी, बट टुमारो इफ दे वांटेड कि कोई सेंटर का सब्जेक्ट है, उसके लिए आई वांट टू अलोकेट सम मनी, स्टेट कैन नॉट गो एंड इंप्लीमेंट इट. वो सब्जेक्ट किसका है? सेंटर का है, तो सेंटर ही इंप्लीमेंट करे. स्टेट विल नॉट से कि सेंटर तुम निकलो डिफेंस के लिए, मैं पैसे लगा और मैं बॉर्डर पे चीजें, स्टेट्स कैन नॉट डू दैट, दैट्स नॉट स्टेट स्टोरी. बट आर्टिकल 282 क्या बोलता है? आर्टिकल 282 बोलता है कि आप पैसे तो दे सकते हो उसके लिए. A few years back there was a debate also, should state be contributing to defense etc. Article 282 is allowing that. Okay, so वो मिस्टेक नहीं करना है. सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम और सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम के डिफरेंस का सबको ही वैसे ही पढ़ा देता है. कई बार मैंने ना ये एमसीक्यूज भी देखे हैं, कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स वाले एमसीक्यू बना देते हैं जहाँ पे इन सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम 100% ऑफ द मनी कम फ्रॉम सेंटर, इन सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम some money will come from center, some money will come from state. That's not always right, and that is not the difference between central sector scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. Okay, I'm sure many of you may have thought that to be the difference. That is not the difference. Difference is किसका subject domain है. Okay, polity वाली चीज है, चलो कोई बात नहीं, अभी I'm not going to go into that. But scheme expenditure and non-scheme. Why did I have to open article 282? I had to open article 282 because आपके मन में ना क्वेश्चन रह जाता, सर कुछ गलत बता रहे हैं क्या. Why did I give example of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana? Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is about rural road. Rural road is a responsibility of states. It's a centrally sponsored scheme. अब उसमें कुछ पैसा state देता है, but before 2014, all 100% of the money there in Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana used to come from sector. तो सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम है, स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम है, फिर भी सारा पैसा सेंटर दे रहा था ना. So that is not the criteria कि some paisa will come from state, some paisa will come from center. That's not the criteria. Criteria is what? Criteria is it's a subject which is in the state list or the concurrent list. Tab if center is running some scheme on it, it will be centrally sponsored. Got it? Now, yes. हाँ. किस पे? अरे वो तो उसका ही हो गया ना. अगर स्टेट लिस्ट में कुछ है, अगर कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में इंप्लीमेंटेशन कौन करता है? स्टेट करता है, वो हो गया ना. हाँ, क्योंकि वो स्टेट लिस्ट का या कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट का प्रोविजन पॉइंट है. अरे बॉन्ड्स पे आया हूं. अरे बॉन्ड्स पढ़ा है, कैपिटल मार्केट नहीं पढ़ा रहे अभी. रुक जाओ, आएंगे ना. रुपी डिनोमिनेटेड बॉन्ड को मसाला बॉन्ड समझेंगे, करेंगे, डोंट वरी. नाउ तो एक्सपेंडिचर यहां पे हम कैसे कर रहे हैं? स्कीम एक्सपेंडिचर. स्कीम एक्सपेंडिचर में देयर इज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, देयर इज सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम. 20 लाख करोड़ रुपीस गवर्नमेंट इज स्पेंडिंग ऑन स्कीम. Remaining 27 lakh crore rupees it's doing on other things. Of 20 lakh crore rupees that government is spending on schemes, ज्यादातर सेंट्रल का पैसा कहां जाएगा? सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम. इसमें there can be schemes related to general services, economic services, social services, others there can be centrally sponsored schemes. अब जैसे फर्टिलाइजर के लिए सब्सिडी वाले स्कीम है, फूड के लिए जो सब्सिडी वाले फूड के लिए जो स्कीम्स है, उसमें जो सब्सिडी का पैसा है, that's also part of that scheme expenditure. है ना. फूड सिक्योरिटी, नेशनल फूड सिक्योरिटी के अंदर गवर्नमेंट हैज टू, और पीडीएस के अंदर गवर्नमेंट हैज टू प्रोक्योर अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, राइट, एंड देन मेक इट अवेलेबल एट वेरी लो प्राइसेस. दैट्स बिकॉज ऑफ सम स्कीम व्हिच इज गवर्नमेंट इज रनिंग. ऑल दैट इज स्कीम एक्सपेंस. दैट इज सेंट्रल सेक्टर. दिस इज सेंट्रली. देन देयर आर ट्रांसफर्स, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट और अदर एक्सपेंडिचर. तो ट्रांसफर टू स्टेट्स. नाउ यू मे से कि सर ये तो आपने तो वहां कर दिया था ना, state share of taxes. So what are these transfer to states? Grants. Grants. देखो, एक तो है फाइनेंस कमीशन. when you must have studied about finance commission. तो फाइनेंस कमीशन बोलता है 41% of your tax give to states. But other than that also there are other money which has to go to states. कैसी money? जैसे the states which have revenue deficit, that has to get some money from center. For by other mechanisms, state also get money. That money will be going here. Establishment expenditure, salary, pension, those aspects are there. And then other central expenditure, autonomous body में, interest payment में. Remember this is a very huge component. Of the total 48 lakh crore rupees of government expenditure, 11 lakh crore rupees is going where? Interest payment. Interest payment of the loans that we have already taken. Past के जो loans है ना, उस पे इंटरेस्ट देना पड़ेगा. We'll see central government has debt of around 180 lakh crore rupees. 185 lakh to be exact. इतना डेट है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. उस पे इंटरेस्ट पे कर रही होगी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. अगर 6% भी मानते हो तो 180 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का 6% इज अराउंड 11 लाख करोड़ रुपीस. सॉरी, डेट होता है जब गवर्नमेंट चेंज होती है तो ऐसे कोई होता है कि पुराने वाले का दिखा. अबे गवर्नमेंट का डेट होता है, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट का डेट होता है, बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट का, कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट का नहीं. नहीं आएंगे. वो ब्लेमिंग वाला पार्ट ना पूरा पॉलिटिकल होता है, उसमें नहीं जाते. जैसे अभी अ फ्यू इयर्स बैक निर्मला सीतारमन जी वाज सेइंग कि ऑयल प्राइसेस हम इसलिए रिड्यूस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं क्योंकि मनमोहन सिंह गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत सारे बॉन्ड्स. इकोनॉमिक इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ने पूरा समझाया कि कैसे निर्मला सीतारमन जी बेवकूफ बना रही है. उन्होंने समझाया कि द टैक्स, ऑयल पे आपने इतना टैक्स लगा रखा है जिससे आपका रेवेन्यू इज इन अ फ्यू लाख करोड़ एंड द bonds पे जो आप पैसा भर रहे हो, there are few thousand crores. So it is not because of bonds that you have kept the oil prices high. You have kept the oil prices high because you are charging a lot of taxes. Right? तो political reason पे blame करे जाते हैं, but reality में वैसा कुछ होता नहीं है. ठीक है? And our debt is not unsustainable. We have 185 lakh crore rupees का debt. That's a okay debt. हम समझेंगे debt sustainability वाला concept भी समझेंगे. Don't worry about it. Okay. तुम्हारे doubts बहुत आ रहे हैं आजकल, मैं पढ़ाऊंगा कैसे? बताओ. Last doubt. प्रिंसिपल देखो, प्रिंसिपल पेमेंट यहां पे दिस कंपोनेंट इज ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट. दिस कंपोनेंट इज ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. 11 लाख करोड़ रुपीस हम क्या पे कर रहे हैं? इंटरेस्ट. प्रिंसिपल पेमेंट में ये वाला कंपोनेंट नहीं. व्हाई एम आई स्पेसिफिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट? बिकॉज अभी हम एक टर्म पढ़ेंगे प्राइमरी डेफिसिट. वहां पे विल हैव टू सब्ट्रैक्ट इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट, तो आते हैं. बट प्लीज नोट दिस, इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट इज 11 लाख करोड़ रुपीस. रफली आप सोच भी सकते हो गवर्नमेंट डेट इज, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डेट इज अराउंड 180 लाख करोड़. 180 lakh crore का around 6% is 11 lakh crores. 18 6 108, the 10.8 lakh crores. So around 11 lakh crore rupees every year government is paying in interest. That will keep increasing every year because every year we have deficit, we are borrowing more money. Right? बात समझ में आ रही है? Now repayment is not generally very high. Why? Please understand. देखो, when we borrow money for 40 years, suppose 40 years back some government had borrowed money worth 1000 crore. 40 years back 1000 crore was a huge amount. But 40 years later जब वो 1000 crore rupees वापस देने हैं, we pay interest of 11 lakh crore rupees. 1000 crore rupees का principal amount लेना. Getting it? So when I'm borrowing money worth 40 lakh crore rupees, that's when my interest, my debt is around 180 lakh crore rupees and I have to pay that money 40 years later. 40 years later उसका वैल्यू बहुत कम होगा. Okay, चलो let's come back. तो this number wise we have understood expenditure, but Constitution of India says that you should clearly differentiate between your capital expenditure and revenue expenditure, and that is why prelims में question, एग्जाम में क्वेश्चंस जनरली आते हैं कि इनमें से कौन सा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर है, कौन सा रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर है. एंड वी विल गो इनटू दैट. कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर क्या है, रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर क्या है. दो इन बजट प्रोफाइल नंबर्स हैव बीन शोन लाइक दिस, बट आवर प्राइमरी पर्पस इज टू differentiate between capital expenditure and revenue expenditure. Okay, so let's come to expenditure component. Expenditure. तो एक्सपेंडिचर को वी कैन डिवाइड इनटू रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर एंड कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर. रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर आर एक्सपेंडिचर व्हिच आर स्पेंट ऑन डे टू डे नीड्स ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. This will not yield any profit or revenue in future. It is not creating any capital. जैसे if government buys a land, तो कैपिटल क्रिएट हो गया ना. गवर्नमेंट इन्वेस्ट इन रोड, वो कैपिटल क्रिएट हो गया. दैट विल गिव टोल एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स. That will be capital expenditure. But for day-to-day needs, they say government is giving salaries to its employees. Government is paying pension to former government employees. Government is paying interest on the loans which were taken in the past. Interest payment is not creating any capital. So this is also kind of revenue expenditures are one-way expenditures. बस पैसे खर्च करने हैं, उसके बदले हमें कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है. ना लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल मिल रहा है, ना ही in future we'll get the money back. Suppose government was giving loan to state government, that is capital expenditure because that money will come back in future. Two-way transaction. जैसे capital receipt था, वैसे capital expenditure भी will also be two-way transaction. When you spend money, you're either creating an asset or are reducing your liability. But revenue expenditure will be one way. जैसे revenue receipt, government took money and उसके बदले में nothing is going on the other side. ऐसे ही revenue expenditure, government spends money and in return not much is available. So interest payment, interest paid on borrowing and other liabilities and discounts on treasury bill constitute this category. So interest payment is a huge part of गवर्नमेंट्स एक्सपेंडिचर, ऑलमोस्ट 20% ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स एक्सपेंडिचर। टोटल गवर्नमेंट का एक्सपेंडिचर क्या है? 48 लाख करोड़ से 48 का 20% इज 9.6 लाख करोड़। मोर देन 20% ऑफ गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर इज व्हाट? इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट। गवर्नमेंट जितना पैसा खर्च कर रहा है उसका 20% इज इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट। जस्ट इमेजिन आपकी सैलरी का 20% सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट, ईएमआई में नहीं, ईएमआई में प्रिंसिपल भी जाता है, सिर्फ 20% इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट में जाता, इतनी फटी पड़ी रहती है। Condition would have been like shit. But in case of governments, that's okay. That is completely sustainable. We'll explain. We'll understand when is a debt sustainable, that aspect. So interest payment या salaries में, defense में, police में, so salaries में खर्चा. When you create infrastructure, that is capital expenditure. But when you're giving salaries and all, subsidies, grants to state. देखो, when you give grant to state, grant is one way only. It's not coming back to you. So that is what? Revenue expenditure. If you had given loan to states, that would have been capital expenditure. So grants to states, pensions and salaries, economic services, like non-capital expenditure towards agriculture, industry, power. इसमें capital expenditure होता तो it would be in the capital expenditure category, but it is non-capital expenditure in this sector. Or other government services like health, broadcasting, non-capital expenditure in this field, social services, postal deficit. Postal deficit means postal department is facing losses. So government bears that loss, spends some money, contributes some money there. Or expenditure on union territories without legislation, grants to foreign governments. So grants to states or grants to foreign government, one-way transaction ही हुआ. These are revenue expenditures. These are revenue expenditure. What is capital expenditure? Expenditure which is creating loan or permanent asset. हमने रोड बना दिया, permanent asset बना, या हमने किसी को लोन दे दिया, वो भी asset है. That person will give us loan back. Or we had taken loan in the past and we are paying the loan back. तो हमारा liability कम हो रहा है. तो capital expenditure will either create asset or reduce liability. Revenue receipt was doing what? It was creating liability or reducing your asset. That was capital receipt. Capital expenditure is expenditure, create asset or reduce your liability. Right? So it's a two-way payment, that is money spent can be recovered through periodical income and or by disposal of the asset created. It also includes loans given to state government and union territories. Revenue expenditure, capital expenditure में differentiation. Now sometimes people will ask you, defense expenditure is revenue expenditure or capital expenditure? नहीं बोलना, defense expenditure salary दे रहे हैं तो revenue है, capital create कर रहे हैं तो capital है. हेल्थ एक्सपेंडिचर इज रेवेन्यू और कैपिटल. अरे भाई कैपिटल क्रिएट करोगे उसमें से वो वाला कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर होगा, जो डे टू डे एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए वो रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर है. कॉन्सेप्ट समझो, रटना नहीं है कि हेल्थ को क्यों, व्हाई इज डिफेंस एक्सपेंडिचर रेवेन्यू और कैपिटल? अगर कैपिटल क्रिएट करोगे तो कैपिटल होगा ना. डू वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस? तो ऐसे नहीं कि हाँ रटना नहीं है कुछ भी, हर चीज के पीछे रैशनल लॉजिक. There's a reason behind everything. Economy is the simplest of the subjects. When you are able to connect it with rationale. देखो बिजनेस करना सबसे सिंपल चीज होती है. आपको पता है ये प्रॉफिटेबल है, ये करना है, ये नहीं है, ये नहीं करना है. Economics is all about that. That's very rational. Philosophy can be different, history can be different. Geography में नेचर में समझ में नहीं आएगा बरसात क्यों हो गई, बट इकोनॉमिक्स में ऐसा नहीं होगा. इकोनॉमिक्स में ये सिनेरियो नहीं आएगा. Economics is very, very logical, very rational. So for everything, think of a reason, a logical way in which you can reach to that scenario, that situation. Okay, now trend in capital expenditure of India. Government of India capital expenditure कैसे कर रही है? तो देखो यहाँ पे ना, please understand only the blue bar. ये blue color है जो blue, sky blue, whatever you call it. What is this color? है? Sky blue ना? किसी और को कोई और नाम तो नहीं देना? नेवी ब्लू तो नहीं है ये, कुछ भी, इतना तो मुझे भी पता है. I do not know a lot of colors. People add कुछ कोई कभी कभी ना ऐसे ऐसे नाम आ जाते हैं, सियान, मैंने कहा ये क्या होता है। हाँ, हाँ तो ऐसे मुझे वो 12 वाले कलर पता है जो बचपन में स्केच पेन होते थे 12, हमारे टाइम 12 होते थे। नाउ डेज देयर आर मोर स्केच पेन्स, तो परहैप्स यू नीड टू नो मोर कलर्स। आई न्यू डार्क ब्लू, ब्लू, स्काई ब्लू, देयर वर 3 ब्लूज, है ना, बैंगनी, नीला और आसमानी, है ना। तो लाइट, only this is what capital expenditure of the government. Now note something, capital expenditure of the government was in 16-17 only 2 lakh crore rupees, 17-18 2.6 lakh. So in 17-18 it even reduced, only the blue bar की बात कर रहे हैं, it was 2.6 lakh 2.8 lakh crore rupees, it come to 2.6 lakh crore rupees, 3.1 3.4 4.1, but covid year से देखो 4.1 5.9 7.4 9.5 11.1. Government recently in last 5 years has emphasized a lot on capital expenditure. Earlier capital expenditure was lesser. If you are asked in last 10 years capital expenditure of central government has increased every year, wrong. Can you see the decrease? 2.8 lakh से 2.6 lakh हुआ था, तो wrong. In last 5 years it has increased every year. Yes. क्या trend based questions आते हैं? अब देखो, this is the latest data. Now on 1st of Feb the data would change, but यहां तक का तो डेटा यही रहेगा ना. We'll see an increase only. But you'll also have the scenario कि 16-17 से 17-18 में जब हम गए थे, what happened? Capital expenditure of government had declined. But एक और चीज समझते हैं, देखो, this is my capital expenditure, blue वाला central government का, this is blue वाला is capital expenditure. But central government gives some money to states in the form of grants. तो अगर when center is giving money to state in the form of grant, what kind of expenditure is that? Revenue. Grants will be revenue expenditure because grants are one way. But when center is giving money to in the form of grants, and some of those grants are specifically for infrastructure, capital creation. So though center has given that money in the form of grant, so for center के लिए it is revenue expenditure, but that money is being used by states for creating infrastructure. तो central government says that यार वो भी तो मेरा capital expenditure समझो. तो on books we cannot call it capital expenditure, we call it effective capital expenditure. तो इतना तो center ने खुद capital में खर्च किया, and then center contributed 1.7 lakh crore rupees in the form of grants to state for state to create capital. So this 2.8 lakh crore rupees is center's capital expenditure, but 2.8 plus 1.7 is its effective capital expenditure. Is its effective capital expenditure. So there is capital expenditure. Centers, on center's book, what are the money that has been gone for creating capital or reducing liability? Sorry, यहाँ तो capital की बात कर रहे हैं, creating capital. Effective capital expenditure. Effective capital expenditure is what? When you include grants given by center to state, which is being used for, not all grant may be used for capital creation, infrastructure creation. Grant given by center to state which is being used for infrastructure creation, capital creation, उसको भी ऐड कर दोगे तो you will get effective capital expenditure of central government. So there is capital expenditure and there is effective capital expenditure. तो अब trend based अगर question आएगा about capital expenditure, we will not be making a mistake there. Got it? अब ये this is again an image that I have taken from the budget documents only. I have not created it. जो अपने budget documents हैं उनसे ही लिया हुआ है. In fact, I'm also like even today I'll be reading I'm going through the budget only. मैंने आपसे बोला जैसे capital gain tax. आज हम taxes के बारे में पढ़ेंगे. तो long term capital gain में some major changes have occurred this year. We'll be studying that in details tomorrow. कल मैं आपको एक booklet दूंगा जहां पे ये रहेगा plus PYQs रहेंगे. इस सेक्शन के बहुत सारे PYQs भी हैं. We will be including those things also. तो I hope we are sorted here. Receipt expenditure में we looked at first we looked at expenditure of government in the form of scheme expenditure and non-scheme expenditure. What was higher, scheme or non-scheme? Sure. स्कीम कैसे बोल रहे हो? आपने scheme, non-scheme expenditure higher, but within scheme, central sector scheme is much higher than central sponsored scheme. Right? उसमें confuse हो गए. Central sector scheme पे center ज्यादा पैसे कर. Now, when it comes to revenue expenditure and capital expenditure, what is higher? Capital expenditure कितना है? ये देखो, only 11 lakh crore rupees. What is the total expenditure? 48 lakh crore rupees. Of 48 lakh crore rupees, only 11 lakh crore rupees is capital expenditure. Effective भी देख लोगे तो 3.9 15 lakh crore rupees. Out of 48 lakh crore rupees, effective capital expenditure is only 15 lakh crore rupees. Remaining is what? Revenue expenditure. छोटे बेसिक चीजें, बेसिक वो डेटा बेस्ड, पैटर्न बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस, कुछ भी पूछे. Why do I want you to revise this thing again and again, again and again, again and again? जाके कोई दूसरी क्लास करने के बजाय इसी नोट्स को रिवाइज करना है दोबारा, क्योंकि you will notice these things again and again. है ना? आप जो भी क्लास करो मुझे बता दो, आई विल गो थ्रू ऑल द नोट्स, मैं देख लूंगा. कुछ आपको ऐसा लग रहा है ना कि हाँ कुछ छूट जाए क्लास, अरे मैं कराऊंगा. मैंने आपको फर्स्ट डे आई हैव गिवन यू 7 की एरियाज. दो 7 की एरियाज का ईच एंड एवरी एस्पेक्ट वी विल बी कवरिंग हियर इन पीएमपीओ. फिर बजट इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया आ जाएगा, तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एग्रीकल्चर एंड रिमेनिंग अपडेट्स रिलेटेड टू दैट विल बी डन इन द टारगेट प्रीलिम्स सेक्शन, द करंट अफेयर्स वाला सेक्शन. अदरवाइज वो जो 7 एरियाज मैंने बताया उसका ईच एंड एवरी एस्पेक्ट आई विल डू इट हियर इन दिस बैच ओनली विथ ऑल द करंट अपडेट्स. ओके, रिसिप्ट एक्सपेंडिचर क्लियर है. नाउ note one more thing. In budget 2025, in budget for FY25 that came in July, government has announced that the scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with total outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. Now what is this? Government, central government is giving loan to state governments for capital expenditure. But this loan is interest-free and this loan is for 50 years. गवर्नमेंट अब ये लोन दिया है तो विल इट बी पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर? इज लोन पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर? सपोज गवर्नमेंट हैज गिवन लोन ऑफ 10 crore rupees to a state. 50 years later 10 crore rupees का वैल्यू कितना रह जाएगा? इट विल बी मच स्मॉलर. तो स्टेट विल हैव टू पे मच स्मॉलर अमाउंट बैक. इस पे कोई भी इंटरेस्ट पे, इट्स इंटरेस्ट फ्री. इट इज इंटरेस्ट फ्री. So in a way, rather than center is doing this, center is giving interest-free loan to states, but you will spend this money only for capital expenditure. And even for FY25, this has continued. In fact, this year, budgetary allocation for it has been increased around 1.3 lakh crore rupees. Center will be giving to states in the form of loan, 50-year interest-free loan for the purpose of capital expenditure. बात समझ में आ रही है? Okay. Key terms to understand. Let us understand some basic terms. Now, Varun has a question. Sir, why are multilateral borrowing not taken against securities? बेटा, सिक्योरिटी खुद ही borrowing है. नो कोलेटरल. बेटा, गवर्नमेंट के लिए ना कोलेटरल रिक्वायर्ड नहीं होगा. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. when you are borrowing, when government is borrowing money, so there is a sovereign guarantee. And people, agar if this government is not doing well, if this country's economy is not doing well, then higher interest rate पे पैसा मिलेगा. Your credit rating would be poor. If a country's economy is doing well and country's government's fiscal situation is good, then your credit rating would be good and आपको lower interest rate पे पैसा मिलेगा. But generally government loans पे क्या नहीं होता? Collateral नहीं. Okay, in extreme circumstances, जब आपको कहीं से पैसे नहीं मिल रहे हैं, तो you will go and mortgage your gold and borrow money. That's extreme circumstance. Otherwise, government borrowing पे what is not there? Collateral is not there. Now Abhishek has given a important a nice perspective. He's saying, note this. Note what? Revenue expenditure is more than revenue receipt is more than capital receipt is more than capital expenditure. सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपेंडिचर रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर है of 48 lakh crore rupees. 37 lakh crore rupees is revenue expenditure. Only 11 lakh crore is going to capital expenditure. So this is roughly 37. This is 11. Revenue receipt कितना है? Out of 48, 31. And capital receipt is 16, 17, something like this. 16, 17, something like that. This is what he's telling you. कि एक बार ये भी ध्यान रख लो तो इससे you'll be able to solve a lot of things. Clarity? Okay. Now, let us understand some basic terms that we use in our fiscal policy. To understand the fiscal situation, हम इस तरह के deficits को इस तरह के terms को use करेंगे. First is fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit basically refers to how much deficit you have. That is how much money you have to take in the form of loan. How much money you have to borrow. You have revenue receipt. You have receipt coming from sale of assets, recovery of loan. वो receipt तो आपको ही मिल रहे होते. But even after this, your expenditure is more. You will have to borrow money. That is your deficit. The money that you borrow is your fiscal deficit. Go उसी इमेज को देखना आप. There is revenue receipt. There is capital receipt. Capital receipt में debt capital receipt है, non-debt cap. तो जो debt capital receipt है ना, debt capital receipt, that is your deficit. That is called fiscal deficit. Debt capital receipt is your deficit. That is called fiscal deficit. How much is the debt capital receipt? 16 lakh crores. Now, we could have referred it as 16 lakh crores, or we refer it as a percentage of our GDP. When we refer it as a percentage of our GDP, it comes out around 5% of our GDP. So generally हम fiscal deficit कैसे measure करते हैं? We refer it as a percentage of our GDP. जैसे India's GDP is around 300 lakh crore rupees. तो उसका 5% is around 15 lakh crore rupees. 300 lakh crore rupees का 5% will be around 50 lakh crore rupees. 15 lakh crore rupees. Roughly उतना हमें borrow करना पड़ रहा है. That is our deficit. So what is fiscal deficit? Total expenditure 48 lakh crore rupees minus total receipt other than borrowing. Borrowing को छोड़ के जो receipt है, तो वो receipt कितना है? 6. ये कितना? 48 lakh minus all other receipt other than borrowing. तो कितना बचेगा? 16 lakh crore rupees. That is our fiscal deficit. तो revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure minus revenue receipt plus non-debt capital receipt. जो बचता है that is capital. Oh, sorry. Debt capital receipt. Debt capital receipt is your deficit. Is your the basically fiscal deficit tells you यार इतना deficit है, इतने पैसे borrow. There is this much deficit, please borrow this much money. That is fiscal deficit. The money that you need to borrow that year is your fiscal deficit. Now, Apur आते हैं. Let me first cover these 5-6 points and then re-ask this question. I'll explain it. अभी अब थोड़ा divert नहीं होते हैं. Fiscal deficit समझ में आया? पक्का? The money deficit means what? आपके पास you have some shortage. So when you have shortage, you borrow. The money that you have to borrow is your fiscal deficit. India's target is that by 2025-26, FY26, we'll take our fiscal deficit to 4.5%. Currently, this is the target that we have set. For FY25, fiscal deficit का target is 4.9%. In budget, in July when budget came, कि जो अभी year चल रहा है, उसमें we will achieve a target of 4.9%. FY24 में जो revised estimate, देखो FY24 का budget estimate came last year, last to last year. FY24 was 23-24 में उसका बजट आया था. FY24 was what year? 23-24 वाला ईयर. तो 2023 में 1st of Feb को बजट आया. उसमें हमने बोला कि यार हमारा fiscal deficit will reach is 5.9%. But when we eventually came to the budget, जुलाई में budget आया, it said that in FY24 revised estimate is 5.8%. So last year our fiscal deficit was 5.8% of our GDP. Now we'll go to 4.9% of the GDP as per the target of budget. In FY25 we'll go to 4.9% GDP, and if FY26 what is the target eventually? 4.5. तो इस साल जब बजट आएगा on 1st of Feb, you will see government setting the target. We have to achieve a fiscal deficit of 4.5%. So I hope we understand fiscal deficit. One, what is fiscal deficit? Two, what is our short-term target? FY26 तक what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve 4.5%. And then what is the target for current year? Current year के लिए target is 4.9%. Current year, जो आप जब एग्जाम देने जाओगे तो previous year हो जाएगा वो. Exam you will be giving in May 2025. तो 24-25 previous year हो गया ना. उसमें target क्या है? 4.9%. Budget estimate is 4.9%. अभी on 1st of Feb, you will get revised estimate for FY25. On 1st of Feb, you will get revised estimate for FY25. Government बताएगी कि are we able to achieve 4.9% or not? क्या हम 4.8 पहुंच रहे हैं या 5 पहुंच रहे हैं? Like we have overachieved it, we have done it less. So we are clear about fiscal deficit. We are clear about fiscal deficit. Sure. Now understand this. Let me say this is my budget, 48 lakh crore rupees. Some is capital receipt, some is revenue receipt. Some money is coming in the form of capital receipt, some money is coming in the form of revenue receipt. Right now, in revenue receipt, we have around 31 lakh crore rupees. In capital receipt, we have around 17 lakh crore rupees. Some money is going in capital expenditure, and some money is going in revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure we have of around 11 lakh crore rupees. Revenue expenditure we have of around 37 lakh crore rupees. Right? अब देखो, capital receipt in a way is coming from either loan. Capital receipt is coming in the form of loan or by selling your assets or by reducing your assets. Now, क्या होता है कि suppose think of a household. मेरा एक घर है ना? उसमें बीवी बच्चे हैं, माँ बाप है, सब लोग हैं. हम बैठ के प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं. And for our day-to-day expenditure, if we have to take loan, if we have to sell our land, is that a good thing? That's not a good thing. Same is the case with government. If for your day-to-day expenditure you have to take loan, you have to sell your land, that's a problematic thing. If it was for capital expenditure, that is, आप एक नया घर बना रहे हो, and then you are taking loan, that would be okay. If it was for child's education, that would have been okay. If you are starting a new business and borrowing money, the capital receipt in that case is okay. But when it is not okay, when is it not okay? It is not okay when you are using it for revenue expenditure purpose, your day-to-day expenditure purpose. And that is why government क्या बोलती है कि यार good situation is when your revenue expenditure can be taken care of by your revenue receipt only. Any borrowing that you make should go to capital expenditure. Good situation will be that. So that is why we want कि revenue deficit zero हो जाए. What is revenue deficit? Revenue deficit is revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. जितना मेरा revenue expenditure है, उतना ही मेरा revenue से day to day receipt से आ जाए, tax से बाकी सब चीजों से पैसा आ जाए. The money that I'm borrowing should go to capital creation. So we also measure what is known as revenue deficit. So what is revenue deficit? Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. We want it to become zero. Ideally, it should be zero. Or our revenue receipt should be more than revenue expenditure. It should be in surplus. Okay. So revenue deficit, it refers to excess of revenue expenditure over revenue receipt. Over revenue deficit, over revenue receipt. I'm sorry. It refers to excess of revenue expenditure over revenue. Is it correct? करेंगे please. Receipt. Revenue receipt. Revenue receipt कितना है? Revenue, अगर revenue expenditure जितना ज़्यादा है, that is your deficit. That is your revenue deficit. जैसे यहाँ पे, this is 37 lakh crore rupees. How much is the revenue receipt? 31 अराउंड 17 लाख करोड़ ये है, 31 लाख करोड़ है रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट आपका, दिस इज 37 लाख करोड़ रुपीस। तो आपको कितना 6 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का अभी भी डेफिसिट है, which will be around 2% of our बजट एस्टिमेट क्या है FY25 के लिए रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट का 1.8%. This is where we last year revenue deficit was 2.8%. We want to reduce it to 1.8%. Eventually, a good situation is when your revenue deficit becomes zero. Whatever borrowing you're doing it for creation of more capital. So, budget deficit was all the borrowing that you're making. Budget deficit was all the borrowing that you're budget deficit, fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit was all the borrowing that you were making. Target for this year is 4.9%. Borrowing that I'm making is around 16 lakh crore rupees. Of that 16 lakh crore rupees, around 5-6 lakh crore rupees is going to, मैं जितना भी पैसा बोरो कर रहा हूं उसमें से कुछ पैसा तो मेरा रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर में चला जा रहा है. Why? Because I have revenue deficit and only 10-11 lakh crore rupees is available for my capital expenditure. That you can correlate also. सोच भी पा रहे हो? Okay. Revenue deficit. अब ना this is the scenario of revenue deficit. अब एक अपने फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे पी चिदम्बरम जी. नाउ पी चिदम्बरम जी सेड कि यार यू आर सेइंग रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट है इतना, बट a lot of things that you are considering revenue expenditure is not actually revenue expenditure, it's capital expenditure. जैसे हम जो ग्रांट दे रहे हैं स्टेट्स को फॉर कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, वो बिकॉज वी आर गिविंग ग्रांट, इट इज बीइंग मेजर्ड एज रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर, but it's not actually revenue expenditure. So from revenue deficit, you remove grants for creation of capital asset. So that is effective revenue. The effective revenue deficit is the difference between revenue deficit and grants for creation of capital asset. हमारा revenue deficit कितना आया था अभी? Revenue receipt was how much? Receipt कितना है? 31 lakh crores. एक्सपेंडिचर कितना है? अराउंड 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए का डेफिसिट आया था. जैसे कि 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए का डेफिसिट है, ठीक है, बट उसमें से सम ऑफ दिस मनी वी हैव गिवन फॉर व्हाट? ग्रांट्स टू स्टेट्स फॉर कैपिटल क्रिएशन. रिमूव दैट आल्सो. तब वी हैव इफेक्टिव रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट. व्हिच इज टारगेटेड टू FY25 में, इट इज टारगेटेड टू बी 0.6%. ऐसे रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट इज 1.8% of the GDP, but effective revenue deficit is supposed to be 0.6% of our. Very good. Good. बजट एस्टिमेट. बजट में क्या हमने टारगेट रखा है, एस्टिमेट किया? RE is revised estimate. समझ में आ रही है बात? Then comes primary deficit. Now primary deficit is what? You come here. You come to a government. Let's say कल योगी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनते हैं. अरे हंसने की क्या बात है? There is a high probability that he will become prime minister because कंट्री में जो सिचुएशन है, बीजेपी की लहर चल रही है, एंड मोदी जी के बाद योगी जी बन सकते हैं अगर अमित शाह बनने दे तो, है ना? अमित शाह चाहेंगे कि वो खुद बने, बाद में जय शाह को बना दे. नेपोटिज्म बोल बोल के अपने अपने बच्चों को एकदम हेड बना दिया है. कभी कभी जय शाह को बात करते हुए सुना है? क्रिकेट खेलते हुए देखा है ना? तो हाँ, वैसे आइडियली इट शुड बी योगी जी. नाउ पॉलिटिकली वी मे डिफर फ्रॉम हिम एंड ऑल. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द सिनेरियो एट द ग्राउंड लेवल. आई एम नॉट सपोर्टिंग बीजेपी और कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी. दैट्स नॉट माय इंटेंशन. ग्राउंड सिनेरियो क्या है उसकी बात कर, है ना? जो आरएसएस का सपोर्ट किसे मिलेगा, बैकिंग किसकी होगी, उसकी बात है. आई एम नॉट in any way supporting or opposing any politician. That's not my aim, intention. I'm a apolitical person. गए हो गया. नीतीश कुमार भी बन सकते हैं. क्या क्या बोल रहे हो? अच्छा, तुम अभी ना मोटा भाई को जानते नहीं हो, उनके लिए कुछ मैटर नहीं करता, पावर इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। हाँ, अरे चलो आ जाओ, लेट्स कम बैक। हम क्या बोल रहे थे? ये अब योगी जी पीएम बनते हैं, लेट्स सी। योगी जी के सामने बजट आता है, योगी जी हैज रिसिप्ट, योगी जी हैज एक्सपेंडिचर, एंड समवन टेल्स योगी जी, योगी जी यू टू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ डेफिसिट। योगी जी सेज, देखो भाई, ये जो इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट है ना इसमें से, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ ओल्ड सिंस, ये पाप मेरे नहीं है, ये आजादी से अब तक जितने नेता बने हैं उन लोगों ने लोन लिया था, उनका इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट कर रहा हूं। रिमूव दिस इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट एंड देन सी हाउ मच इज द एक्सपेंडिचर एंड हाउ मच इज द रेवेन्यू। If you remove this interest payment, because this interest payment is because of पुराने पाप, पुराने loans, right? Remove this and the deficit that you get is primary deficit. Fiscal deficit में से क्या हटाओ? Interest payment. Then the deficit you get is primary deficit. So primary deficit is targeted to be in FY25 it is targeted to become 1.4%. Primary deficit is targeted to be 1.4%. इसे आप ऐसे भी समझ सकते हो, देखो, our fiscal deficit is how much in lakh crores? कितना पैसा हम बोरो करने वाले हैं? अराउंड 16 लाख करोड़ रुपीस वी आर बोरोइंग। दिस इज आवर फिस्कल डेफिसिट, है ना? इसमें इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट कितना है? -11। व्हाट आर यू लेफ्ट विथ? 5 लाख क्रोर्स, राइट? अगर 300 लाख करोड़ रुपीस आपका जीडीपी है, 300 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का 1.5% इज अराउंड 4.55 लाख करोड़। दिस इज व्हाट? दिस इज प्राइमरी डेफिसिट, कि मेरा इस साल का डेफिसिट यार इतना है, but I have my deficit increases, fiscal deficit increases because I have to pay interest for past. Otherwise, this year's deficit is only this much. This is primary deficit, right? So let us before we go into anything else, let us revise this whole thing again. Fiscal deficit, all borrowing, है ना? फिस्कल डेफिसिट कितना था? बेसिकली पैसा जो आप बोरो करना पड़ रहा है। What is receipt में what is not being borrowed? Revenue receipt is not being borrowed. Non-debt capital receipt is not being borrowed. Debt capital receipt is basically your fiscal deficit. All borrowing लिख लो या फिर debt capital receipt, which is total expenditure minus revenue receipt minus non-debt capital receipt. Whatever is left, debt capital receipt. That is your fiscal deficit. बजट एस्टिमेट क्या है FY25 के लिए फिस्कल डेफिसिट का? 4.9%. Eventual short term target that we have is that in FY25 में है, FY25 में बजट एस्टिमेट इज 4.9%. FY26 का टारगेट क्या है? 4.5%. फिस्कल डेफिसिट वी हैव टू रिड्यूस टू 4.5%. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस? देन revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is like we eventually want कि revenue deficit should be zero. You understand the logic behind it, rationale behind it? Yeah, for your day-to-day expenditure, you should not need to borrow money. But when you borrow money, there is a revenue deficit. When your revenue expenditure is higher than your revenue receipt, then you'll have to borrow money for expenditure. That is revenue deficit. So this is equal to revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. This is what? Deficit. हम deficit measure कर रहे हैं. Right? What is the financial year 26 का budget estimate for revenue deficit? How much? 1.8? 1.8%? हाँ 25 का, हाँ 25 का ही बोल रहा हूँ, सॉरी नॉट 26 का। 26 का तो बजट एस्टिमेट आया ही नहीं ना। रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट हो गया। देन व्हाट वाज देयर? इफेक्टिव रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट। इफेक्टिव वो बोलते हैं यार, रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट आपने जितना बताया ना, वी आर क्रिएटिंग कैपिटल फॉर इट। इट्स लाइक father and mother are saying, we are borrowing money but we are giving this money to our son to create a house. So that's not for our day to day expenditure. While we have borrowed money and it is appearing that we have borrowed money for our day to day expenditure, we are ourselves not creating capital, but we have given this money as grant or uh, uh, as grant to our son. States our son or daughter, and they will be creating capital. So in our account it would look like we have not created any capital, it is our revenue expenditure, but in reality it is capital expenditure. तो अगर आप effective revenue deficit देखोगे, revenue deficit, it is equal to revenue deficit minus grants given for capital creation. Grants to state for capital creation. Then primary deficit. Primary deficit, fiscal deficit minus old sins. Interest payment for old sins, old borrowings. है ना? Fiscal deficit minus interest payments. That is your primary deficit. We are clear about all these kinds of deficits? कोई भी क्वेश्चन आता है टेस्ट में, मॉक्स में, एग्जाम्स में, will we be comfortably able to do it? समझ नहीं आया, दोबारा रिवाइज करो, absorb it. Same thing, revise again and again. 10 sources नहीं पकड़ने हैं. When you cover 10 sources, what you do is, जो सबसे इजी वाली चीज होती है ना, वो आप सबसे समझ लेते हो, बट जैसे ही थोड़ा सा अंदर घुसते हो, वो किसी से भी नहीं समझोगे, एंड यू विल फील लाइक आई हैव स्टडीड 10 sources. One source, do it thoroughly, do it अच्छे से. If you are in a position to answer each and everything which is there in the NCERT, आपका प्री नहीं रुकता. बट आपने वो नहीं किया. आप एनसीईआरटी के अलावा बाकी चीजें पढ़ी, आप एनसीईआरटी के अंदर ही दिया चंद्रकेतुगढ़ वेस्ट बंगाल में. मोस्ट ऑफ द बच्चे को गलत, पता ही नहीं, अरे दिया हुआ है एनसीईआरटी, राइट. इसीलिए एक सोर्स बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ना है. अभी इफ दिस इज योर सोर्स, अच्छे से पढ़ो, यहां पे जो दिया है वो गलती मत. And you will see in basics economy you will not face issues, you will not face problems. So we are done here. Now let's come to monetized deficit. Monetized deficit, देखो, government has fiscal deficit of 4.9%. FY25 का budget estimate is this. Fiscal deficit of 4.9%. How much is government borrowing? Around 16 lakh crores. If a part of this borrowing is coming directly from RBI, ऐसे RBI does not gives loan to government, है ना. RBI गवर्नमेंट के लिए सिक्योरिटी इशू कर देता है on behalf of government, and we give loan to government, other banks give loan to government. But if RBI is directly giving loan to government, RBI is basically printing more cash and giving it to government. That is called monetized deficit or deficit monetization. डेफिसिट को आपने आरबीआई से कैश लेके मोनेटाइज किया. This is called deficit monetization or monetized deficit, and is considered something which is the most inflationary in nature. Most inflationary in nature means inflation पे सबसे ज्यादा positive impact किसका आएगा, मतलब inflation बढ़ाने, what will increase inflation the most? Monetized deficit. Yeah, deficit monetization is most inflationary in nature. So it goes beyond the government's budgetary operation. It represents increase in net RBI credit to union government, increasing RBI loan to union government, or RBI loan to union government increasing means RBI is printing more money and giving it to government, which is the sum of increase in RBI's holding of government debt and any drawdown by government of its cash balance with RBI. This is डेफिसिट मोनेटाइजेशन, और सबसे ज्यादा क्या इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ता है, वो किससे बढ़ता है? डेफिसिट मोनेटाइजेशन से. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड द रीजन बिहाइंड इट. Let's understand the reason behind it. Think of this. When government is borrowing money from you, when government is borrowing money from you or from other banks, in that case, what happens? When government borrows money from SBI, that is SBI is buying government bond, then SBI will be left with less money. So while government will be spending more, SBI will not be giving loan to someone else. So while money in the market may increase because of government expenditure, but it has also led to some decrease. SBI is not able to give loan to someone else. Or when government borrowed from you, you have given money to government, government will spend it, but then you are not left with the money to spend. So while government's increased spending will increase the money supply to some extent, but it is also leading to some reduction somewhere else. But now consider this, RBI. Government is taking money directly from RBI. SBI के पास जो पैसा था वो था, आपके SBI had whatever money it still has, you had whatever money you still have, and then government has got more money created from RBI. ऐसे RBI would not have given that money to you for expenditure or to other businesses for expenditure, but RBI gave that money to government. So now effectively the money that SBI had, it still has it. It will give that money to business. The money that I had, as individuals we still have it. Plus government has more. Will this lead to more money in the overall economy? Zyada inflation? So deficit monetization is the most inflationary situation. And that is something that has to be avoided. हम समझेंगे. We'll study deficit monetization in more details with more fundamentals. But I hope हमें we are able to understand the rationale behind it. UPSC ने in last 10 years it has asked twice कि सबसे ज़्यादा inflationary deficit monetization होता है. But you understand the reason also. एक तो हम रट के रख सकते हैं, deficit monetization is the most inflationary in nature. But we also have to understand the rationale behind it, logic behind it. Okay, now कुछ basic चीजें हैं. तो यहाँ अच्छा, fiscal slippage, एक और term, fiscal slippage. Fiscal slippage is when you are not meeting your fiscal deficit target. Jैसे for FY25, what is the target that has been set? 4.9%. If we are not able to reach that target, that is our fiscal deficit comes to be 5.1%, 5.2%. That situation is called fiscal slippage. So if the actual fiscal deficit is more than what was expected, it is called fiscal slippage. Right? समझ में आ रहा है? बच्चे ये ना बीच बीच में ब्रेक लेते रहते हैं, मत करो ऐसा. ब्रेक तो मिला था ना अभी. बैलेंस्ड एंड अनबैलेंस्ड बजट. हाँ, क्या बोला बच्चा? देखो, फिस्कल डेफिसिट जितना ज्यादा होगा, इट मींस गवर्नमेंट इज बोरोइंग मोर मनी एंड स्पेंडिंग मोर मनी, इट मे बी इन्फ्लेशनरी. हाँ, नहीं, मे बी मतलब अगर सपोज गवर्नमेंट फिस्कल डेफिसिट राइट नाउ टारगेट इज 4.9%. Suppose government wanted fiscal deficit to be 5.9% and was borrowing more money. It would have been more inflationary than 4.9%. When government spend less money compared to when government spend more money, जब भी government ज्यादा पैसे spend करेगी तो ज्यादा inflationary होगा. Yes. That is surplus transfer. That's different thing. हाँ, that is dividend. Dividend देखो, RBI is 100% owned by government. So when RBI earns income, आखिरी में अपने shareholders को देगा वो. Only shareholder of RBI is government. That's a separate thing. And that's not loan. That is dividend. That's profit. Loan is debt capital receipt. ये revenue receipt है. Okay. Balanced and unbalanced budget. अच्छा, there are some doubts also. Difference between effective capital deficit and effective revenue deficit. Effective capital deficit कोई term है क्या? सोचने दो, rationally सोचते हैं. Capital यार, एक तो ना कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर हमारा कम है कंपेयर टू कैपिटल रिसिप्ट, तो कैपिटल में तो हम सरप्लस में है. एक्सपेंडिचर इज लेस देन रिसिप्ट. रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट हमारा, तो कैपिटल डेफिसिट है भी नहीं, राइट, व्हिच इज नॉट अ गुड थिंग. वी शुड हैव बोरोड मोर मनी, बोरोड लेस मनी एंड स्पेंड मोर ऑन कैपिटल. बट ठीक है, So this is no such thing. Sir, please explain fiscal slippage again. Beta, kuch nahi. You keep a fiscal deficit target, you don't meet that target. You have slipped. You are running towards that target and you have slipped. Pehle, you were not able to achieve that target. 4.9% का target रखा है, but you were only able to go to 5.1%. That is slippage, fiscal slippage. Okay. Difference between WMA and monetized deficit. WMA will lead to monetized deficit. When you're directly borrowing from RBI, it will lead to monetized deficit. But the problem is something else. समझो. WMA is for 90 days. So at the end of year, वो borrowing दिखेगी नहीं account में. Please understand this. Suppose in June, government goes to RBI. RBI, give me some money for 90 days. RBI will be like, le beta. But 90 days, within 90 days, I would have returned that money. If in my account, this remains what? My loan from RBI remains. And it is larger than last year's loan. Then I have taken more loan from RBI, and that is kuch deficit I have I have borrowed from RBI. So इसीलिए ना, if I go back here, कहाँ गया? Monetized deficit. It represents increase in the net RBI credit to union government, which is the sum of increased RBI holding of government debt and any drawdown of government of its cash balance with RBI. RBI के पास आपका जो cash balance था उसमें से आपने कुछ कम कर दिया. तो RBI से basically डायरेक्ट पैसे लेना is that. वही तो बताया था बेटा अभी. Nikita is asking, what does it mean when it said that monetized deficit is inflationary? Monetized deficit is inflationary because when you are getting your deficit fulfilled by RBI, RBI से directly पैसा borrow कर ले रहे हो, it is leading to more money coming into economy. More money coming into economy leading to inflation. Does it imply that it is the root cause of inflation? No, not at all. We are deficit monetization is no more allowed. We'll see. Deficit monetization FRBM Act ने prohibit कर दिया. Only in extreme circumstances, exceptional circumstances, it is allowed. So currently, this is not the primary reason for inflation. In the past, it used to be. In the past, government को जब पैसा चाहिए होता था, it used to go to RBI ad hoc manner में, an unnecessary amount of money used to be in economy. That was a problem. That's no more the case. Please explain monetized deficit again, sir. बेटा, it's a separate topic. I'll explain it in a lot of details. अभी आ रहा है. एक अलग से हम टॉपिक पढ़ेंगे monetized deficit वाला. There you'll understand it in a lot of details. Let's come to balanced and unbalanced budget. छोटी सी चीज है. Balanced budget. Balanced budget is whatever is your receipt, only make that kind of expenditure. Don't borrow. है ना? Why spend? Why borrow and increase burden? That is balanced deficit, balanced budget. But balanced budget was found to be unsuitable. For example, when the Great Depression came in 1930s, when the Great Depression came, अब government को जितना revenue मिल रहा है उतना ही वो expenditure कर रहे हैं. It led to continuation of depression for a longer period. If government had borrowed some money and would have spent it in the economy more, demand could have increased, infrastructure could have increased, and depression could have been fought faster. So while balanced deficit is good thing in the sense that we are not increasing our deficit, we are not increasing burden on our future generation. अभी 185 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का भी हमारे पास burden है. Future generation when it will look at it, क्या कर रहे थे हमारे ancestors, right? So if the budget is balanced, we will not be creating all those things. Those are the advantages, but it has limitations also. When incremental capital output ratio is low, means thoda capital expenditure करके your production can increase a lot. Why not borrow money, do capital expenditure and increase your GDP, tax and everything, right? So come back. A balanced budget is a budget in which government receipts are equal to government expenditure. Government is not indulging in wasteful expenditure here. Government, it also ensures financial stability and signals fiscal discipline in the economy. But there are problems. When you have to fight against recession, when you have to fight against unemployment, this balanced budget does not remain suitable, is not relevant. Plus, if you want your economy to grow fast, what do you need? You would want कि भाई capital expenditure हो, but when you try to keep balanced budget, then you will not be able to borrow a lot of money. When you don't borrow a lot of money, your capital expenditure may reduce. And if your capital expenditure may reduce, if India is not spending money on railways, roadways, power sector, then in future also our future generation will suffer more. Right? And that is why borrowing and creating infrastructure is good. Unbalanced budget में there can be two kinds of budget. One is surplus budget. Surplus budget is your receipt is higher than your expenditure. Surplus budget is your receipt is higher than your expenditure. It also has similar kind of problems, जो पुराने वाले, but it has some advantages. Like when do we need surplus budget? Surplus budget is government is spending less, getting more. When government is spending less, can it fight inflation? Government is spending less, can it fight inflation? It is desired when economy is battling inflation, and thus government tries to reduce aggregated demand by either increasing in revenue collection or decrease in government expenditure. Then there is all the students online. अभी ना मेरे सामने वो नहीं है, क्या नहीं है? आपके doubts नहीं है, तो please थोड़ी देर के लिए doubts hold करो. Let the other laptop come and then I'll take all your doubts. Let's come back to this. So did we understand surplus budget when it would be required? Unbalanced में one type of budget can be surplus budget, but it has a demerit. Since surplus budget lowers aggregate demand, it's not desired at the time of economic slowdown. And moreover, in a developing country where we want more demand, more growth, surplus budget is not suitable. वहां पे क्या चाहिए होता है हमें? Deficit budget. Here government expenditure are greater than government receipt, and thus government borrows. So deficit is okay. Government borrowing is okay. Keynes and other modern economists stress significance of deficit budget, highlighting its merit. In fact, all the countries in the world, आप US में भी जाओगे, US is the richest country in the world. In terms of overall GDP production, it is the richest country in the world, but it has huge deficit. Government has deficit. Merits deficit budget contribute to economic growth when the loans are focused on increasing the capital investment. तो चल गया. हाँ, अभी चार्ज नहीं हो. My laptop is very old. 5-6 साल बदल दे. नहीं, I'm a very वो वाला लाइफ वाला पर्सन. रीयूज रिसाइकल. अभी my phone is 5-6 years old. उसका ना चार्जिंग पॉइंट खराब हो गया था. Everyone told me बदल लो. I went to गफार मार्केट, 200 रुपए में बदल गया चार्जिंग पॉइंट. Why do I spend another 30-40,000 rupees when 200 रुपए में एक चीज ठीक हो सकता है ना? क्या बोल रहे हो? एनवायरमेंट का सोचो. Think of what you're leaving for your future generation. When you will unnecessarily buy things, spend. जैसे बहुत बेसिक चीजें. I still walk. मैं अपने घर से ऑफिस से घर वॉक करता हूँ. I take public transport as far as possible. I will take stairs here. जो भी बच्चे सुबह मेरे साथ आए होंगे उन्होंने देखा हो, उनको मजबूरी में मेरे साथ आने के. तुम्हें सुबह मेरे साथ स्टेज पे आना पड़ गया था, बेचारा लिफ्ट के लिए वेट कर रहा था. मैंने कहा चल. तो आई डू, जो मैं आपको प्रीच कर रहा हूं ना, आई ट्राई टू फॉलो इट एज मच एज पॉसिबल. दैट्स वन प्रिंसिपल आई फॉलो. क्योंकि हमें एक अच्छा देश चाहिए, एक अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट चाहिए जहां पे हम अपने फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए, अभी अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए सब कुछ अच्छा छोड़ के जाए. क्या हालत हो रखी है. एंड इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ पीपल हु हैव रिसोर्सेस एंड हु आर ओवर यूजिंग इट, हु आर एक्सप्लॉइटिंग इट, हु आर ग्रीडी. करप्शन क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि ना हमें जितनी जरूरत है हम उससे ज्यादा चाहते हैं. सब चाहते हैं कि एकदम सबसे महंगे वाले फोन हो, सबसे महंगी वाली गाड़ी हो. सोने के लिए ना एक बेड इज गुड इनफ. कंफर्टेबल, अच्छे से काम करोगे, रात में अच्छी सी नींद आ जाएगी. फिर भी लोग महल बनाना चाहेंगे अपनी 60,000 की सैलरी से, उसमें करेंगे करप्शन. फिर द एंटायर कंट्री विल सफर. पुलिस वाले करप्शन करेंगे, अगेन उनके भी बच्चे सफर करेंगे. So we have to bring some changes in our life for those things to get reflected in the entire society, in the entire country. Okay, come back. Deficit में merit क्या है? Deficit budget contribute to economic growth when the loans are focused on increasing capital investment. तो अगर we are creating deficit, but that deficit is going for capital expenditure, that's a good thing. Deficit budget raises the level of aggregate demand in two ways. One, by way of high government expenditure, and 2 by inducing greater expenditure. When government will spend more on infrastructure, चाहे वो लोन लेके किया हो, deficit के बाद हुआ है, but when infrastructure will increase, more people will invest in businesses. When infrastructure will improve, more FDI will come. When government deficit कर रहा है, but government is ensuring that education system is improving, though there is deficit, but when good human resource will be created, more investment will come, more jobs will be created, and thus is beneficial. So balanced budget may not be that suitable. Unbalanced budget is good. Unbalanced may be, in India's scenario, what is important? Deficit budget would have been better. Okay, let's come back. Demerits of deficit budget, we have already, deficit is very high, it may lead to inflation and all those aspects. Now, ये भी ना थोड़ा सा मैं बहुत ब्रीफली समझा दूंगा. दिस इज नॉट समथिंग जो प्री में बहुत पूछा गया है, बट क्योंकि मेंस के सिलेबस में आई ऑलवेज वरी कि क्या पता उन्होंने प्री में पूछ लिया. तो टाइप्स ऑफ बजट में देयर आर 3, वैसे तो बहुत सारे टाइप्स हो सकते हैं, आई कैन क्रिएट 15 टाइप्स ऑफ बजट. तो 3 ब्रॉड टाइप्स ऑफ बजट दैट वी शुड अंडरस्टैंड. वन इज परफॉर्मेंस एंड प्रोग्राम बजट, अदर इज आउटकम बजट, एंड थर्ड वन इज जीरो बजट. परफॉर्मेंस एंड प्रोग्राम बजट क्या होता है? उसमें ना वी इवैल्यूएट द परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द बजट बेस्ड ऑन this much money was allocated for this kind of output. Just once एक खत्म कर देता हूं मैं. This much money was allocated for this kind of output. This much money was allocated for creation of 1000 kilometer of road. Has that been created? क्या हमने जो output सोचा था वो आ गया तो it's good. Otherwise the targets have not been fulfilled. So evaluation will be based on this output. Has the physical output been achieved? Has the number of enrollment increased? Has the number of schools gone up? तो हम बोलेंगे वो बजट सक्सेसफुल है. इन व्हाट मेथड? इन दी परफॉर्मेंस एंड द फर्स्ट वन, in the performance and program budgeting. Here we look at the output. How many roads have been created, how many schools have been created, how much enrollment has increased, and so many. So and these things. Then we have outcome budget. Outcome budget mein we don't only look at the physical output. Output budget mein we looked at physical output, how many roads have been created. Outcome budget mein we look at what has been the impact of this output. Outcome is not only the physical output, outcome is because roads have improved. What is the overall impact on the life of people? What is the overall impact on GDP? What is the overall impact on law and order situation? All those aspects would be covered. So it measures outcome of all government programs and whether money was spent for the purpose it was sanctioned. Outcome refers to benefit that arise out of the physical output from the respective financial input. When roads are constructed, roads are the physical output, जो हमने first वाले method में measure कर लिया. But the rise in productivity of industries, transport sector, etc. are the outcomes. And in the outcome budget, it is the outcome which is the priority. So when government come up with outcome budget, it will not just say that we will create 10,000 kilometers of highway. It will say 10,000 kilometers highway बनेंगे, उससे इतना industrial output बढ़ेगा. These many industries will come. That will be the outcome budget. This is how measurements happen in outcome budget. And then there is zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting basically is this कि यार जैसे प्रधान MG Narega scheme has been going on for many years. Every year some budget is allocated to it because it has been going on for many years. In zero-based budgeting, this is not how it will work. Every year, every program will be considered to be not in the budget, and everything has to be justified. He MG Narega लाना चाहिए. Ministry of Rural Development will say कि MG Narega will have these advantages, and therefore this much budget should be allocated. This is zero-based budgeting. कोई पुरानी चीज ऐसे by default will not continue. Old things will not continue by default. It will have to be justified in every budget. So in this system, all the schemes and programs are not included in every year's budget just because they already exist. Here, every scheme is reviewed critically and re-justified as to why they have to be included in the coming budget. इसके जैसे it involves consideration that there is no existing scheme program and the budget has to be started from scratch. This kind of budget is zero-based budget. 3 essential principles of zero-based budget would be like, should we spend, how much should we spend, and where should we spend? All this will be happening every year effectively. There are three important features. One, conventional aggregate approach is not applied here. Now, what is aggregate approach? Aggregate approach is ministry coming and saying, I need 2,000 crore rupees. This is aggregate approach. That is not applied. You need 2,000 crore rupees for which initiatives? Every initiative will be evaluated, verified before it is included in the budget. Then economy in public expenditure is a core principle followed here. That is, when government is spending money, it has to be very careful. Start with zero. Like, it's zero-based budget, everything has to be justified. Rather than because something is going on, it will go on. So we have to ensure economy in public expenditure, and prioritizing of competing need is another key feature, because we will be evaluating every initiative. So the thing which is more important may get priority, and some other initiative which may have been continuing for 10 years would also be discarded, would also be done away with. So this is zero-based budgeting. It was introduced by Department of Science and Technology in 1983, but as such इसका बहुत सारा यूज नहीं हो रहा है. इंडिया में प्राइमरली जो अपना पहला वाला आउटकम बजट है, we are measuring things by that, but there are recommendations being given कि आउटपुट बजट है वो हो रहा है. There are recommendation being given कि आउटकम बजट है, जीरो बेस्ड बजट पे हमें जाना चाहिए. बट दिस इज प्राइमरली अ मेंस टॉपिक, प्रीलिम्स के लिए नहीं है. दैट्स व्हाई आई क्विकली कवर्ड इट. बट इन केस दे आस्क यू शुड नो द डिफरेंस. तो एक बार आई हैव कवर्ड इट सुपरफिशियली, बट इन नोट्स proper details are there. You have to read it carefully so that in case by mistake, by our bad luck, they ask questions related to this kind of budget, we will still be able to answer these in the examination. Okay, now we'll go to reforms in the budget wala section, but some doubts were there. पहले वहां पे किसी बच्चे ने हाथ उठाया था. सॉरी, बजट मल्टीप्लायर क्या होता है? या देखो एक्चुअली क्या होगा ना कि when you spend some money, what is its overall impact? Government will be spending 1,000 rupees, but उसका इकोनॉमी में कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना हो जाएगा because of, let's say, good road getting. So in a state where there is no road, if you create some road, it will have a lot of positive impact. So we are saying कि when we go for balanced budget में we say कि don't borrow money. जितना पैसा है उतना ही स्पेंड करना है. In that case, we are not able to create that multiplier effect because of borrowing and investing on infrastructure. I hope you get it. Okay, this was your doubt. Okay, anything else, guys? You people were raising your hands. Yes. इकोनॉमी, देखो इकोनॉमी का क्या है, बचा बचा के. तो गवर्नमेंट का जो पैसा है, पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर बचा बचा के करो, है ना. What you are also saying something बेटा? नो, अच्छा उनके लिए आप बोले सर, वो बुला रहे. लड़की होने के फायदे हैं, है ना. अड़ोस पड़ोस वाले सारे लड़के तो, मेरा डाउट नहीं सर ये पूछते हैं, मैं इसलिए आपको बुला रहा हूं, खुद पूछ लेंगे भाई. मेजर रिफॉर्म्स इन इंडियाज यूनियन बजट ओवर लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स. कुछ मेजर चेंजेस हुए, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दैट. One is, in recent years, we have more realistic revenue assumptions and fiscal transparency. Now, what is this? इसको समझते हैं. Before 2020, before 2019, there was a lot of extra budgetary borrowing. That is, at the time of budget, when budget was announced, those borrowings were not specified because government assumed revenue will be much higher and thus will not need to borrow, and these kind of things were there. And because of this, the budget estimate and eventual numbers used to be very different. But in recent years, that has been avoided. We will see that budget estimate and the numbers which we are reaching, those are similar because government is more realistic in revenue assumptions and there is more fiscal transparency, there is more openness about what is being spent, how it is being spent. So chances ki niche in between of the year more borrowing etc would be needed is not there. So ye chalo, this is not, chances of this being asked in pre is very less. But some other major initiatives that we have taken in budgets in recent year, in last 10 years, one is planned or non-planned expenditure wala components khatam kar diye. So earlier what used to happen till 12th year plan, that is till 2017, our expenditure were classified as planned expenditure and non-planned expenditure. Generally, planned expenditure were considered good. तो जो फाइनेंस कमीशन प्लानिंग, देयर यूज्ड टू बी अ प्लानिंग कमीशन. जो आप लोगों ने रिसेंटली प्रिपरेशन शुरू किया होगा तो यू वुड नॉट नो अबाउट प्लानिंग कमीशन, बट ड्यूरिंग कांग्रेस एरा, राइट फ्रॉम द right from Nehru's era till Manmohan Singh era, there used to be a body called Planning Commission. Planning Commission used to make 5-year plans. And in 5 years plan, it used to target कि infrastructure में इतना पैसा खर्च होगा, ये ऐसा होगा, ये ऐसा होगा. And in budget, when money was allocated, some money was for planned expenditure. Planned expenditure, that is expenditure which is as per the recommendation of 5-year plan. And then some money was non-planned expenditure. And generally planned expenditure was considered good because वो प्लान करके कंट्री के डेवलपमेंट के पर्सपेक्टिव से था. नॉन प्लान्ड एक्सपेंडिचर वर जनरली रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर हैपनिंग for salaries and all, and they were considered bad. But government has done away with it. Budget FY18 discontinued planned and non-planned classification of government. It thus gave greater emphasis to revenue and capital classification. अब देखो planned classification में भी ना there used to be some revenue expenditure. जैसे सब्सिडी के लिए जब आप पैसा दे रहे हो, that is revenue expenditure, that's not creating capital, right? तो it led to थोड़ा सा confusion also. The government has done away with planned and non-planned classification. Now more emphasis is on revenue and capital classification, and that's a better way of classifying the government expenditure. We can see कि capital expenditure इतना है, तो this is the money which is going for creation of capital, which is going to benefit us more in future. Revenue expenditure इतना है, it means government is not working efficiently. जितना revenue नहीं आ रहा उससे ज्यादा expenditure कर रहे हो revenue purpose के लिए, that's not a good thing. So this change is an important change. Then merger of railway budget and main budget or general budget. So it also happened in 2017-18. FY18 का जो बजट था, FY18 का बजट इस 2017-18 वाले ईयर का, उससे पहले we had 2 budgets. पहले रेलवे बजट आता था, फिर जनरल बजट आता था. तो now we have a single budget which has railway wala component also in it. So it gives holistic picture of government's financial position. Plus, it is facilitating multimodal transport planning. How is it facilitating multimodal transport planning? Earlier, railway had its own plan, own budget that was approved by parliament. And other ministries' ka budget was under the other budget where roadways, shipping sector, everything was included. So here plan was different, railways ka plan was different. A multimodal plans could not be effectively created, but now when the budget is integrated, it could be easily done. It was done on the recommendation of Vivek Devroy committee. It was done because the share of railways in the overall budget has been decreasing over the years. Then date of budget has also been shifted. Earlier budget was or annual financial statement was introduced, a budget speech happened on 28th Feb. हर साल 28th Feb को हुआ करता था. But from FY18 it was shifted to 1st Feb. Now there was a problem with budget coming on 28th Feb. Budget 28th Feb को आता था, फिर थोड़ा बहुत डिस्कशन के बाद ब्रेक हो जाता था so that everyone would study it. Then it used to be approved by parliament. तो उसमें ना अप्रैल मई तक चीजें चली जाती थी कई बार. After that monsoon used to come. तो जब तक बजट अप्रूवल हुआ है उसके बाद monsoon used to come, expenditure did not used to happen. And then after monsoon very less time was left for developmental works to happen. But now when the budget is introduced on 1st of Feb, it is approved by 31st March. So from 1st of April, what happens? Expenditures can start. So before monsoon also substantial work can be done, and then after monsoon some things would happen. I hope we are able to understand this. So these are some of the changes that have happened in our budget over the last few years. आज यही रुकेंगे, है ना? It's 1:30 already. It's 1:30. But आपको ना preparation से related कोई भी doubt है, जैसे this should have also been the doubt, इस जो बच्ची का doubt था कि सर मैं फाउंडेशन क्लास भी कर रही हूँ और इकोनॉमी भी कर रही हूँ, वो should not have happened if you have been in touch with, जो आप मुझसे बात कर पाते. तो आज जूम सेशन रख रहे हैं, उसमें हम लोग बात करेंगे, है ना? तो कोई भी डाउट, कोई भी कंसर्न हो आपका, आप मुझे पहले भी व्हाट्सएप कर दीजिए ताकि मैं उसको पहले से प्रिपेयर रहूंगा, मैं उनको पहले आंसर कर दूंगा बिफोर आई स्टार्ट टेकिंग योर डाउट्स. Okay, and every Monday or Tuesday I'll keep one of this session so that you remain on track. आप कभी भी ना परेशान होके उल्टी सीधी चीजें ना करने लगे. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll continue with this booklet, but tomorrow I'm going to give you another booklet where we'll have current updates on this and PYQs also. इसके भी PYQs करने ना. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1000 rupees till 20th March. So you can buy science module in 1000 rupees, environment module in 1000 rupees, modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share, do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our GS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.